Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes are sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. Not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack's at Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes are sweet and sassy. Not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Happy hump day. Today is Wednesday, March 25th, 2026. And today we enter day 3 of the Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial. How's everyone doing? How are you? It's my understanding that court's going to start at 9 o'clock. And I think the Commonwealth may have one witness left. They said maybe, so I'm not sure what that means or who that would be. And at some point during the day, the judge is going to go on a view of the house that used to be Kelsey's, where this shooting happened, to take a look for himself. Tim Bradl was able to arrange it with the new homeowner. And the judge is going to go over, and they're all going to go together in a caravan, a couple cars. They're going to have an escort. North Andover PD is going to escort him over there. Maybe they're going to shut down the street and give the judge an opportunity to look at the house, and for the attorneys to have an opportunity to tell the judge, point out certain things to the judge that they want him to see inside the house and outside the house. And it looks like Bradl may call, he said 2 or 3 witnesses. I'm sure one of them has to be Kelsey. And then the case may wrap today by end of day, and then perhaps they would do closings tomorrow, which means we could have a verdict by tomorrow. How does everybody feel about it so far? How does everybody feel about it? Did you guys watch Runkle last night? I did. And I'm glad, because he felt the same way that I did. That the whole scenario that Noonan detailed painstakingly about the 4 seconds that it would take for Kelsey to duck behind the door jamb, grab the gun out of this box, point it at him, click, nothing happens, tap rack, backpedal, however many steps, and then sidestep, and then all in 4 seconds. Like, it makes no sense. And he was watching the testimony, and he did say that she's not a trained firearms expert. She went into the police academy. That's not being a trained firearms expert against a guy who's a SWAT team member. Like, the whole thing doesn't make any sense. I don't know if the judge is going to pick up on that, but maybe a firearms expert would be helpful. So there's that. Yeah, there was a great demonstration of the tap rack. Oh, in the Kelsey Fitzsimmons group. Oh, that's interesting. I can't show any firearms on this channel because they're taking channels down for showing firearms, which I think is bizarre. But what I also wanted to show you was how the mainstream media is handling this. And the first thing that came to my attention this morning, because I get alerts from the New York Post, check this out. me share this with you. This is one of the alerts that I woke up to this morning from the New York Post. And here's what it says. Disgraced cop dramatically stares down fellow officer who shot her in the chest as he claims she was homicidal. At what point did she become a disgraced cop? Anyone? Yeah, that's the headline. I'm reading it to you. It's up on the screen if you're not looking at the screen. And here's what it says. An off-duty Massachusetts cop stared down the fellow officer who shot her in the chest during a dramatic confrontation last year as he claimed at her trial that she was trying to kill her fiance. This is why people don't trust mainstream media, right? That was the kind of a side note that he claims she tried to kill her fiance. He claimed that she tried to kill him. And how many times did he say that? Yeah, I called her a whack job, but that's because she tried to kill me. The order, a North Andover police officer, Kelsey Fitzsimmons, cast a skeptical side at cop Patrick Noonan as he testified at her assault trial about the moment that he opened fire when his attempt to serve a restraining order against her went badly wrong. It went badly wrong? Are they having AI write their articles for them? The order was from Fitzsimmons' firefighter fiance, Justin Alayan, who had won custody of the couple's 4-month-old son. He didn't win shit. He was awarded temporary custody based on an ex parte order and a couple of turncoats who apparently don't like Kelsey, and his sister who was driving the whole bus, filling out half his application for his restraining order. And it's frightening. It is frightening that a guy can go into family court like that based on the word of a couple of people and have a judge sign off on an order taking your newborn infant away from you and setting a hearing date for you to possibly be heard 2 weeks later. That should frighten every single one of you that it's that easy to do. Here's a picture of Kelsey with the alleged side eye. The caption of the picture says, Massachusetts cop Kelsey Fitzsimmons looked on incredulously as a fellow officer testified against her. Yeah, and it was incredulous. It was incredulous in a lot of ways, which are also shocking. That Noonan and his fellow officers who responded to this scene to serve Kelsey with the restraining order, who was a coworker of theirs, had a discussion about possibly having to put her on an involuntary psych hold, them all testifying that they knew she had been on a prior Section 12, which in Massachusetts is a voluntary or involuntary psych hold. And they were also on notice from Justin himself, who told them, oh, when you serve this order, she may try and harm herself or the baby. They were on notice of all of that. They knew she had her firearms back because she had been on leave from the police department for postpartum depression, and not one of them secured her firearms. That's incredulous to me. Fitzsimmons says she was suffering crippling postpartum depression at the time, but has since gotten help. Quote, I think I was standing in her way for her to get downstairs and kill Justin, Noonan told Judge Jeffrey Karp, who will decide whether Fitzsimmons is guilty of assault with a deadly weapon. Fitzsimmons, who appeared wearing a cream cable knit cardigan and a long, wavy blonde hair, made the face and appeared to mouth, what? We did notice that, by the way. She then leaned over and whispered to her lawyers at the defense table inside the Lawrence, Massachusetts courtroom. Noonan was being grilled by Fitzsimmons' defense attorney, Tim Bradl, Tuesday morning about his account of what happened during the June 30th, 2025 confrontation. Noonan claimed Fitzsimmons pointed her firearm at him and pulled the trigger, which made a click noise because the gun was jammed. There's a picture of Noonan. Congratulations, Noonan, on making the New York Post. She then tap-racked the gun twice, a tactical procedure meant to clear a jam and feed a bullet into the chamber. She finally loaded the gun, Noonan said, prompting him to fire off 2 shots, striking her once in the chest, he testified. The entire thing was over in 4 seconds. I would love for Noonan to get up and have done a demonstration of the tap rack, backpedaling, sidestepping, ninja moves that she did. And we saw pictures of that room, by the way. Don't you think that if she ducked behind that door jamb and grabbed that weapon and then was backpedaling, she would have slipped on that rug that was on the floor? I don't know. That struck me last night. Bradl argued that Fitzsimmons was lifting the gun to her own head to kill herself after experiencing the humiliation of her colleagues coming to take her service weapon and her son away. Quote, it's prohibited for someone to use deadly force on someone who's only exhibiting harm to themselves, Bradl asked Noonan. Absolutely, Noonan responded. Bradl then asked why Noonan didn't just use the taser on Fitzsimmons instead of his gun. We meet deadly force with deadly force, Noonan said. Fitzsimmons has been on leave from work after giving birth and was due to return to the job in July before the day her world imploded, Bradl said during opening arguments Monday. She had been experiencing postpartum depression that was so severe, Elaine decided to move out of their home, get a restraining order, and temporarily take their baby away, fearing Fitzsimmons might harm herself or the boy, he testified on Monday. Fitzsimmons has requested a bench trial, meaning the judge will decide her fate and not a jury. Well, that's the New York Post for you. And this is why people are turning away from mainstream media. I've got court TV up today. Maybe they can have some better sound for us, hopefully. To their credit, Boston 10 did a story entitled, Why Weren't Body Cameras Used in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' Case? Let's see what they've got to say. I listened to the commercial for you because I am here to help. And let's hear this story from last night.
News worthy of you. Tonight, back on the stand, the officer who shot Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Oh, this is 14 minutes long. Hold on. Wait, but I don't think this is the proper thing that I was just looking for. Hold on. I might have played through. It actually is 14 minutes. Maybe we'll watch that later when we have more of a break because I don't know. Well, we could be sitting here for 14 minutes. I'll just read the article to you while we're waiting. Why weren't body cameras used in Kelsey Fitzsimmons' case? The trial continues Wednesday with a visit to the home where Fitzsimmons was shot by a colleague and allegedly pointed a gun at that same officer. Video from surveillance cameras at Kelsey Fitzsimmons' home has played a major role so far in the former North Andover, Massachusetts police officer's assault trial. The prosecution has shown numerous surveillance videos showing Fitzsimmons, police, and others who were at the home on the day when Fitzsimmons was shot by a colleague and allegedly pointed a gun at that same officer. Video has also been shown of Fitzsimmons' ex-fiancé, Justin Elaine, gathering some of his belongings from the basement of the home he shared with Fitzsimmons and then fleeing when he heard shots fired. But one thing that hasn't been shown during the trial, body camera footage. We asked our experts on Tuesday night's Canton Confidential why the North Andover Police Department wasn't using body cameras and whether that might have made a difference in this trial. They certainly would glean more information for us, said security expert Todd McGee, a former MSP trooper. I love Todd McGee. Typically, unions do push back on body cameras. That being said, it's also an expenditure. The real expense is the data, storing all of that information over time up in the cloud. Police body cameras are able to record any interactions officers have with the public, but right now they're not mandatory in Massachusetts. Only a handful of states require them. And McGee said, though many police unions initially opposed them, some have come to realize their benefits. That's what unions have found out. When they did deploy body cameras, that was beneficial more to the officer than the general public. And though the Fitzsimmons case is not a jury trial, NBC 10's Boston chief legal analyst Michael Coyne said, we're at the point where juries generally expect to see body camera footage. I think we're at a point on an evidentiary basis where juries want to see it. He said they expect that now, and if it's not there, they're going to hold it against you. People expect to see the video, and when it's not there, they're a little suspect about what took place. The Fitzsimmons trial continues on Wednesday with a visit to her former home where the incident occurred and where she was shot. On Tuesday, the second day of the trial, the judge heard cross-examination of Patrick Noonan, the officer who shot Fitzsimmons. The prosecution is expected to rest its case Wednesday, and the defense is expected to call its first witness. Defense lawyers have said that they could rest their case on Wednesday as well, leading to closing arguments on Thursday. You know what this article doesn't say? That body cameras were in the budget, right? Hadn't they approved some sort of budget for body cams? And they just either didn't buy them, or they bought them and never activated them or set them up.
Cute sign, Barb.
Let's see what this news piece says. After we suffer through the ad. Yeah, pictures of Noonan writing with his left hand have been all over the socials. I saw that too. It looks like he was signing into a logbook, and he's left-handed. He's writing with his left hand. Could he be a right-handed shooter? That is something that I don't know. All right, wait, here we go. Put the volume on. And this is Boston 10 from probably last night's 5 p.m. news.
Also, we could be closing in on a verdict soon in the trial of Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Testimony resumes for a third day later on this morning. NBC 10's Monica Medea following this case for us in the newsroom. And Monica, yesterday the defense cross-examined the officer who shot Fitzsimmons.
Good morning, guys. That's right. And it became a bit contentious, including this exchange where the defense questions Officer Patrick Noonan's mindset when he served the restraining order to Fitzsimmons.
He gave his opinion of Kelsey to his neighbor, and then he called her a whack job. And then you can answer again, sir. What was your answer?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't.
Is it possible you call her a whack job to your neighbor?
It's possible.
So the North Andover officer is a key witness since he shot Fitzsimmons, saying she pointed the gun at him and pulled the trigger first, but the weapon didn't fire. But he fired multiple times when she tried to reload the gun. The defense pointing out that Fitzsimmons handed Noonan her baby minutes before the shooting, before he handed the baby to someone else. We also heard from 4 other witnesses, including a member of Fitzsimmons' planned wedding party. She talked about the day Fitzsimmons was shot and then a joint bachelor party weekend that ended early due to fighting. She says after that, Fitzsimmons' fiance made a plan.
He was going to go to the Lawrence courthouse to file a restraining.
Michelle Mitchell, the world's worst friend, is getting her 5 minutes of fame that I don't think she should be proud of. And you know what else I noticed that she said, and I didn't point it out yesterday? But listen to the way she describes the order that they were going to get. 209A order. Like she knew exactly what to do, and she was going to take charge. She also said she met Kelsey. She was a co-worker of Kelsey's. Where did they work together? Were they corrections officers together? Did they work at the police department together? Nobody ever asked her what she did for a living.
Order 209A and also get temporary custody of the child.
So testimony picks up again this morning, and tomorrow the judge, along with both sides' attorneys, will visit the home where the shooting happened, which, by the way, has since been sold. In the newsroom, Monica Medea, NBC 10 Boston.
Well, as soon as testimony resumes in Kelsey
She's a corrections officer. Nobody asked her what she does now. Nobody asked her which job they met at. But if you guys, a couple of you are saying it. She did say? How did I miss that, Elaine? Was I not? Maybe I was distracted by something. I thought she just said we worked together. Thank you. I could have been distracted. Okay, so she did say. So she's a CO. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for paying attention when I can't always pay attention. I did find her to be the world's worst friend. When your bridesmaids turn on you, I don't know. Her snark was distracting. Yep. All of it. I agree. The watcher says, Runkle streams in the middle of the night for me. I'm not sure where in Canada he lives, but I think he streams on Pacific time. I could be wrong. Charlie says, mainstream media writes for likes. Truth be damned. Yeah. Something else I saw that was interesting. Dan Abrams posted on the cesspool of Twitter. He says 14 hours ago, we just got viewership numbers for Court TV, and I'm happy to say that since our acquisition, the numbers are up across the board. So thankful for the hard work from the Court TV and Law and Crime Network teams for what has so far been a really harmonious merger. If you do choose to engage and wait on the cesspool of Twitter, go on over there and go for the comments. It is Dan Abrams' tweet. Noelle said, if they're so worried about her mental health and having to section Kelsey, then why, in the name of the traveling Mary, didn't they secure all her firearms and not just take her word on it? 100%. This whole thing was so preventable, in my opinion, so preventable. It's atrocious. It's I have no words. That a baby, an infant, a breastfeeding infant, 4 months old at the time, can so easily be ripped away from his mother based on the word of perhaps a jilted lover and some friends. All right, everybody's standing up. Maybe put your volume on, Court TV, eh? Thanks, Noel.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning. March 25th, 2026, Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court. Calling the criminal matter of Commonwealth versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for continued jury waive trial. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, James Gubitose.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martha Coakley for the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Fitzsimmons.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Timothy Bradl, Your Honor, for Ms. Fitzsimmons, Healy, Ms. Leonard, and Ms. Hesser with me as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the summary. I appreciate it. You can have a seat. So I wanted to talk about a couple of administrative matters. One is on the view. I decided that the most efficient, transparent way to handle the travel to and from the view is to do it like we do a jury trial. And that is that I intend to order a bus and the attorneys, the court staff, the defendant will all travel together on that bus like we do during a jury trial along with our court officers. I think that it lends to some transparency, but also I think it will be an efficient way to travel over there so that whatever escort or whatever arrangements are made, I'm not suggesting I get involved in that, but whatever arrangements are made for security, that we just are in one place. Again, it's what we do for jury trials, so let's do it that way. As for the timing, if I can, I'm assuming we'll go tomorrow morning, or whenever you folks work it out. Just work out the time with Mr. Ruane so he can get the bus scheduled. But we do have a reservation-ish right now, reserved for tomorrow morning. I would suggest that we, like in a jury trial, we gather in the courtroom. Mr. Ruane announces the case, and then we adjourn for the view and return to the courtroom, et cetera. So that would be the procedure. Also, after thinking about it on media and public access or whatever, not access, but the public attending, the crowd control, basically, for lack of a better word. I think that after thinking about it, it's not my place. I think that I don't intend to issue an order. The state police and the local police always do what they do, and they do it well, and they don't need me meddling. It occurred to me that when I mentioned yesterday about having some space, order requiring some space between folks, I was really thinking of jurors and all that. So again, unless you folks think I need to order it, I think that the law enforcement are skilled at these things, know how to handle it, and they can use their normal discretion. The media typically is allowed to film things, and it should be public in that way. But do you folks believe that I need to order something more specific than that?
No, you're right.
Okay. No. Okay. All right. So, and then the last thing is administratively is I emailed you folks this morning. I took a crack at I'd like to have some starting point for when we have our charge conference, when we discuss the law of assault by means of a dangerous weapon. And so what I did is I just basically formulated what would be a jury instruction as a starting point. It was disseminated by email, but you also should have been left physical copies. Mr. Ruane has marked that item as Exhibit C for identification, and we'll just work off of that. And I think that would be the most efficient way. And then lastly, scheduling. Commonwealth, you're going to be calling witnesses, one witness, okay. And then you'll be ready to proceed into the defense case?
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's proceed. Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Sergeant David Strong.
Okay, so the view is going to be tomorrow. So it looks like we're going to have a full court today. That's good. A full day of court today. And they're going on an old-fashioned field trip. They're going to take a bus. Hopefully it's a coach bus and not a yellow school bus, because that would not be very comfortable for anyone.
You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Good morning. You can have a seat. Pull yourself right up to that mic.
May I?
Yes, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell it for the record.
Yes, my name is David Strong, S-T-R-O-N-G.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a sergeant on the Mass State Police.
How long have you been employed by the Massachusetts State Police?
14 years.
And if you could just give us a brief chronology of your assignments while on the state police.
Yes, I graduated the State Police Academy March 2012. Was assigned to patrol. 2018, I began working out of the State Police Detective Unit. And then in 2025, I was promoted sergeant.
And is that the State Police Detective Unit assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And as a trooper assigned to, and then as a sergeant assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office, what are your day-to-day responsibilities?
We conduct death investigations, homicides, suspicious deaths, unattended deaths, non-fatal shootings or stabbings, as well as officer-involved shootings.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 30th of 2025. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was the on-call supervisor.
And what's it mean to be the on-call supervisor?
For 1 week a month, where we supervise the troopers. If they have any questions, or if there's a homicide or a serious event, then we'll go out to assist.
And at some point during that, was it a Monday?
Yes.
And at some point during the day, did you get a call from one of your troopers?
I did.
And as a result of that phone call, what information did you learn about what you would be doing next?
I learned that there was an officer-involved shooting in North Andover. So I responded along with my detective lieutenant, as well as crime scene services and ballistics.
And a number of other troopers that you supervise?
Yes. Several other troopers from my office also responded.
Do you remember about what time of day, what address did you respond to?
125 Phillips Brook Road.
And about what time of day did you arrive?
I believe I arrived at around 6 p.m.
And what was the state of the address at 125 Phillips Brook Road when you arrived?
The residence was taped off. There's a perimeter outside the house.
And who was at the scene at that time?
At that time, it was just North Andover PD.
And effectively, what happened once the Massachusetts State Police arrived?
I joined Trooper Ortiz, who also works in my office, and we took control of the scene.
And what was one of the first things that you did while on scene?
I was given a brief summary by Lieutenant Daly about what had occurred.
And after learning from Lieutenant Daly about what occurred, what did you do next?
I drafted a search warrant for the residence.
And at some point, was the search warrant authorized by the court?
Yes.
And at that point, did you and members of the Firearms Identification Squad, Crime Scene Unit, and other troopers from the DA's office enter the house?
Yes.
And did you participate in the search of the residence?
I did.
And did you, at some point, focus on one particular?
Couple of things I've noticed. And remember, this man is also with the Massachusetts State Police. The entire outside of the house was secured with crime scene tape, and they obtained a search warrant to go in the house. A couple of things that were not done for a murdered police officer, John O'Keefe, in a blizzard.
Room. At some point, focus on one particular room.
Yes.
And what was that room?
It was the bedroom on the second floor.
And was that the bedroom to the right or to the left?
To the right.
Sergeant Strong, I'm showing you exhibit 51. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
It's a green colored chest, as well as a chair and a box.
So the green colored chest you're referring to is this item here?
Yes.
And where was that in relation to the layout of the room?
It would be to your immediate left when you went to the room.
And is this the red box you're referring to?
Yes,
And is that the chair as you saw it that day?
it is.
At some point, did other members of the search team open the green chest?
Yes.
Thank you, Karen, for gifting 5 memberships. You're awesome.
You're on Amber?
Yeah, will there be objections?
No,
to
we
these?
are not
Okay.
supposed to. They can
All right,
be-
so let's just have them marked and admitted.
Exhibit 97, so marked. Exhibit 98, so marked.
It was a 98,
97?
97 and 98?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
May I display that again?
Yes, please.
Showing you exhibit 97, Sergeant Strong. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
That's the inside of the orange colored chest with 2 firearms and firearms case.
Wait, the orange colored chest? Isn't that the chest that was green? Inside, if you're not watching and you're driving or something and you can't look at the screen, it looks what looks like a gun case or a gun safe with 2 firearms, one on top and one to the side. A couple of other assorted items in there, but I thought, was that orange? I just want to go back to the first picture because I didn't see an orange chest in there. Oh, is that it? Is that what he's calling the orange chest? What Noonan called a box? Because that box is empty in this picture. I thought they were talking about this one on the bottom, which looks like green with a saddle colored trim, but let's keep going.
Yeah, will they have them?
Exhibit 98, so marked.
It was a 98, please.
Showing you exhibit 97, Sergeant Strong. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
That's the inside of the orange-colored chest with 2 firearms and firearms case.
Is the firearms case a black box?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you or other members of your team move those items?
Yes.
And where did you move them to?
To the bed.
I mean, it looks to me like that, whatever that shoebox thing was with the pink inside is to the right of it. That looks to be the green chest. He said it was orange. I don't know.
Move to the where? The bed. The bed. Okay.
Showing you Exhibit 98. What's depicted in Exhibit 98?
It's a firearm that was located inside of the box, the gun box.
So that was what was in the closed box in the green chest?
Yes.
And what are these items here to the left?
Those were the other 2 firearms that were inside that same chest.
Okay, so now she's clarifying and saying that it's green, but he did say it was orange, right? So there are 3 firearms in there.
So there were 2 firearms, total of 3 firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Trooper Sergeant, do you know what kind of firearms these were?
I believe they were all 6 hours.
And do you know what happened to the firearms after they were photographed?
Yes, a trooper assigned to my office recovered them and secured them in our evidence.
And is that where they are today?
Yes.
May I have one, Your Honor?
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Cross?
Thank you.
That was quick. This is a cross.
Trooper Strong, good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Trooper, you're the lead investigator on the case from the state police, correct?
I am.
And you're a sergeant detective?
Yes, sir.
And you work at the Essex County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Part of your job is to investigate officer-involved shootings?
That's one of them, yes.
Yes, okay. And do you also do homicides?
What's that?
Do you investigate homicides as
Yes,
well?
sir.
Okay. And in this case, when was it first brought to your attention that there was an officer-involved shooting?
So the on-call trooper received the call about the shooting, and then he called me.
And who was the on-call officer?
We had Trooper Ortiz.
And when you received that call, what did you first do?
I notified my detective lieutenant, and we responded to the scene.
Is that Detective Lieutenant DeMeo?
Yes, sir.
And what time was the shooting?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Was it approximately 6 p.m.?
Around there.
And what time did you arrive?
Probably 25 minutes after I received the call, 30 minutes after I received the call.
All right, 6:30-ish, about
Yes.
6:30. What did you see when you got there?
The house was taped off, and there were detectives and police officers standing outside.
Now, I'm going to ask you to distinguish between North Andover police officers and state police officers.
Okay.
When you got there, who was in control of the crime scene?
At that time, Trooper Ortiz was there first, and then I arrived.
Do you know when Trooper Ortiz got there?
It must have been 5 or 10 minutes before I got there.
All right, so doing the math, it's about probably 20 minutes where the North Andover police have exclusive control of the crime scene?
Yeah, approximately.
Did you recognize or know any of the North Andover police officers that were there?
No, sir.
Did you recognize or know the chief of police for North Andover?
No, sir.
Did you meet any North Andover police officers when you were there?
I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Okay. Who's in charge of that crime scene in this circumstance? Is it the North Andover police or the Mass State Police?
Mass State Police.
Okay. And as a practical matter, as we said, you that transfer could only happen when a state trooper gets there, right?
Yes.
And the first trooper's there about 6:20, probably.
Yeah, approximately.
And then you get there around 6:30.
Yes.
And what was what happened with respect to kind of taking over the crime scene?
We just made sure the house was secured. Nobody was inside. Nobody crossed the tape line of the perimeter. And then we knew that we needed to draft a search warrant.
When you got there, did you go in the house?
No.
When did you first go in the house?
Once we got a search warrant.
Were there any North Andover police officers in the house?
No.
And when you were there anyway?
Correct.
Do you know if that was by coincidence or by some order of someone that nobody be in the house, or what?
It was by an order. Everybody knew that we were in a search warrant, and everybody knew not to be in the house.
Okay. When you first got there, what did you do while you were there before you worked on the search warrant?
I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Okay. Where did that occur?
It was in this kind of near the school, outside of the house.
Was it on the school property or was it on the house property?
It was in the school. It would be in the street, so the
sidewalk or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there any mention, to your knowledge or awareness, of any invocation of the town policy regarding drug testing?
No.
No conversation about that at all?
No.
All right. Did you speak with Officer Noonan at the scene?
No.
Where was Officer Noonan?
In case you missed it, Officer Noonan was never drug tested after shooting Kelsey Fitzsimmons. No drug testing.
He wasn't on the scene.
Okay. Do you know what happened to him?
I believe he went to the hospital.
Okay. And do you know any circumstances about that?
I do not.
And you know that that's a common occurrence when there's an officer-involved shooting. The officer is always taken to the hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's a precaution, but it also gets him out of investigative scrutiny, doesn't it?
I think it's policy.
Right. Okay. So then you decided to obtain a search warrant, and the reasons for that were what? That the person that was shot owns the house, and they're not around to consent. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. At some point, Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged with assault as well as assault with intent to murder, right? Assault, I should say it better. Assault by means of a dangerous weapon and assault with intent to murder. Officer Noonan, correct?
Basis. What's the relevance?
Well, it goes to what the investigators did, judge potential investigator bias, that they overcharged the case. What happened at the scene? I think it's pretty basic. What did they charge her with?
Okay, why? How is that relevant to me as the fact finder in determining whether the Commonwealth met its burden on the charge that resulted? So,
I think it just goes to potential investigator bias wherever it may be found. I think it goes to how they perceive the situation early on. It's part of the case. It's part of the circumstances of the case, Your Honor.
all right, I'll tell you what. I'm going to sustain the objection. You can make a proffer if you want to protect the record, but I'm going to sustain it.
Okay, that's it, Judge. Just for those issues. Thank you.
Thanks.
I mean, the objection is noted on the record, but the judge is the fact finder here. There's no jury, and so he knows what she was charged with originally. It's just for the record.
So Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged,
Yes.
and that was on what date? I don't want to quiz you. How about July 3rd?
July 3rd, yes.
Okay, a few days later.
Yes.
Okay. And on July 3rd, had you talked to Officer Noonan?
Yes.
Was that the first time you talked to him?
Yes.
And where was that?
North Andover Police Department.
And what were the circumstances of that?
We met in a conference room at the police department. It was myself and Detective Lieutenant Robert DeMeo, as well as an attorney.
Okay. And that was an interview that was recorded on your body camera, correct?
Yes.
And the body camera obviously takes video and takes audio, right?
Yes.
And now in that interview, you put your body camera on the desk, right?
Yes.
And you didn't put the body camera on the person you were interviewing, though, right?
I don't recall exactly where it was facing when I put it down.
So, but don't you know that we don't have video of any of these officers when they're testifying from your body camera?
You mean interview?
When they were
Yes,
interviewed.
I'm sorry, when they're interviewed. Thank you, Your Honor.
I tried to do them all consistently. I think I put it in the center of the table.
So you know that Noonan's not on video when he's testifying, right?
Yes.
He's
So
not testifying.
that was a
He's giving a
deliberate decision
statement.
you made to,
He's not testifying. He's giving a statement. But why would you have body cam and it records video and audio and only put the body cam on the table and not record the video of Noonan giving his statement? That's interesting. Look at his face. Ooh, my freeze game is on point this morning already. This one too.
Yes.
okay. So that was a deliberate decision you made to not video the witness that you were interviewing?
No.
Because I mean, isn't it important to kind of see the witness's demeanor, reactions to questions, their emotional state when you have a body camera?
I felt it was just as important to get the audio as well as everybody else in the room.
Wow.
And in this case, Trooper Strong, you wrote a report that's kind of like what we call a PC report, right?
For the
You know that
facts.
terminology? Right.
Yes.
You, is that your only report in the case?
No, I drafted several reports.
Okay. And in terms of the report for court, you sort of encapsulated the statements of all the other people in the case, right?
I believe I summarized 3. Yep.
He's the lead investigator, so he's the proctor of this case. There he is, proctor. Post glow down in the corner of your screen.
Showing you Exhibit 51. So it's fair to say that Exhibit 51 shows the door frame of the bedroom where the shooting happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And it shows this chest right here that I'm pointing to.
Yes.
The firearms, you observed those extra firearms that were in the chest, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say those firearms had nothing to do with the shooting in that room, right?
Yes.
So that's like a chest that has leather trim on it, right?
Yes.
It has kind of a top that swings back and opens up,
Yes.
and it has some stuff on it right now anyway in the picture whenever that was taken.
Correct.
Are you aware of when that picture was taken?
I am not.
Nobody knows when these
And
pictures were
it's fair
taken.
to say that the end of the chest kind of lines up with the door frame, right?
It's very close.
So to get into that chest, you don't really need to disappear behind the door frame, do you?
I don't know, sir.
I mean, there's a chair there as well, right?
I'm not sure where the chair was at the time.
Yeah, but it's there in the picture, right?
It's there in the picture.
And the pictures are offered as evidence of the crime scene, right?
Yes.
May I have one moment, please, Your Honor?
Take your time.
Are they trying to say that she got the firearm that she wound up using from that big chest? That would have taken time to open. The Commonwealth offered these pictures into evidence as a fair and accurate representation of the way the scene looked on the day of the shooting. I thought they were trying to say that it was in what looked like a shoebox on top that is open in that photograph. If she got her weapon out of that big chest, there's no way that Noonan was there when it happened, because it would have taken her too long. Come on. Kelsey whispering to Bradl. She's a ninja.
Trooper Strong, what time did you get back with the warrant?
I believe it was before midnight.
All right, so I just want to get the time frames down when you were at the scene, okay? So you arrived there around 6:30, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you think Ortiz is there 6:20.
Yes.
When do you leave to go prepare the search warrant?
I write the search warrant in my cruiser.
Okay, on the scene.
Yes, sir.
And how long do you figure that takes you?
2 hours, approximately.
2 hours to write a search warrant? It's a form, sir.
Then you, what did you do when you had the search warrant drafted?
I contacted the clerk.
Did you involve any assistant district attorney from the Essex DA's office?
Did I involve one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
I believe on scene.
On scene? Who was on scene?
ADA Gubitose, Detective Lieutenant Robert DeMeo.
Did you have to go anywhere for the search warrant, or did you do that electronically?
I believe it's electronically.
And you emailed it to the clerk. Do you know when you emailed it to the clerk?
I do not.
When did you get approval?
It was sometime before midnight.
And while you were there, were you, obviously you're busy writing a search warrant, you got a lot to do. Were you also taking note here and there of any traffic into the house?
No.
Were you, did you know whether anyone from the North Andover PD went in and out of the house while you were writing the search warrant?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there an order in place and you said everybody knew about it to not go in the house?
Yes.
So was that order, fair to say, as far as you're concerned, that order's in place the entire time you're drafting the search warrant, getting approval, waiting to get it back, right?
Yes.
And so it's fair to say that no North Andover officers were supposed to be in the house from the time you got there, and that's presumably when you gave the order?
They never went back into the house after I got there.
Okay.
At any point.
And then no one went back in the house. And then once you had approval from the clerk on the search warrant, you went in the house very late.
Yes.
And so what time did you go in the house?
I don't recall. I believe it was just before midnight.
Who went in the house with you?
Crime scene services, ballistics, and other members from Essex SPDU, State Police Detective Unit.
Did any North Andover officers go in the house?
No.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes.
Funny thing is, we know about Kelsey's surveillance cameras right inside the front door to the home. So if there was any video of anybody coming into that home when they weren't supposed to be there, I'm sure Bradl has it.
Take your time.
Mandy, I'm so sorry about your mother-in-law. Prayers up. Sending all the healing vibes, and so sorry. Happy birthday to her. Thank you, Lori, for gifting 5 memberships. You're amazing. Welcome, new members.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Any recross? Sorry. redirect.
Just one issue. Sergeant Strong, you were asked about the timing of the search warrant that you conducted at 125 Phillips Brook Road. Do you remember?
Yes.
And is your memory exhausted as to the exact time that the search was conducted?
Yes,
Would reviewing a report related to the search warrant refresh your memory?
it would.
Is your memory
Yeah.
exhausted? It's Massachusetts.
To paragraph 1.
Yes.
What time did you and other members of the Massachusetts State Police start the execution of the search warrant?
Approximately 11 p.m.
No further questions.
Any, I'm sorry?
No questions.
Okay, just for clarification, Sergeant, so the search warrant was approved by a judicial official.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who that was?
I do not.
Was it, do you recall what court the person was from?
No, it wasn't Lawrence, Essex County. It was a different county, I believe.
Okay, it was like an on-call judge or
Yes,
something?
sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that I had no involvement in reviewing or approving that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Ruane, when you mentioned something about a clerk, had no involvement in the issuance or review of that search warrant?
He did not.
Counsel, either side wish to follow up on that?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sergeant. You may step down. Commonwealth, can you call your next witness?
Commonwealth Rests.
All right, the Commonwealth Rests. All right.
Okay, the Commonwealth has rested. At this point, we can usually expect a motion for a directed verdict. We'll see what happens.
And is there a motion?
There is, Judge.
Okay.
I'll stand on the papers.
All right, so it's paper 90. You've been provided, Commonwealth, a copy?
Yes, I received a page.
All right, defendant's motion for a required finding and not guilty. Let me just read it.
These motions are rarely granted, so don't be surprised if it is denied.
All right, and Mr. Bradl, did you want to be heard on the motion?
I'll stand on the papers.
Okay, all right, the motion is denied.
That was quick. I guess it's in writing.
And
Usually it's made orally.
defense, you can call your first witness.
Yes, Judge. We're going to call Ms. MAUREEN SULLIVAN. Should be outside.
Okay, so the defense made their motion for a required finding of not guilty. The judge denied it very quickly. It's on paper. If I get a copy of it in my inbox, we will at some point read it. Motions for a directed verdict typically argue that there was not enough evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kelsey Fitzsimmons is guilty of the crime charged and that there's no other possible verdict and the judge should just direct it. He did not.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
And now we start the defense's case in chief.
Good morning. You can have a seat and pull yourself right up to that mic.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Maureen Torrisi, Torrisi,
And where do you live?
in North Andover.
Okay, do you live in a condo complex there?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I am a stay-at-home mom, I guess. I guess I'm retired.
What are you retired from?
The construction industry and home staging design.
How long have you been retired?
I closed my business, I think 3 years ago. I had a large staging business.
How long have you lived?
This will be the neighbor of Noonan's, whom he told that Kelsey was a whack job. Her name was Maureen, right? Okay, I think it's Noonan's neighbor. All right, here we go.
Lived in your condo complex in North Andover?
Since 2014.
Do you have a dog?
A dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I have 2.
And do you walk the dog around the complex from time to time?
Every day.
Do you, in the course of walking your dog, have you ever made the acquaintance of one of your neighbors named Mr. Noonan?
I have.
And do you know who that is generally?
I do.
And how do you know him?
Walking the dogs. I knew him as Duke's father,
And Duke
which is Duke is
dog.
his dog's name. I've spoken, just in passing. The dogs interact, and just general talking about the dogs and whatever. So I'd spoken to him a few times, and his wife, about the dogs and just general
Neighbors
stuff.
making small talk.
Absolutely.
Okay. And back in August of 2025, you had engaged him in some conversation about what was going on at the North Andover PD, right?
I did.
And is that what you said to him by way of initiating the conversation?
I did, yes. The beginning of it was just I had a razzing relationship with him, just regarding things going on in the world. And so what I started with is, how do you like what's going on, in the world today or whatever? And he's like, I love it. And then I had asked, what's going on with North Andover?
He was asked, how do you like what's going on in the world today? And he said, I love it. What did he love about what's going on in the world today? That's kind of weird. Okay, hold on one second.
Whatever. And he's like, in the world with him, just regarding things going on in the world. And so what I started with is, how do you like what's going on, in the world today or whatever? And he's like, I love it. And then I had asked, what's going on with North Andover, the town of North Andover?
What were you referring to when you said that to him?
What was going on at the department, as far as, the shooting, the cop being shot.
And did he?
And he first said, what do you mean? And I said, well, that press conference, the first press conference that was given, made no sense. And at that time he said, I'm the shooter.
What? He said, I'm the shooter?
He said, I'm the shooter.
And what did you take that to mean?
I said to him that he was the one that shot the other officer, is what I took that to mean.
Right. And then what happened?
I had asked him if, well, first I said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I know when police officers have to discharge their weapons, it affects them. And I can't imagine having to do that with a colleague.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the end of that.
I said I couldn't imagine having to do that to a colleague.
And what did he say?
And he had said to me that sorry, I'm a little nervous. He had said that there was no choice to it. He had no choice, that he had to, she had the gun pointed at him when he came into the bedroom. And
did he use any
he said
certain,
that,
pejorative about her?
I'm sorry?
Did he use any certain pejorative about her? What did he call it?
What did he call her?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he didn't call her that at that time. He explained very, very briefly what had happened. And he said that when he came into the room, she had the gun pointed at him. And that it clicked. She clicked it. And I said, so there was no bullet there? And he said it clicked and that he wasn't going to let her get a second shot off and that he had to shoot her. And
The
I'm like,
face
well,
that she just
that
made.
doesn't make any sense.
The face that she just made. I had to shoot her, and then she went, come to your screen if you can. This is why seeing someone's face when they're testifying is so important. That's why it would have been so important to see Noonan's face during his police interview with the MSP. But instead, they turned the body cam on and didn't point the camera at him, and it only picked up audio.
And that it clicked. She clicked it. And I said, so there was no bullet there? And he said it clicked and that he wasn't going to let her get a second shot off and that he had to shoot her.
She's like,
and I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I had asked why they went to her house. The three of them went to the house instead of having her go to the station. And why wouldn't they, if they were going to the house to take a baby, why wouldn't they have had some social services there with them?
yeah, we're all thinking
And
that.
he said, well, she's a fucking whack job. Oh, sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
You have to say what was said.
well, there you go. First of all, Noonan's under investigation. This is August of 2025, okay? The shooting was on June 30th. Is he supposed to be discussing this with a neighbor? And she's asking the question that we all want to know the answer to. If you're taking her baby away, why didn't you bring DCF? And she just let the F-bomb drop. Go, Maureen. There it is. Hold on. Let's hear that again.
Go to the station. I went to the house. Why? And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I had asked why they went to her house. The three of them went to the house instead of having her go to the station. And why wouldn't they, if they were going to the house to take a baby, why wouldn't they have had some social services there with them? And he said, well, she's a fucking whack job. Oh, sorry.
There it is.
I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
You have to say what was said.
Okay. And he said that she's an effing, whack job.
So was that in response to you saying, why didn't you have social services go to the house?
Yeah. And I was like, wow, that word is used.
Objection. Yeah, sustain. Next question.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So not what was said so much,
Okay.
but did you engage back with him about the, let's say, the propriety of that usage?
I did.
After that, did you end the conversation with him?
There was a little more conversation, and then it ended, yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
How did you get involved in this case?
How did I get involved in it?
Yeah.
Okay, this is Cross. Gubitose needs to learn how to find a microphone. His first question is, how did you get involved in this case? Let's hear that again.
In this case.
Thank you.
How did you get involved in this case?
How did I get involved in it?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, no. How did they know you heard this?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
After the conversation that we had, I was shocked by it. I didn't even know Pat's first name
But
his
how
last.
did you contact someone?
I did. And a little bit after we had the conversation, probably a week afterwards, I did contact somebody.
Who?
That Mike Crawford.
Oh,
That I knew.
Mike Crawford has entered the chat. Mike Crawford, who runs the Young Jerks YouTube channel, in addition to subbing sometimes for Howie Carr. That's who she reached out to. Mike Crawford has entered the chat. Wow, from Young Jerks. Hold on. Let's hear that again.
I did. And a little bit after we had the conversation,
she's telling us
probably a week afterwards, I did contact somebody.
Who?
That Mike Crawford, that I knew was in contact with the defense, and, you know, because I think there was a hearing, I'm not sure, but I know that Mike was in contact with them, and I contacted Mike.
And so when was this? When was this conversation?
With Mike?
No, with this conversation with Pat.
It was August 20th.
August 20th.
Yeah.
You were interested in this case from the beginning, right?
I'm sorry?
You were interested in this case from the beginning, weren't you?
No, I mean, I was interested in what was going on in my town, yes.
You're Maureen Sullivan Tourist, correct?
I am.
And you post, and you make comments to newspaper articles, don't you?
I'm sorry. Wait, what? You're Maureen Sullivan on the internet? Wait, hold on. Hold on. We didn't know this was coming.
In the beginning, weren't you?
No, I mean, I was interested in what was going on in my town, yes.
You're Maureen Sullivan Tourist, correct?
I am.
And you post.
You are Maureen Sullivan Torrisi, correct? I wonder if they got all her posts and all her chat comments and stuff.
And you make comments to newspaper articles, don't you?
Newspaper articles.
About this?
Yeah.
I could have, yeah,
Okay,
sure.
can I switch around?
Yes, you've shown it to defense.
Yeah, they have a copy. Well, that's you, right? You reposted something on July 10th, correct?
When was this? July 10th? Okay, yeah.
And what did you repost?
Meaning what? What do you mean? What did I repost? It's a
Yeah, it's a
article
simple
from
question.
I'm sorry, it's an article from,
Don't say Turtleboy.
it looks like a post from Mike Crawford.
Oh.
Right.
I reposted that.
You reposted that.
Yes.
Post, well, what did you repost?
I can't see it. Like, what's the context of Mike's?
You did it.
I understand that.
One second, please,
What
please.
is that?
Hold on, please. I'm not raising my voice, anything more than to just have a timeout, but hold on one second, ma'am. Just wait for, and Mr. Gubitose has to do the same. We can't have two people speaking over each other. So Mr. Gubitose, why don't you ask the question again? All right. Thank you.
You don't remember what you reposted?
And Gubitose, why are you so angry? Why are you so angry at this witness? She has a First Amendment right to have opinions on things. Why are you so angry, man?
I can't see, no.
Okay,
From
no.
July 10th, I can't read. My point being is, I'm sorry, I can't see it, is my problem.
If I may, for the witness.
She posts under the name Maureen Sullivan Torrisi. That was what he said.
Exhibit it up here, maybe if it's bigger.
Oh, good. Put it on the big screen so we can all see it.
I don't see the relevance of this, Judge. I object.
All right, well,
And there's no foundation as to why it might affect our state of mind or lives.
all right, let's first things first. Let's mark it for ID.
I can't read it either for the record. So.
I don't think she's a Sullivan sister. No, no.
Exhibit E for identification.
Okay. All right. Now, I guess my question for Mr. Gubitose is, why would the putting it on the screen
I just want
allow
her
it to be
see
more legible?
Well, it may be bigger, then I would ask her to go up to the screen to look at it.
He wants the world to see it.
Is there an objection?
I can't read it, so I don't know what it says, so I don't know if I should object to it.
All right. So let's take it a step at a time.
Okay, Gubitose. Look at him with his his foot up. He's leaning on the podium. He thinks he's really got the, he's got the crowning blow here. The smirk on his face, his posture is everything. He's got his right elbow on the podium, waving around that piece of paper. Just like Daley looked when he was waving that restraining order around, walking into Kelsey's house to serve her with it. He thinks he's got the smoking gun here. Let's see what happens.
So you can put it on the screen. She can take a look and just yes or no whether it allows you to read it. You can get off the stand and approach the screen if you'd like.
Okay, I'm going to tell you what it says. It's a post from MAUREEN Sullivan Torrisi, July 10th, 2025, which was way before she ever spoke to Noonan. She said on August 20th. She reposted Mike Crawford's post. It looks like a Facebook post. And Mike Crawford's post says, Attorney Tim Bradl on North Andover Police use of deadly force against his client, North Andover Police Officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And it looks like perhaps it's Tim Bradl's press release that was published, I think around that time, but I can't read it either. I'm sure one of you eagle eyes will find it on Facebook if it's still there and send it to my inbox.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Ruane, that was exhibit what?
E.
Read the big print.
Up here?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's factual, no biggie.
Use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay. And so it's a statement. I'll let you get back at that one.
Just for the record, I could not hear what she just said. I could see
I can
something.
read it from here, the big,
Okay.
right, it's just my eyesight's horrible.
Sure.
Yeah, I just can't read the context. It says Attorney Tim Bradl on North Andover Police use of deadly force against his client, North Andover Police Officer Kelsey
Okay, so you
Fitzsimmons.
reposted the statement that Attorney Bradl made about the case, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
She lives in the town. Who cares? She might be interested in what's going on in her town.
Now, you said you comment about news articles also, correct?
I have no idea.
Okay, may I
What do you-
approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you and just ask if you can look and see if you recognize that. What's that date?
August 14th.
Okay, and you see something that you wrote?
Just yes or no?
Just,
Yeah.
yes, that's my name, and yes, this is it's a comment.
It's a comment that
To a
you
post.
made to an article, correct?
Excuse me.
Well,
Hold on one second. Please mark it for ID, please.
She's a double secret agent who is sent out to get information from Noonan.
And Mr. Bradl, you've seen this?
I have it.
Okay.
Exhibit F, so marked.
Note the internet is forever, people.
So August 14th, you commented, correct?
I did.
Can you read what you said?
Can I read it?
Can you read out loud what you said?
Oh, sure. Joseph LaHood, I'm commenting too. Yeah. Got proof or evidence of this narrative? This incident was a setup from the get-go. Their narrative will not pass the smell test. I hope all involved are ready for their tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. Ask Norfolk County, Mass State Police, and Canton Police are doing these days. We have just begun.
Wow.
So we have just begun. So you feel like you have a stake in this game?
Not at all.
You feel that you're akinning this to the Karen Reed trial, right?
Yes.
That there's a cover-up.
Well, not that there's a cover up.
Well, those were your words, weren't they?
I don't know if is that what it says in there? I forget what that says in there.
Is she a cupcake? I don't know. God forbid she have an opinion of what's going on in her town.
From the get-go.
Here's the other thing. Didn't Noonan admit that he called her a whack job? So this isn't really landing the way Gubitose thinks it's going to land. Or did he say he didn't call her a whack job? Or did he say, I don't recall? Hold on. Somebody said she's a true crime YouTuber? Hold on.
In there, I forget. I don't know if is that what it says in there? I forget what that says in there.
Let's go.
A setup from the get-go, correct?
Correct.
And tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. And then
Correct.
you mentioned Norfolk, Mass State Police,
Yep.
and the Canton Police.
I did.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay. So a cover.
Well, yeah, it's the judicial system seems to be
Tell
going
us.
awry, and there's more eyes on things now.
Preach.
Okay, I'm going to show you something else. I'm sorry.
Preach, Sus. Afro Man, the new face of the First Amendment.
Let's have that mark on your way out. Thanks.
Noonan said he probably did call her that, right? This is confirmation.
Mark this identification.
Exhibit G, so marked.
Thank you. Can you first look at it and see if you recognize it?
Sure.
So look at the first page. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
Okay. Can you flip to the second page?
I sure
See if you
can.
make a comment to that?
This is showing the outrage of everyone in Massachusetts.
Yep. I sure did.
Can you
Stacy says they want to shame citizens for using their First Amendment rights so they will stop expressing their opinions. Exactly. Exactly. They want to intimidate the people of Massachusetts from being allowed to express their opinions online about their police officers. Wow. That's exactly why the First Amendment was enacted, wasn't it? To speak out against the government without fear of retribution. Here it is. The District Attorney's Office of Essex County is trying to scare the residents by doing this. She's not afraid, I don't think. Let's see what happens. Keep going.
read the first page of
The post itself.
Yeah.
Today, it's from the North Andover Police Department. Today is National Police Women's Day. Please join us in recognizing Sergeant Katie, can't say her last name. Do you
If
want
you
to
can't
spell
read
it?
the last name, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Sergeant Julie Nigro and School Resource Officer Stephanie Rizzo. They have over 43 years of combined experience, and it shows, as all three demonstrate strong leadership inside and outside our department walls. We appreciate their immense dedication to helping both residents and visitors in the North Andover community every day. Thank you for your service.
And you commented on that, correct?
I sure did.
What did you say?
Own it.
Wow, let's hope they stay safe from their colleagues.
Wow. And they didn't mention Kelsey. And they didn't mention Kelsey in their post about North Andover Police Officers Women's Day. Women's Day. Let's see, what did she say to that?
What did you say?
Wow, let's hope they stay safe from their colleagues.
Wow, let's hope they stay safe from their colleagues. What's wrong with that?
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Redirect.
Word content, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
Wow, Gubitose, that did not land the way you
may
think it did.
call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the defendant calls Lauren Page.
Lauren.
This will be Kelsey's mother. Wow. There's going to be a lot of blowback on this tonight. I fear. No, actually, I think it's amazing that the Essex County ADA would get up there and try to shame a woman for what she wrote on the internet. Wow. And I think we're going to get to see Martha Coakley in action.
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat right there. You can pull yourself right up to the mic.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Mrs. Page. I'm going to ask you to give your full name, first name, last name, and spell it, mostly for our stenographer, if you can do that.
Sure. Lauren Page, Lauren, Page, Page.
Okay, I'm just also going to note that because the windows are open, occasionally we have fire trucks go by. So if we hear that, we'll stop our conversation. Okay? Sure. Thank you. Mrs. Page, you're the mother of Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes.
And you have to say yes or no again for the stenographer.
Yes.
And what's she wearing today?
A white blazer.
Can I have the record reflect, Your Honor, that this witness has identified her daughter as the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Kelsey's father is Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that correct?
Yes.
And is he your ex-husband?
Yes.
And you are now married to William Page, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us just roughly, you were together with William Page since 2011, and then you've been married since 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have another child besides Kelsey with Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that right?
Yes.
And who is that?
Stephen Jr.
And is he 6 years older than Kelsey?
Yes.
Your husband, Will Page, also has 2 children from a prior marriage, is that correct?
Correct.
And who are they?
Madison Page and William Page.
Okay. And how old are those children?
Madison will be 18 on the 31st of this month, and Willie is 20.
Okay. And those families are friendly, are they not?
Yes.
Where did you grow up, Mrs. Page, and go to high school?
Arlington, Mass.
And did you have education after high school?
Yes, I did a 2-year paralegal program at Aquinas Junior College in Newton.
And did you become employed after school?
I did. I worked for Shawmut Bank.
Okay. And in general, what was the nature of that first job you had?
Teller assistant manager. Excuse me.
And since that time, you've been employed, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live now, Mrs. Page?
Methuen, Mass.
And I won't ask you the address. We don't need that. And where do you work now?
I work for Sullivan Mechanical. It's in Wilmington.
In Wilmington. And how far away is your home from the North Andover home where Kelsey Fitzsimmons lived in June of 2025?
8 minutes.
And how about your place of work? How far away is that?
20.
Kelsey went to college, did she not?
Yes, she did.
And after that, did you stay close with her?
Yes.
Close to her today?
I'm sorry?
Are you close with her also today?
Yes. Yes.
And did Kelsey live in Methuen with you and Mr. Page, his son and daughter, from before Christmas 2025 until recently?
Yes.
When Kelsey finished college, did she do about 1.5 years of law school?
Yes.
And you're aware she applied to become a corrections officer in Essex County, is that correct?
Yes.
And she served as an Essex corrections officer before she went to the North Andover PD.
She did.
And all during that time, you were close in contact with her. Fair to say she was in your life, you were in hers?
Absolutely.
Okay. And again, what town do you and Will live in now?
Same, Methuen.
In Methuen, okay. At some time, did Kelsey move to North Andover?
Yes.
And did she first have an apartment and then bought a house? Is that right?
Yes.
Where did Kelsey live when she served as a corrections officer?
Her apartment in North Andover.
And again, how far away is that from where you lived in Methuen and where you live now?
8-10 minutes.
Close drive, correct? Yes. And you knew that your daughter Kelsey was engaged to Justin Alayan, did you not?
I did.
And you also knew that Kelsey had a child, of course, is that right?
Yes.
And that Justin was the father.
Yes.
You knew they were planning to get married in October of 2025?
Yes.
And did you know her fiance's parents, sister, just yes or no?
Yes.
You had met them upon occasion and socialized with them, is that right?
Yes.
And you knew that they lived in Stowe, Massachusetts, is that also correct?
Correct.
During this time that your daughter had her baby Caden, did you ever babysit for him?
We did, yes.
And could you just tell generally, what kind of baby was he? Fussy, calm? Can you give us a description of the baby?
Caden was very easygoing, very happy baby.
Easy to take care of?
Yes.
And generally, in your experience, when did he cry?
If he needed to eat.
When he was hungry?
Yes.
And when you, I'm going to draw your attention now to June 30th, 2025. And we're going to focus on that day. Caden's about 4 months old, is that right?
Yes.
At that time? And where was Caden living at the time on June 30th, 2025?
Phillipsbrook Road in North Andover.
With Kelsey, is that?
No. The baby is alive and well, but grandma has not seen the baby since June 30th of 2025. She's not been allowed to see the baby. She has filed a petition to be able to have visitation with the baby. It keeps getting pushed, and grandparents really don't have any rights in Massachusetts. And so she has not seen Caden, and that's why she is referring in the past tense. But I'm just going to trigger warn you right now, because she's going to describe what happened on June 30th. And as a mother, this is going to be very triggering for me. And as a parent, it may be very triggering for you as well. This is every mother's worst nightmare. And here we go. The events of June 30th, 2025.
Correct?
Yes.
Mrs. Page, did you know that Kelsey had been cleared to go back to work in a few days from June 30th?
Yes.
And on that day, were you aware that she was going to the North Andover Police Department in order to do some CPR training?
Yes.
Were you aware that she was going to take Caden with her during that training?
I was aware.
I'm just going to ask you yes or no. Did Kelsey call you that day? This is June 30th.
Yes.
And at what time, any time after noon, do you recall that she called you?
2:30.
And did she give you some information about where she was headed when she talked to you?
Yes, she was going to meet Justin at the Common in North Andover.
Okay. And did she talk with you at some time to let you know if and when she was headed back to her house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
3:30.
And did you and she agree to meet at her house?
Yes, I met her at the house after work.
And about what time was that, if you recall?
3:30, 3:45.
Yeah. And you were working that day, right?
Yes.
And your place of work was close enough by that you could do that?
Yes, my route to and from work, I drove by her house.
So if you were going from Wilmington to Methuen, you would actually go by where Kelsey lived,
Yes.
correct? Do you remember what time you arrived again? What time did you get to Kelsey's house that afternoon from work?
I want to say it was 3:30, 3:45.
Okay. Who else was there when you got there?
No one, just Kels, baby.
And Kelsey?
Yes.
And just generally, without giving us the conversation, what topic or topics did you discuss?
Kelsey was sad that Justin blew her off and didn't show up at the Common to meet her. She couldn't understand why. She was confused why he would ask her to come and then just ghost her.
And what would you say was her demeanor at that time when you were talking with her at home?
Sad, confused.
How long did you stay when you got there around 3:30?
I left around 5:20, 5:30.
And just in general, again, Mrs. Page, what were you doing while you were there with Kelsey and Caden?
We sat in our living room, played with Caden, talked. I did some dishes in our kitchen. Basically just sat and talked.
Okay. Do you know what time you left?
Between 5:20 and 5:30.
And where were you going immediately? Where were you headed to?
CVS in Methuen.
And originally you were going to CVS. Where were you originally headed after that?
Home.
And that's your home in Methuen?
Yes.
Right.
She left right before everything went down. Anybody think Justin was watching on the cameras waiting for her to leave? Anyone? Bueller?
Did you get another call from Kelsey while you were at the CVS?
I did.
And as a result of that call, Mrs. Page, what did you do?
Went back to her house.
Do you recall what time you arrived at her house?
5:45.
So it's a pretty quick time between the time you left, went to CVS, and then went back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us again the time to drive to CVS from Kelsey's house.
Under 10 minutes.
When you arrived at the house at that time, can you tell us what's the first thing you saw?
Police cars.
Did you go in the house?
Yes, I went right up.
And doors open. You've been in and out of that door before many times, correct?
Yes, went right up to her porch.
Did you see anything on the porch?
It's the police officer holding Caden.
And at that time, did you know which police officer that was?
No.
He was holding Caden, you said,
Yes.
correct?
I didn't hear the answer.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, thank you.
A police officer was in uniform, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't know who he was at the time?
No.
What happened next once you saw the police officer holding Caden?
Caden was crying, so I asked if I could take Caden from him so I could settle him down.
And did the police officer give you Caden?
He did.
Is that still on the porch outside, or were you inside?
Right on the porch, we exchanged the baby.
So you're holding Caden, and what happens next?
I brought him inside to Kelsey's living room, where there was another police officer.
And did the officer who gave you Caden also come into the house with you?
No,
Do you know where he went?
I don't.
Okay. So you are holding the baby, you're in the living room with another police officer. And can you tell us what happened next?
Justin walked in with his sister, Courtney.
And Justin is the fiance that we spoke about earlier, right?
Yes.
And his sister, what's her name?
Courtney?
They both came in while you were in the living room?
Yes, they walked in.
Do you know about how long you were there before they arrived?
Minutes.
Are you still holding the baby at this stage?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happens next, Mrs. Page?
The officer in the living room asked me to hand Caden to Justin.
And had either Kelsey or the police officer, when you arrived, told you about the restraining order? Just yes or no?
No.
Oh.
And
Didn't even tell her why they were there?
did you actually give, who did you give the baby to, I should say?
I handed the baby to Justin. Justin turned and handed Courtney the baby.
And what did they do next?
Left.
Did you have any conversation with them, just yes or no?
No.
Did they take anything for the baby with them, if you remember?
car seat, I believe.
And they left together, if you recall. Is that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Mrs. Page, when you arrived, did you see your daughter on the first floor?
No.
Did you know where she was?
Upstairs.
And while you were downstairs, did you hear anything coming from the second floor? Just yes or no for now.
Yes.
Can you tell us what you heard?
I heard a gentleman say, "Kelsey, no, Kelsey, no." And then 2 gunshots.
And can you give us some idea of how quickly those shots were connected to each other?
It was Kelsey, no, bang, bang.
Shots in quick succession. Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. Every mother's worst nightmare. Don't you think maybe it would have made more sense to go and serve Kelsey with the restraining order while her mother was actually there to defuse the situation? And that way the baby could have been held and comforted while the officers did whatever it is that they had to do, rather than call the very man who had the restraining order against Kelsey, which means that they both had to stay a certain distance from each other. They hunted her that day, says Jen. We knew he was watching the cameras. They made a big deal about where Kelsey's car was parked. Maybe her mom needed to park in the driveway for whatever reason. We don't know. We still don't know what the big deal about her car Kelsey parking her car 150 yards away from the house, why that was a big deal. But we know that they waited until her mom left to go in and ambush her, right? Wow.
Did you hear Kelsey say anything from the second floor?
No.
Could you hear her make any noises?
Yes.
And Mrs. Page, what happened next?
I saw Justin run by the windows on the porch. And after that, officers came in, EMTs came in, running up the stairs. And I was let out of the house. I was let out by an officer.
And what was your frame of mind, state of mind at that stage?
I was pretty upset.
And were you making any noise?
I was screaming.
When is the next time you saw your daughter, Mrs. Page?
At the trauma room at Mass General.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
No question.
Okay.
No cross.
Thank you very much. You may sit.
Was it a setup?
Thanks. And defense, you may call your next witness. Yes.
I think Kelsey was wiping away tears. Let me just go back a second. Yeah, she's wiping away tears.
Stand down, thanks. And defense, you may call your next witness. Yes.
Tim Bradl said they only had 2 to 3 witnesses. Kelsey's going with them to sidebar. All right, they're taking a 15 to 20 minute recess. Okay, we're about 13 minutes behind, so they should be coming back soon. And then we're in real time. I guess maybe they're deciding whether or not Kelsey will testify. Clearly, she was a little shooketh. Maybe she needed a little break. I think her mom did great. And so we wait. Sometimes there are benefits to stopping and talking about the testimony as it plays out in real time. Wow. Charlie says mainstream media writes for likes. Truth be damned. Thanks, Charlie, for tuning in from down under for your super chat. Masters of Criminology. Yeah, a lot of people pointed this out in the chat that shooting left-handed versus right-handed is based upon your eye dominance and not necessarily hand dominance, which is why I had a feeling that that could be the case. And so I didn't really make a big deal about evidence that was posted recently on socials that Noonan writes with his left hand, but said that he was right-handed. I don't know. Technically, is he left-handed if he writes with his left hand, but he shoots with his right hand? He could have clarified that, right? Thank you for your 5. Resisting Arrest says, Runkle's in Edmonton, 3 hours up the road from me. Thank you. Thanks for being here for 15 months. Hayden's Ma says, beyond words, just like you said. Thanks for being here for a year. Oh, Schmoopy says, I had my son at 29, was sleep-ridden, a single parent of a colicky baby, and heartbroken over my ex leaving us. I would have wanted to die if someone wanted to take my baby away. Thank you for your 10. Life of a New Hampshire sports mom says, thanks, Mel. You have helped along with Auntie Deb. 2 months sober. Congratulations. You both are exactly what I need. I had PPD. It's rough, free Kelsey. So you get it. One day at a time. Thanks for your 5. Jordan said, it's almost like they didn't want to prevent the whole thing. This is exactly how they wanted it to go, except the part where she survived. Thank you, Jordan, for your 5. A desire for civil discourse, thanks for your 10, says, shooting hand goes with eye dominance, not handedness. Don't believe Noonan, though. They obviously screwed up by not securing the weapons and created the environment for this to happen. Thank you. Desiderata from Canada says, smash that like button, please. Hype, live stream after. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in from Canada and for being such a great part of the conversation here all the time. Not that Mickey from South Africa. Mel, Runkle said that unless Kelsey Fitzsimmons pulled a John Wick, he doesn't believe Noonan's version. He said it wouldn't have been 4 seconds. I heard him too. And I believed it. Double trouble. We need Duty, Ron, and Ed to comment on Noonan. I don't know if they're covering this case. I don't know. Thank you. They've been working on Nancy Guthrie for a while. Thanks for your super chat. Liz says, morning, longtime lurker. Heard my 6-year-old son singing Cool Heads Will Prevail last night. We both love your streams. Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You have a very smart 6-year-old. That's why I try and keep it clean. One of the reasons why I do. Rhonda, thank you so much for your Cash App. Says you're amazing. I love the breakdown. You're a sweetheart. Thank you so much. Sherry, thank you so much for your very generous Cash App yesterday. Says, thanks for your amazing coverage. You guys rock. Kimberly, thank you so much. She says on Cash App, this is for copay for Melanie Law Therapy. Thank you, Kimberly. I appreciate you so. Caesar says, thank you so much for the new cupcakes. I love you with all my heart. Yeah, the 2-year members, I made a new cupcake for 2 years because it's been longer than 2 years. When I first started this channel, a little over 2 years ago, I guess, right? So we didn't have as many. I mean, who knew if I would be doing this still in 2 years? And here we are. Sarah, be creative. I love you with all of my heart right back. 20 months. You're an OG. Mandy says, please, can I ask for prayers for my mother-in-law? Today is her birthday. She's currently in the hospital and she's been diagnosed with motor neuron disease. Prayers up for your mother-in-law. Happy birthday to her. Tell your friends, tell your family. We are waiting to see if Kelsey takes the stand. Max says, what exactly was denied? Sorry. Oh, thanks for your 10. After the close, after the state rested, first thing this morning, the defense made a motion, as they often do, or always do really, after the close of the state's case, asking for a directed verdict. It is on paper. We did not hear any oral argument on it. It was quickly denied by Judge Karp from the bench, and then the defense started its case. And so far, we've seen 2 witnesses from the defense. MAUREEN Tollisi, who was the neighbor of Noonan, who apparently heard about this case through Young Jerks Mike Crawford and posted some things on the internet that Gubitose wanted the world to think were not appropriate and in some way made her biased because she was horrified about what was going on in North Andover. And she had a conversation with Noonan about what happened because she's his neighbor and she was walking his dog and they ran into each other. And he said Kelsey Fitzsimmons was indeed a whack job. Thanks, Mac, for your 10. Jules said, why would they not have a copy of the search warrant and the judge that signed for it? Love you from Windsor, Canada. Who didn't have a copy of it? Did they not produce it in court? Was I not paying attention? Was it not turned over to the defense? Hold, Jules, while I find out the answer to those questions. I was a little bit distracted by the chat at one point during the testimony of the first witness called by the Commonwealth this morning, the MSP trooper who was the lead investigator, David Strong, said it took him 2 hours to fill out. It wasn't produced in court. He just didn't have a copy of it with him, I think, right? It sounds like the original search warrant was never produced. It's not a Brady violation. I'll have to go back and listen to that portion of it. Nicole said, in 1964, my grandmother fought with her married boyfriend over a gun and it went off in his gut. Oh, man. He lived a few doors down, walked home, and died 3 days later. 6 months later, she was found not guilty. Crime of passion. So crazy. That is so crazy, Nicole. Thanks for your 20. Rebecca said, good morning. All I can think of is thank God Kelsey is in the courthouse and alive. I worked in a lab, and even if a cop was in a no-fault accident, we would obtain urine and blood 24/7. Yeah. Noonan was never drug tested after the shooting. I have a lot of questions about that. It's against policy and procedure, but why didn't they do it? They just didn't. They just didn't. Thanks for your super chat. Honey Kid says, I'm that nosy neighbor. I feel so seen right now. Yeah. Yeah. I guess that's why a lot of people don't use their real name on the internet, right? So they can post without any ramifications. And this woman owned it. She owned it, Maureen. Charlie said maybe she can see a setup when it's there. Thanks, Charlie, from tuning in from down under. Kathy's Crafty Life said, someone check on Maureen after today. Protect her at all costs. Thanks, Kathy, for your 10. Bailey said, on Monday, Justin freaked me out. Non-blinker. Thanks, Bailey. Broken became a member. Welcome. Afro Man's Freedom Suit is here and says, Gubitose thinks he's got the drop on the defense. I think that's going to backfire on him. We already know Massachusetts selectively persecutes its citizens and selectively enforces its laws like witness intimidation for things that are clearly free speech and protected under the First Amendment. We see Aidan Carney charged with a lot of felony witness intimidation charges. Apparently, the Essex County DA doesn't even want people to think they can post their opinions on the internet, or they'll be shamed in court. I think it backfired. Tell me what you think. Thanks for your 5. Laura says, strong mama equals strong daughter. I can't even imagine what they both went through that day. Kimberly says, what testimony by her mom? I pray for Kelsey. Prayer hands up for Kelsey. Purple hearts. Purple's her favorite color, which is why many supporters in the courtroom are wearing purple. Cindy says, following since duty, Ron, thanks for all you do. Oh, thanks for being here for 28 months. I guess that's the beginning. Damn straight. NAPD wanted her off the force. This was their ticket. That's the ticket. It says damn straight. That's the ticket. Harsh Marsh, also from Canada, says Martha is fantastic at asking questions, very clear. I wonder if Martha, if Kelsey's going to take the stand next, I wonder if Martha will be the one questioning her. She's got a very gentle touch. I like her. Afroman's Freedom Suit says Martha's voice kind of reminds me of Candace Bergen. Oh, that's interesting. I'll listen to it when she comes back. I listened to, I think it was Houston yesterday, who reminded me of Nicolas Cage in the old days. Close your eyes. He sounded to me just like Nicolas Cage. Thanks for your 5. Ms. Holmes says, why didn't Bradl ever asked why North Andover Police Department didn't test PN? Didn't test Noonan? I think it's been brought up that he wasn't tested. I don't know that why he wasn't was a proper question, but I think the judge can draw inferences from it. And Noonan wouldn't be able to answer that question. I don't know that there's been a witness on the stand who would have been the proper witness to ask why. Thanks, Ms. Holmes. Charlie says, if it looks like a setup and sounds like a setup, guess what? Thanks, Charlie. Deborah Guzman says, I found you on duty, Ron, and never looked back. Oh, joined and never looked back 23 months ago. Thanks, Deborah. Yeah, I started the channel. It was June of 2023. I think I posted my first videos or did my first live streams, and it was on Kevin Costner's divorce. We're back. Judge is coming to the bench. Come on back to your screen.
Record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, defense, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
There it is. Kelsey's on the stand, everyone. Tell your friends. Kelsey's taking the stand. We can't wait. She's been waiting to tell her story for a long time. Here we go.
If you raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
You may have a seat and put yourself right up to that mic.
We have a tiny Jesus emoji.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, miss.
Good morning.
State your name and spell your last name.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons, Fitzsimmons.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Do you mind? I'm just pulling that mic a little bit closer just so that we can hear you.
Is that better?
And I didn't hear your last answer.
I'm 29 years old.
29. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's better. Thank you.
And what's the town of your residence?
Currently, Newburyport.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in
Methuen?
Massachusetts.
And did you live there your whole life?
Most of it, yes.
Did you go to high school there?
I did.
And where did you go?
Methuen High School,
When did you graduate?
2015.
And you lived there with your parents and your family?
Yeah, I lived with my mom and my dad. There were 2 different houses.
Tell the judge a little bit about your upbringing and your family and who's who.
So I have my mom, my dad, my mom Lauren, my dad Stephen, my older brother, my biological older brother Stephen Jr., and then I have my stepfather William Page, his 2 kids that I consider my brother and sister, Madison and William.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the names.
My younger brother and sister are Madison and William.
Madison and William. Did you say that they were step-siblings?
They are step, yes.
Okay. Try to keep your voice up.
Okay,
Just
sorry.
Use the mic,
Okay.
kind of like I am, like that.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Kelsey. So you guys are a close family, right?
Yes.
And they've been with you through this process the whole time, right?
The whole time.
When did you graduate high school?
2015.
Did you go to college?
I did.
And where'd you get your degree from?
I got my degree from Fisher College. I got my Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice.
What year was that?
2020.
What were some of the awards and distinctions you received at Fisher College?
I think my junior year, I was inducted into the Criminal Justice Honor Society. In my senior year, I was voted in as the president of the Criminal Justice Club, and I just worked closely with campus police there and the advisor of the Criminal Justice Club.
Did you work while you were in college?
I did.
Where'd you work?
I worked for the college as a work study, and I also worked as like a host slash waitress down the street at a restaurant called Cheers.
Did you do any security work?
Yeah, in 2016, I was hired by Fenway Park Security, and I believe I worked there in 2017. And like throughout all of Fisher College, I worked for campus police as a work study, like a dorm proctor, checking IDs of students.
After graduating Fisher College, you had the B, is it a BA or a BS?
Yes.
BS in criminal justice.
Yes.
And what was your kind of goal for your life and your career with that degree?
When I graduated, it was the peak of COVID, so everything got a little confusing on what my next steps were. My plan originally was to try to go straight to a police academy, but when I graduated, there was no police academies running, so I decided to, because I love school, I decided to further my education and go to law school.
Where did you go? And tell us about law school a little bit.
I went to Massachusetts School of Law. I did about 3 semesters, and then some academies started to run again.
And did that change your pathway?
It did.
What happened?
The Essex County Sheriff's Department started doing Sheriff's Department academies again. So I applied to be a corrections officer, and that was in 2020. And I went through their academy in 2021.
Where's that academy?
Their academy is at the Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And what was the course of study? Just in general, what did it entail and how long was it?
It was 3 months. It had to do with just the training of being a corrections officer. Our whole job was safety and security of the inmates that were housed in the jail. So it went a lot into safety and security.
So you spent 3 months at the Sheriff's Academy.
Yes,
And you were hired by the Essex County Sheriff?
I was, yes.
When was that roughly?
That was in 2021. I think it was September of 2021.
What was your kind of original first assignment when you got to the Sheriff's Department? How did you start there?
I worked in housing. I was assigned to housing the whole time I worked there.
Did you have any other jobs while you were at the Essex Sheriff?
When you pick up a overtime shift there, they kind of just throw you in where somebody's needed. So I did a lot of different jobs just through all the overtime I worked, which included transportation of inmates to and from court. I would work in programs. They have church and school for the inmates that reside there. And there's outer perimeter security where you drive a cruiser around the perimeter of the jail to ensure no one's coming in or out. I did things like that on my overtimes.
Okay. And in terms of the transport, you were actually the person that kind of comes to here to court, goes in the lockup, delivers prisoners, picks up prisoners, brings them back?
Yes.
How long were you at the Essex Sheriff?
About 2 years.
What, and at that point you had a career path decision, right? A
Yes.
different decision.
I did.
And what was that decision?
I always knew I wanted to be a police officer.
And was there some opportunities that came up in that respect?
Yes, while I was working for the Sheriff's Department, I had moved to North Andover. I really liked the town I lived in, and I wanted to work in it as a police officer.
So what did you do?
I applied to the North Andover Police Department.
Did you interview with Lieutenant Daly, was it?
I did. He was on a panel interview. They call it like an oral board. It included Lieutenant Daly and several other members of the North Andover Police Department.
And I take it that you're not going to get hired there unless they approve you.
Yes.
And that happened and you were hired?
Yeah, they do an extensive hire check.
Background check and so
Yeah,
forth?
like there's a lot that goes with it.
What you would expect in terms of a police officer getting hired?
Yes.
What's the first step when you get hired as a police officer? What do you do next?
You have to go to the police academy for 6 months.
So you've been through a 3-month Essex Sheriff Police Academy, training academy, and now you're about to start a 6-month North Andover Police Academy training, right?
Yes.
And where did that training take place?
That also took place down the hall at Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill.
And you spent 6 months going to that?
6 months, yes.
Was that, is that something where you like stayed there the whole time, or did you come and go? Did you commute? How does that work?
I commuted. I got there in the morning, left sometime in the evening, and we had weekends off. So it's 5 days a week.
When did you graduate from there?
I graduated in May of 2024.
And did you run for any positions within the academy that they have in your class?
Yes, while I was in the police academy, I ran for treasurer, and I became the treasurer of my class.
And what does that entail?
That entails everything financial through our academy. I would collect, we had like academy dues, I would collect them, and we would purchase things that we wanted, such as like sweatshirts and sweatpants to wear for our PT days, as well as an academy sweatshirt. I also planned our graduation party. So I had to book it, collect the funds for it, and plan it, essentially.
And is it a situation where there's different classes going on at once, like class of 2020, class of 2021, like that?
Yeah.
Right. And you were the class of 20?
Well, my class was called Rock 5. So I don't know how the numbers go, but the one before me was 4 and the one after me was 6. I was Rock 5, ROC 5.
All right. And when did ROC 5 graduate?
May of 2024.
And you graduated with the class?
I did.
And what was your first assignment with the North Andover PD?
You first go to patrol on FTO, and FTO is meaning you're with a field training officer. So you ride with somebody in the same cruiser for a period of time.
Who were your field training officers?
So I had several, because you do different shifts. I had field training on day shift. My field training officer was Officer Tierney. I had field training on the 4 to midnight shift, and my field training officers were Officer Furman, now Detective Furman, and Officer Sousa.
The entire time you were there, were there any other FTOs that you had, just to kind of list them all off?
I think there's multiple officers there that are FTO trained, but those were the ones that were assigned to me to train me.
So you were, I'm sorry.
No.
Oh, yeah.
I hope it's not Sean Sousa. He was in Dartmouth or Fall River.
So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, in your employ at the North Andover PD, you assumed the job of a regular patrol officer at some point, I take it?
Yes, I was a patrol officer.
And after you finish with field training officers, do they have some sort of a say in how you function in the field and report back to the administration or the supervisors about how you're functioning?
Yeah, so the supervisor on your shift, your field training officer gives them, like, I think it's a weekly report of how I did on calls and what calls we went on together and how I performed, stuff like that. And eventually, I don't know exactly how many weeks I was on field training, but after it's complete, the sergeant will take you in his cruiser and you drive his cruiser and respond to calls or make traffic stops. And then he decides if you are signed off on, and I was signed off. And that day I got my own cruiser.
And when was that, if you remember, just roughly?
I think it was in end of June or early July of 2024.
And just a few things I want to just tick off on the list of things a police officer does. Did you serve restraining orders?
I have before.
Have you testified in court?
I have.
And you've made arrests?
I have.
Now, at the time, moving over to your personal life, at some point you met someone named Justin Elaine, right?
Yes.
And what was your experience with Justin Elaine in a nutshell?
My experience in a nutshell, we met through Facebook. We went on a few dates. We ended up hitting it off. Was in the academy we were dating. He is a North Andover firefighter. At my police graduation, he pinned me, and then I would see him on calls sometimes, and we eventually moved in with each other. We got engaged. We had a baby.
And what was the baby's name? What's the baby's name?
My son's name is Caden.
How old is he today?
He's 13 months.
And Justin Elaine is the father?
He is.
Notice how she smiles when she speaks about the baby. She has not been able to see her baby since June 30th of 2025 up until today. She has missed every milestone since he was 4 months old, including not only developmental milestones, but his baptism, his first birthday, maybe his first steps, maybe his first words, because of this event.
What happened on June 30th of 2025?
On June 30th of 2025, I woke up in the morning.
Let me be more specific.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did he take any actions relative to you in terms of your relationship that day?
Yes.
And what did he do?
He obtained a restraining order against me.
Is it fair to say that he broke up with you via a restraining order?
Yes. I did not speak to him. I realized our relationship was over when a restraining order was handed to me.
So let's rewind to the events of that day, okay? So that morning, were you home?
I was.
Who was home?
So my sister slept over the night previous, so June 29th to June 30th. So she was over in the morning.
Maddie?
That's Madison, yes. I was with my son. I had work at 1 p.m. I had to go to CPR training at 1 p.m.
Okay. Now, had you been out of work for a while?
I was, yes.
And when did you first go out of work?
I worked up until I gave birth. Caden came 5 weeks early, so I wasn't expecting it. So I went out basically the day I gave birth to him.
And his birthday is what?
February 16th, 2025.
Now, when you were seeking to go back to work, did you get cleared to go back to work in June of 2025?
Yes.
Did that entail going through certain trainings and getting reviewed and stuff?
I did.
What was the event on the 30th that you had to do to finish that off?
I had CPR training at 1 p.m. on the 30th scheduled.
Was that your last thing you had to kind of go through?
That was it. Yep.
Were you seeking to see Justin Elaine that day?
Yes, we had spoken through text and on the phone in the morning. I was asking if he would come home because he hadn't been home in days to be with Caden while I went to work. And his response basically was, I can pick him up and watch him. And I said, you're not a babysitter. So there was a bit of argument about that.
Text argument.
Yeah, it was like, you're his dad. You're not a babysitter. You can come home. I don't understand picking him up and watching him. That was very odd for me to hear as his father.
Moms don't like when dads say they're going to babysit their own kid, right?
Yes, like you're your dad.
We read the text messages one evening pre-trial. If you didn't hear them, they may be read now. We'll see.
And at some point, just to kind of cut to the chase on that, you made a plan to meet up in North Andover?
Yeah, there was a lot of texting back and forth. He originally said yes, and then he said no, and then he said, I'll meet you tomorrow. And I said, you have work tomorrow? That doesn't make any sense. He worked a 24-hour overnight shift. So
Was there something about gas money as well?
yeah, he said that he couldn't drive from Stowe, Massachusetts to North Andover because he had no gas in his truck. And I just was trying to get him to meet me. I'm like, we need to figure this out. I go to work in a couple hours. Like, we need to figure this out. He called me while I was driving to work and said, I'm on my way to North Andover.
Let me stop you right there.
Okay.
Let me just rewind you a little bit.
All right.
So there's some texting about this, right?
Yes.
And the texting that you have and that's been kind of passed around in the case, it doesn't end up with, okay, I'll come and meet you at the North Andover Common, right?
No.
So was that arrangement made outside of those texts?
Yes. Like, looking back now, I think it was strategic, but
All right, well, just, I don't want to
that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't want to ask for your opinion
Okay,
on it.
sorry.
I just want to, factually, I'd like to ask you, were there a couple calls back and forth that kind of
Yes.
set that up once and for all?
Yes, he called me on my way to work. I decided I'm gonna bring my son with me, which wasn't a big deal, but when I was on my way, he called
Well,
me.
hold on a second, just to be, yeah.
I just need to confer with court staff. Mr. Green, can you turn the?
Somebody just told me that Aiden posted that the ADA passed Martha Coakley a note that looked like it alarmed her. And now we see judge calling a recess. He needs to talk to court staff. And then one court officer whispers to another. Sorry, I got to mute this. Gubitose walks over and says something to Bradl. Everybody is standing up. Hold on. And then now he asked them to come to sidebar. I wonder what's going on in the gallery. Is he dropping the case? We wish, right? Yeah, so we'll see what happens. Now they're all up at sidebar. Said the ADA is upset that Kelsey's mom is in the room. She'd already testified. Turtleboy just updated. The note said Kelsey's mom is in the courtroom and she has to exit for a possible recall. Oh, really? They're going to recall her? Why didn't they cross her? They didn't even cross her, did they? They don't want Kelsey to have any support in that courtroom, do they? Oh, and now they're going to put on a rebuttal case? Gubitose? That noise is the sound machine that they put on in court so that nobody can hear what's happening at sidebar. Wow. They just don't want her to have any support. Oh, please. That's what they're discussing on sidebar. 8 minutes ago, Aiden posted the ADA just passed a note to Martha Coakley and said nothing. Whatever is on it caught her attention and seemed to alarm her. And then 2 minutes ago, Aiden said apparently the note that was passed was that Kelsey's mother is sitting inside the courtroom. The Commonwealth doesn't like this because they said she could be recalled. It's being discussed at sidebar. Come on, what? Typically, even under a sequestration order, after you're done with your testimony, you're allowed to sit in the courtroom. Okay, they're back.
And I'll come back in a couple of minutes. All right.
What did he say?
Short break.
Short break.
And I'll come back in a couple of minutes. All right.
Short break. Attorneys returning to their seats. Court TV camera, or wherever the pool camera is now focusing on the carpet. We have no fan here like we did in the Norfolk Superior Courtroom for 2 Karen Reed trials. We got very attached to that fan, didn't we? LISER says, why would North Andover Police Department want Kelsey off the force? I don't have any evidence that they did want her off the force. There had been some lawsuits filed against North Andover PD for the way they treated the women on the force. I think there was something like 3 women out of 40 officers, and there had been some lawsuits filed against them. I don't have any information on why they would want her off the force. I don't know. I can't opine to that, but if anybody else has any thoughts, you can tag at LISER. Thank you for your 20. Boston Lisa says, I love watching another trial with you. Are we all still in the dark to details of what happened at the Bachelorette weekend, which supposedly caused Justin to fear for himself and the baby? Well, Justin didn't testify about it. Maybe Kelsey will. It doesn't really have a place here. It's gonna come into play more in the family court. Although Kelsey did file some papers in the family court that said that the reason that they were fighting that weekend is because Justin wanted to do more drugs. Kyle says bad cops have set up good cops forever. Nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop, right, Kyle? Kelsey's on the stand if you're just joining. Court's taking a short break. Cupcakes for Justice says, for keeping Kitty occupied. Oh, is your kitty watching with you? Thanks for your super chat. Desiderata. From all of us to you, Kelsey, we love you. We support you. Melanie is your biggest cheerleader. I don't know about that. Thanks for giving women's inspiration to strength. Thank you for your super chat. Desiderata from Canada. Cupcakes for Justice said Karen Reed opened everyone's eyes to the Commonwealth lies. Amanda, thank you for your super sticker. Fairy Riven is here from Ireland, and she says strong, smart, independent, has been through the worst in life. She will be okay. Yes, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And I don't think anybody expected Kelsey to live. I don't. Her injuries were horrific. The fact that she was able to fight through that and live and survive after 5 surgeries. She was scheduled for a 6th. That didn't happen because they wouldn't take the ankle monitor off.
Okay. And Ms. Fitzsimmons, could you retake the stand? Thank you. Take your time.
Let me know when she starts speaking again. If the sound is, it seems like it's lower to me. I may have to boost it a little bit more.
Thank you. And just again, pull yourself up to that mic.
Yep.
Then make yourself comfortable.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, the last discussion we were having was that you were arranging to meet Mr. Elaine at the North Andover Common, is that right?
Yes.
And did he call you about it when you were on your way to CPR training?
He called me. I think I was putting Caden in his car seat. I missed it. And when I got on the road, I called him back.
And what was the conversation about meeting up?
It was quick. It was, Kelsey, I'm on my way to North Andover right now. My mom just gave me gas money. I'll meet you at the Common at 2. And I said, okay, I love you, bye. And the phone call had already hung up.
And after that, you went to work
I went to work
with Caden.
with Caden.
And what was the schedule? What was on the schedule for today, for that day at work?
It was a 1-hour CPR training. So it was going to go to about 2 p.m.
So it was 1 to 2?
Yes.
Did you get there on time?
I think I got there a couple minutes early.
What was the layout when you got there? Who was there? Where'd you go? What was the general kind of mood of you going there?
So I knew it was going to be held in the community room. I was told prior that's where it was going to be held. So right when you walk through the officer's entrance of the police department, the community room is the first door on your right. So I just entered right through there.
And you had your baby?
I did.
And it's fair to say this isn't a visit to the police department where you're in full uniform or anything, right?
No, I was in a t-shirt.
And that's because you're going to be training, working on, those rubber dummies that you trained for CPR with, right?
Yes.
Okay. Who met you when you got to the police department? Who was there?
Detective Gordon was conducting the training.
I'm sorry, did you say Gordon with the G?
Gordon, yeah, Gordon.
And you saw him?
Yes, he was conducting the CPR training.
Did you see any other friend and colleague officers around that time period?
I saw Lieutenant Domenico as well.
And did you have a chat with him?
We didn't really talk because I was in the middle of the training. It was just we waved to each other when he was walking out of the door.
What happened with Caden while you were doing the training?
I asked Detective Gordon if he wanted to hold him because I figured he hasn't held a baby in a long time. So it's kind of funny seeing guys that haven't held a baby in a long time and they're like, but.
Did he hold the baby?
He did, yeah.
And is he someone that you trust to hold your baby?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you let just anybody hold your baby?
No, Detective Gordon was my drill instructor for my 6-month police academy. So I knew him more because of that. I saw him every day for 6 months.
You trusted him?
Yeah.
And how did the training go?
It went fine. Normal. Passed.
How long did it take?
It takes about an hour.
What time did you finish?
I think it was around 2 p.m.
Who else did you see while you were at the station?
Just Lieutenant Domenico. I was supposed to pick up my radio from an administration office upstairs. And I had texted the person that was giving me the radio and said, I'm just going to grab it tomorrow because I was more focused on go to the park. So it's I can just drive to the station tomorrow and grab my radio.
Were you, quote unquote, on the schedule?
Yes.
Start soon?
Yes.
And what was the schedule when you were going to start?
I was going on to the day shift, which is 8 to 4 p.m. And I was supposed to start on July 4th.
You left the police station at about what time?
Detective Gordon walked me to my car. I probably pulled out around 2:05.
Where'd you go?
I drove down Osgood Street to the Common.
Who's this guy, Hunter Hassan?
That was one of Justin and I's mutual friends that lives in the town of North Andover.
Did you go by his house?
Yes. So the only logical way to get to the Common from the police station is to take Osgood Street, which is what I did. And he lives on that street. So I had to drive by his house when I was on my way to the Common.
Did you see anything at his house that surprised you?
Yes.
What did you see?
When I drove by, I saw Justin's truck. And at first I thought nothing of it. I thought maybe he got into town before I got out of training and stopped in, like that would be normal. But then I started noticing other cars I recognized there as well. And
Whose cars were those?
I saw my maid of honor's car, Katrina Caruso. I also saw people standing outside near his pool. I know I saw his sister, Courtney, Justin's sister, and I know I saw Michelle Mitchell, which was another one of my bridesmaids. So I was like, what is going on right now?
This meeting was not something that you knew about?
No, I was supposed to be meeting Justin, and Justin was at our mutual friend's house with people, and I just was so thrown off. I was confused.
How many of you would freak out about that? We read Justin's text messages and the way he was treating her that morning. She's going to meet him. She has to drive by their mutual friend's house, and all of her maid of honor, her bridesmaid, Hunter, her fiance, they're all at Hunter's house. How many of you would freak out about that? Anyone? A lot of you. Yeah.
Did you actually
Betrayal.
see Justin as part of those people you saw around his pool?
I drove by quick. I saw a group of people. I recognized the trucks and the people I did definitively see, yes. I know Justin was there.
From the truck?
Yeah, from his truck.
Okay. So in terms of your confusion, are you wondering if he's there or if he got a ride to the Common or something like that? Why didn't you just stop there and say, hey, what are you doing?
Well, because I was just driving by, and then I was like, well, that was weird. So I tried calling Justin, and then that's when it just communication stopped. No more, he was not answering my texts. He was not answering any more phone calls. I even went as far to text his friend Hunter and say, what is going on right now? And am I allowed to say what Hunter said back to me?
So did he respond to you?
He did, yes.
Did it affect your state of mind about what was going on?
No, it confused me even more because he said, oh, everyone's just meeting up for people who forgot things at the house from the bachelorette party that happened a couple of days prior. He said everyone was meeting there to pick up things that they forgot. And I was like, meeting in North Andover. And I was trying to make sense of it. And I was like,
Did that add to your confusion?
yeah, because I was like, this person lives.
Yarn, do you have a question?
So who said this and how? I didn't catch.
So I had texted when Justin had stopped answering me.
Yeah.
I texted his friend whose house he was at, and I knew he was there because I had to drive by from.
This is Hunter.
This is
Okay,
Hunter.
all right.
Yes.
Now I get it.
Okay. Yes.
Okay.
So I texted Hunter, and he told me everybody was meeting there to get things that they left at the bachelorette party, and it's like that's in my mind that made me even more confused and didn't make sense because everybody lives here, there. Why meet in North Andover?
Let me stop you right there. So as a result of that kind of adding to your mindset, sounds like adding to your confusion, right?
Confusion, yes.
Did you stick to the plan to go meet him at the Common, or did you divert somewhere else?
No, I went to the Common.
And you got there what time?
It was probably like 2:10.
And did you wait there with Kaden?
I did.
And approximately how long did you wait, if you can remember?
It was at least an hour. It could have been more.
Did you ever show up?
He never showed up.
What time did you make a decision to get out of there at some point?
Yeah, well, I was receiving other phone calls, which were adding to my confusion.
Not what was said, but from whom?
They were from Michelle.
And she was the woman who testified here yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she indicated that she was trying to meet up with you, and you were
To get coffee.
and you were trying to focus on
I said,
meeting with Justin.
Trying to meet Justin.
Okay.
Like, I love you. I'll call you later. Trying to meet my fiance at the park.
To Michelle, you said that.
Yes.
Okay. Did you go home after that?
Yes.
What time did you go home?
It was at least an hour after 2 p.m. So sometime around maybe 3:30, because I know I was waiting a while at the park. Caden's bottle had run out of milk, or formula, I had to go home.
Now, as you sat here for the last couple of days, you've heard a lot of business about where you parked your car. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So you didn't park in your driveway, right?
No.
And you parked your Jeep.
We're going to find out why she parked where she parked. The big mystery is finally going to be solved. They were all setting her up. They were all ganging up against her. She's an excellent witness so far. She comes across, in my opinion, very credible. They were all plotting against her. Imagine the feeling of betrayal that she felt, knowing that Justin was over there with Hunter. They're all hanging out by the pool. Some BS story about people coming to pick up stuff they left over the weekend. Michelle trying to get her to go for coffee.
Adjacent to a school at 125 Phillips Brooks Road, right?
My neighbor to my right is
And
school.
I should say for the record, your home is 125 Phillips Brooks
That's
Road.
my home.
Single family house in North Andover, right next to what school?
The Atkinson Elementary School.
And there's a big parking lot next to your fence line.
Yes.
And when you came back from the common, you parked in there.
Yes.
Why did you park in there?
Because I didn't know what was going on. I knew something was going on. I first have my fiance just not showing up to meet me and not talking to me anymore. And then somebody that doesn't know I saw them trying to call me, and they're trying to meet up with me. I'm trying to meet up with Justin. And a bunch of other people were there that didn't make sense. And I thought they were going to come to my house or something. So I didn't want anyone to know I was home. So I just parked at the school.
Okay. Did this have anything to do with the North Andover Police Department?
Had nothing to do with the North Andover Police Department.
So you parked at the school, and as a young new mom, you probably had a lot of stuff you had to carry.
I had his diaper bag. I had him in his little carrier. And I think I had my phone in my hands and my house keys.
And you walked around and you went to your door.
Yeah, it was genuinely a 60-second walk to my car to my house.
Sure.
From my car to my house.
And you went into that porch door that we've seen on the video here.
Yeah, my front door, it leads to a porch.
And then you get up on the porch and you make a left into another door into the house, right?
Yep.
What happened when you first got home? What did you do?
I made Kaden a bottle. I called my mom. I asked my mom if she would come over because it was like, what do I do? Like, what's going on?
So you wanted some support from mom.
Yeah, so like advice. My mom's my best friend. I knew she'd come over and maybe like have a different.
Figure this out.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll withdraw that, Judge. I'm just trying to move on. What was your?
Mr. Bradl, I'm sorry. I assume the objection is for leading?
Repeatedly, yes.
Okay. All right, yeah, if you can just stay away from leading, thank you.
What was your state of mind about having?
Gubitose had to add in, lead repeatedly. Oh, I wonder if he's going to be nasty to her. I wonder if he's going to be the one to cross her or his female co-counsel. We'll see.
Mom, come over.
Leading, thank you.
What was your state of mind about having mom come over?
I was sad. I was really confused, and I wanted her advice.
How far away does your mother live?
She lives in Methuen, so it was her house is about 7 to 8 minutes away, but I think she was on her way home from work at the time, and she has to drive right by my house, or my old house.
How was Caden at the Common and then getting home? How was he behaving in terms of fussiness, or was he okay, or sleeping, or quiet, or what?
I ran out of his bottle while at the Common. I thought I'd brought enough. I think if our plans played out, I would have had enough for taking a walk in the Common. But because I was waiting for so long, I ran out of his bottle and he started crying. I drove right home.
And then at home, you made another bottle and started to give him the bottle?
Yes, beat him.
Okay. What time did your mother get there?
Approximately. Like maybe 5 to 10 minutes after I got home.
And you did you visit with your mom for a while and consult with her on the situation?
Yeah, we sat on my couch while I fed Caden. She did my house was messy, so she was just trying to pick up around the house a little bit for me. And we were just talking.
Okay. And did she leave at some point?
She did.
When was that?
Probably had her over for about an hour. So maybe like 5 o'clock she left.
I don't know, Devin Max, how you survived in here for so long based on all of the comments that you've left on my channel, including writing in here about Anna Walsh, that she got what she deserved. I don't know how you made it as long as you did, but enjoy Block Island, you absolute idiot.
Was her car in the driveway?
Hers was, yes.
And obviously she got in the car and left in her car.
Yeah, I told her that I was going to be packing and probably going camping with my son, which is normal for me. My family owns land. We call it our happy place. I've been going there since I was a baby. So I was going to go there to clear my mind since Justin wasn't going to meet up with me. I just figured I don't have work till the 4th. So that's what I'm going to do. And
the idea of sitting around.
I just didn't.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Objection was sustained.
Oh.
So next question.
Why did you want to go up to the land?
To clear my mind. I've brought Kate in there 2 times before, and for a 4-month-old baby, he crushed it up there. He loved it. So I just thought, I texted Justin, I'm going to my land. He knows what that is. He proposed to me there. He knows I call it my happy place, and I told him I'll send you pictures when I get service, and I love you because there's not good service up there. And that was the last thing I ever said to Justin.
When your mom pulled out of the driveway, did you get a visit from the North Andover police?
I heard someone knocking on my front door when I walked up to the porch.
How long after your mom left did the police knock on your door?
I know now approximately 3 minutes.
And what were you able to do to figure it out pretty well?
My home has a lot of surveillance. My dad owns a security company, so my home had a lot of surveillance outside. So I was just curious, how long was it after my mom left that the police came? And I believe it was about 3 minutes approximately.
Can you use the video system to refresh yourself on time intervals and such?
Yeah, yes.
And while we're on that topic, are there timestamps on the clips from your house?
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge of the accuracy of those time stamps?
At some point, one of the daylight savings happened, so my cameras were 1 hour off.
And how off? Like which way off were they?
Like if it said it was 5 o'clock, it was actually 4 o'clock.
Okay, so it's an hour ahead.
Okay.
So,
Hour ahead.
All right. So in terms of any clips that come from your house, does the timestamp show hour ahead?
Yes.
I thought it was an hour behind.
Are you referring to what's in evidence?
Yeah.
I thought it was an hour behind because I remember when we saw her walking back into her house, it was like 2:05, and I said, or 2:10, and I said, well, that's weird because wasn't she meeting him at the park at 2? That's the way I remember it. So I thought the cameras were an hour behind. So let's see if it corrects. Right, it's spring forward. Maybe I don't know. Let's see if we watch any more video. Maybe I'm confused.
Okay, all of those video clips?
Yes, Your Honor. So just want to make sure, did we say that right, that the clips are an hour ahead, or is the actual clip an hour behind?
I have to think about this.
It would be an hour behind
Okay, we
because
can come
2
back to it.
o'clock would be 3
I
o'clock.
do that all the time. That's okay. How long after your mother left did you hear a knock on the door?
Like 3 to 5 minutes.
Where were you when you heard the knock?
I was sitting on the couch feeding Kaden in
What
my
did-
living room.
What did you do when you heard the knock?
I put the bottle on the coffee table and I opened up the door.
You walked out on the porch and
I walked out on the porch. So there's like 2 doors. My front door leads to a porched-in area. Walked out onto the porch and opened up the front door for 3 police officers.
And who were they?
It was Lieutenant Daly, Officer Noonan, and Officer Houston.
And Lieutenant, let's just go through each of them real quick for a second.
Okay.
Lieutenant Daly, you talked about in terms of training and hiring and all that, right?
Yes.
And what about Officer Noonan? What was your relationship at the time with Officer Noonan?
He had transferred after I had already started. We were on the same shift for a brief time. On one of our shifts, there was a really horrible call.
So we'll get to that, but just
Okay.
generally in terms of your relationship.
That's just like how our relationship kind of even started. That's why I brought it up. That's how we became like texting each other and kind of more than just like, you're just my coworker and I never talked to you, to we've had conversations and talked about personal things.
Did you think well of him?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, did he think well of you?
I think so.
So now you mentioned a particular call.
Yes.
And just so we don't have to dwell all over it, it's a call that involves a murder, suicide, and the murder victim is a young baby, right?
Yes.
Trigger warning. Well, too late, but I was going to trigger warn you about this call that she responded to with Noonan. It was horrific.
Murder, suicide, so we don't have to dwell all over it. It's a call that involves a murder, suicide, and the murder victim is a young baby, right?
Yes.
And when was that call?
It was in August of 2024.
August of 24.
Was
almost
that
a year prior.
response just you and him?
I believe I was the first officer in with Officer Cuevas, and like then Officer Noonan came. It was like pretty much when something like that comes over the radio, everybody starts heading there. The call was in my sector, so the sector I was assigned to that night. So I was the closest with Officer Cuevas. So we walked in together.
And just to encapsulate it, the call involved administering first aid and it was a difficult call.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the source of when you sort of broke the ice with Officer Noonan?
Yeah, we stood outside of the scene for a long time, all of us, everybody who was on that call, and We talked, and then the chief had asked us to, we were like out of commission for the night. Other officers came in and filled in for us, and we had like a meeting debrief in the chief's office. He had pizza delivered.
Okay. And just in general, fast forwarding all the way to June 30th of 25, did you ever have any problems or issues with Officer Noonan?
No.
Did he ever, to your knowledge, did he ever have any problems or issues with you?
No.
So there's Noonan. And then who's the third officer there?
Officer Houston.
And we saw him testify here as well today, yesterday, right?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with Officer Noonan?
Noonan or Houston?
I'm sorry, Houston, thank you.
I was closer with Houston. Probably out of the three of the people that were at my house that day, Houston and I were friends. He came to my engagement party. He was invited to my wedding. We have the same type of dog. I think they've met before. The dogs, I mean. Yeah.
He's a work friend.
He was a work
outside.
friend. Yeah.
So these three come to the door. What are the circumstances of how they come in the house? Did you let them in, or how did that happen?
I opened the door, and Lieutenant Daly immediately put his foot on my front porch, and we didn't just come in, and I was like, okay, all right.
I didn't hear that one.
When I opened the door, Lieutenant Daly put his foot into my porch, and they just said, we need to come in, and I said, okay.
And then did you turn around and you and Kaden walked back in the house and they followed you?
Yes.
So what happened when the five of you got into the living room area?
They asked me, Lieutenant Daly asked me to put Kaden down in his car seat. They've referred to it as like a rocker does rock, but it was his car seat. And I was in the middle of feeding him. So when I put him down, he was obviously crying. And I was like, whatever this is, I'm going to hold my son. Because they had a folder. I knew they were going to give me something.
At that moment,
yeah.
Did you have any idea what was going on?
No, I knew, obviously I knew something was going on. The police are in my house, my coworkers, but when they told me to put Kaden down, I was like a little hesitant because I'm in the middle of feeding him. And then I listened, I put him down, and he started crying, and I was like, I'm going to hold my son, whatever this is. Like, I'm going to feed my baby and read it. So I picked Kaden back up, and I had him on my lap while I opened the envelope. And that's when Lieutenant Daly said, Justin filed a restraining order against you.
Okay, so you're trying to read it and he's talking to you and the baby's crying?
Nope, baby
you're
isn't
feeding
crying
him.
anymore. I picked him up, and I'm feeding him.
What did Daly say to you about the situation?
I asked a lot of questions, like why? I was supposed to meet him at the park, like a couple hours ago. I'm confused. He said he didn't know anything. And I said, do you have the affidavit so I can read what I'm being accused of? And they didn't. And they said they didn't know the details. And he said that Kaden was on it as well. And
Did that affect your state of
I've been told that it is standard operating procedure to serve when you serve the restraining order on the alleged restrainee, that you serve a copy of the affidavit so that they can bring it to court with them in 2 weeks when they are finally have the opportunity to be heard and they know what the allegations are against them. But of course they didn't provide her with it. Imagine the betrayal that she's feeling in that moment. That's Massachusetts law. You have to serve it. Right. The affidavit, the supporting affidavit, not just the restraining order. And they told her, not only does Justin have a restraining order against you, but you're also not allowed to see the baby. We're going to take the baby away. Imagine her state of mind in that moment. Take that back a little smidge.
as well, the details being accused of. I'm confused. I asked a lot of questions, like why? I was supposed to meet him at the park, like a couple hours ago. I'm confused. He said he didn't know anything. And I said, do you have the affidavit so I can read what I'm being accused of? And they didn't. And they said they didn't know the details. And he said that Caden was on it as well. And
Did that affect your state of mind?
yes,
How so?
I knew in that moment I was going to have to hand my 4-month-old to a police officer to be brought out of my house.
How did that make you feel?
I don't know if there's a word. Sad.
Were you able to have a minute or two to kind of comprehend it, or did something else immediately happen?
I comprehended it. I was asked to pack a bag for Caden for about 2 weeks.
Who asked you that?
Lieutenant Daly said the court the court date was in 14 days. So he said, pack enough for 2 weeks. And
He said that to you?
yes,
So you didn't take it upon yourself to want to do that?
no, they told me that I needed to pack a bag for Caden because he was going to go be with Justin for at least the 2 weeks till the next court date.
Who was there when that was, when that came up?
That was when the three of them we were all in my living room.
Did Houston or Noonan say anything at this point?
No, I knew if I put Caden back in his car seat, he was going to cry. He loves being held.
So the plan at that point was to go get some stuff?
Yes.
So you had to put Caden somewhere.
Yes.
And what did you do?
I handed Caden to Officer Noonan.
Why'd you give him to Officer Noonan?
I could say I trusted all of them. But I knew Officer Noonan I know Officer Houston has no kids, and I knew Daly seemed like preoccupied, and I knew Noonan had kids. So I guess that's probably what went through my mind, but it really wasn't that much of a thought. I just knew I had to have someone hold him because I didn't want him screaming in his car seat on the ground.
Was he someone that you trusted to do that?
Yes.
What happened when you handed your baby to Officer Noonan?
He took Caden from my arms.
And what about the bottle? What happened with the bottle?
He took the bottle as well.
And, what did he do with respect to the bottle and Caden?
He was trying to feed him.
Did Officer Noonan exhibit any resistance or discomfort or anything with respect to holding the baby?
No, I think he said like, oh, I haven't done this in a while, like something like that.
What was your intention at that point to do?
I had to pack his bags.
And are you, as you're starting to go figure that out in terms of luggage, what do you need, where's he going, etc., are you having kind of an unfolding thought process, if you will? I'm just asking her what she's thinking, Your Honor. What are you thinking?
So I grabbed one of my duffel bags and I first went in the kitchen, and as I was putting the bottles in the bag, it was just kind of like all setting in exactly what was happening, and there was just so many unknowns. And as I was packing things, I was like, Justin just broke up with me via restraining order. We have a wedding in 4 months. Caden is not going to be with me for 2 weeks. That's an eternity for a mom, any mom. And everyone was just brushing over the fact that it was 2 weeks. And I was like, 2 weeks without Caden? Like, and I just kept, in my mind was just going fast. Like, I can't work overtime because I have a son time. It was just, I lost everything. Even my doggy was on the restraining order. Maverick, my dog Maverick, was on the restraining order.
Wow.
So my
Was
son,
it your dog or
he was
Justin's dog?
He was my dog. So I saw my baby go, my fiance, my dog, my house, and I knew that was going to be my job too. Because whatever I was accused of wasn't good if at restraining order.
And you didn't have the affidavit?
No.
Where did you go after you went to the kitchen with the duffel bag and the bottles?
I went all around the house because his diapers were in one room on shelves. His bottles and formula were in the kitchen. His toys were in the living room. And his books and stuff were upstairs with his clothes.
Tell us what you did on the first floor before you got upstairs. What was the packing there?
On the first floor was bottles and formula, and he was just getting introduced to like purees, and I had just ordered purees from Target, so I packed all those too. Then I went into the I went into, it was like our exercise room. It had shelving on the wall, and there was just like a ton of boxes of diapers. I just put those aside and was like, 2 weeks, a lot of diapers, so take the boxes. And then I went upstairs.
All right, before you got upstairs, part of the order was that you had to give up your firearms, right?
Yes.
Did you say anything to the officers about the location of your firearms?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I told them that they were in the basement.
Was that true?
No,
Why did you tell them that?
because I didn't want them to take them away.
Why not?
Because I wanted to be alone with my firearm and take my life.
When did you meet?
There it is. She admits she lied that the firearms were in the basement because she wanted to be alone so that she could take her life. Does she sound credible to you? She sounds credible to me. She sounds like a woman who just lost everything at 28 years old. Her new baby, her upcoming wedding, her marriage. All of her friends have betrayed her. Her fiance has betrayed her. He even wants to take her dog. And she's not being given any information about why this is all happening because they didn't serve her with the affidavit. They knew she was suffering from postpartum depression because that's the reason she was on medical leave from the police department in the first place. She had just been cleared to go back to work. And in that moment, do you see, she doesn't see a way out. This comes down to credibility. Does the judge believe Kelsey or does the judge believe Noonan? Let's hear what happens next. I'm just going to rewind that and we're going to listen to it one more time.
Had shelving on the wall and purees from Target, so had shelving on the wall, and there was just like a ton of boxes of diapers, so take the boxes. And then I went upstairs.
Was that you had to give up your firearms, right?
Here we go.
Yes.
Did you say anything to the officers about the location of your firearms?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I told them that they were in the basement.
Was that true?
No,
Why did you tell them that?
because I didn't want them to take them away.
Why not?
Because I wanted to be alone with my firearm and take my life.
When did you make that decision?
I made that decision as I realized I had just lost everything in a 15-second conversation with my coworker.
Wow.
Where were your firearms?
They were upstairs in a green safe
In your bedroom?
in my bedroom.
Why are we hearing an uproar like from the hallway? What the F was that? Hold on. What was that? The windows are open.
So you went upstairs, you mentioned?
Yes.
What was your state of mind at that point, whether or not Justin was coming over or not?
I didn't think Justin was coming over. I knew that Caden was going to Justin, but I would never think Justin was coming over.
Why not?
That's just not like normal practice to put a plaintiff and defendant in the same room intentionally. Usually you're doing the opposite as police officers. So I didn't think Caden, Justin was in the house.
And the opposite being what? What's the opposite of what they did here?
They let Justin in my house.
So what's the normal procedure?
Normal procedure is to separate people. It's like the first thing you do on any call where there's any sort of argument, you separate.
Now, you've served restraining orders, you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Is there a provision in those orders for accessing property?
I don't know about specific provisions. I can tell you like what I've done before on a call where there was a restraining order involved. I don't know if it's a provision or not though.
Okay, we'll move on from there.
Okay.
So you were going to go upstairs
Yes.
and you had made that awful decision already?
Yes.
What was your state of mind about whether or not you wanted to involve any police officers in that?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I was trying to get everybody away from me.
Why didn't you want to involve any police officers in that? These police officers in particular?
I wanted to be alone so I could kill myself. I decided that I was going to take my own life. I didn't want to involve anybody else in that. I'll just...
Did you go upstairs back and forth a couple times, or did you just go up there once?
I think I went up I think I went up at least twice. The second time I went up, I was up there for a while.
Do you remember who accompanied you on each of these trips?
It was Officer Houston and Officer Noonan.
Was that the first time or the second time?
That was the second time.
And was there a visit upstairs before that? Houston and Noonan visit?
Yeah, I was trying to hand them things so they would go away.
Where did that happen?
That happened upstairs. So I was first in the room. You walk up, there's a landing. The room on the left is Caden's room. I went in there first and I put books in a car seat because Justin Struck didn't have the car seat. And I handed it, I don't even know who I handed it to one of them. And I said, can you bring this downstairs?
What was what happened after you said that?
Somebody brought it downstairs and then they came back up.
So you struck out in terms of what you testified to earlier.
Yeah, I just kept trying to hand them things to make them go away.
Meaning, what do you mean make them go away? Be more specific if you can.
Like,
What was the plan?
I knew if I pulled out my firearm in front of a police officer, I would get shot. That was not my intention, and that's not what I did. I was trying to get them away from me, so that didn't happen. So they weren't put in that position because I'm not dumb. I was a police officer. If someone takes out a gun in front of you, yes, that's a threat. Yes, that's somebody that you probably feel threatened from.
So, but if you want to kill yourself, why not just let it happen that way?
That's selfish. I would never do that. Even looking back now, like reflecting for 9 months, I think my decision to do it to myself was selfish to everybody who loves me. So I'll just leave it at that. I wanted to kill myself, me and my gun, no one else involved.
How many?
And she spent 103 days in jail after her 53 days in the hospital thinking about it. Do you believe her?
Different times did you try to? How many different times did you try to have the officers transport some stuff downstairs?
Several.
At some point, did Officer Houston leave the second floor?
Yes.
And that left who up there?
Officer Noonan.
So upstairs it was Officer Noonan and yourself.
Yes.
At some point, did you go across that landing to the other room?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was on the floor packing more clothes in the duffel bag.
In which room?
My bedroom.
Okay,
When we walk up
Hold on.
the stairs to the right.
Okay, so you finish up in the other room and you go to your room.
Yes.
All right. Tell us the circumstances of where do you go, where does Noonan go when you go into your bedroom?
So nobody came into my bedroom with me. I was asked, I can't even say who exactly, like I don't know if Officer Houston had come back up at the time, but somebody asked me, who is that downstairs? And I said, I have no idea. And
Let me ask you a little bit about that. What was your state of mind about you being asked that? What were you thinking about?
I was like, I don't know.
Did you hear anybody come in?
No, but they did. I was, because they were on the landing, they would be able to. I was like more into my bedroom than them. So I was like, I have no idea who's here. Shouldn't you guys know?
What happened next?
Officer Houston walked down the stairs first. Officer Noonan followed him down several steps.
Did that give you?
Noonan's testimony is that he never lost sight of her, that he never left her alone. This is pivotal. Because if the judge believes that Noonan never had eyes on her the entire time, there's other questions there too. But she says Noonan went down several steps. We saw the stairway. We know how narrow it is. We know that if she heard him walking down the steps, he would not be able to see into that room and she would not see him on the landing, right? This is the most important testimony right here because it all comes down to credibility. All right, listen, taking it back.
What happened next?
Officer Houston walked down the stairs first. Officer Noonan followed him down several steps.
Did that give you a chance to do anything?
That was I knew my only chance to be alone with my firearm.
Show you Exhibit 51. What's shown in Exhibit 51?
That's my bedroom. That's the room on the top of the landing.
Come to your screen if you can to look at the picture of what she's describing. We've seen this picture before. Remember the throw rug, the recliner, the green, what we now know is the gun safe, or that's where her guns were, in that green trunk, while she describes it.
That's my bedroom. That's the room on the top of the landing to the right.
Where's the photographer standing in this picture?
He's standing in the doorway.
When you went to go get that firearm, was there anyone in your view in that landing?
No.
Was this after you saw Noonan depart?
Yes, his back was turned towards me. He was following Officer Houston downstairs.
Did he stay that way, or did he disappear from that scene?
Well, he must have turned around at some point and walked back up the stairs because...
You know how when you're near somebody that's going up and downstairs, you can hear going up and downstairs. Did you hear any particular number of steps?
No, I'm certain I heard him and saw him walk down several steps.
And we've seen the steps. They're not carpeted. They're hardwood steps. What kind of footwear were they wearing? You would have heard it, right? She's got good instincts. You can tell by just her testimony alone. She's been a corrections officer and a police officer.
I'm certain I heard him
going up and downstairs. Somebody that's going up and downstairs, you can hear going up and downstairs. Did you hear any particular number of steps?
No, I'm certain I heard him and saw him walk down several steps.
Okay. And how did that affect your state of mind at that very instant?
I knew that was my moment.
To do what?
Kill myself.
What did you do?
So that shoebox was not on top of the green safe.
At the time you were doing this?
At the time, yeah, there was nothing on top of the safe.
All right. And you're referring, for the record, there's a orange lined box in the picture?
Yeah, it looks like...
Is that what you're talking about?
It looks like a shoebox, yeah, yes.
So that was not there at the time. So whoever put took the pictures, put that box on top of that safe for a reason. Why? To make it look like that's where she got her gun from, when really, maybe they left her there alone and went downstairs to see who just arrived. And that gave her the time to get the guns out of that green trunk, which in my opinion would have taken a lot longer than 4 seconds. It's like whack-a-troll today. Whack-a-troll today. There's an emoji for that.
Can you just give me a moment to
I'm not on top of that.
And
taking it back.
How did that affect your state of mind at that very instant?
I knew that was my moment.
To do what?
Kill myself.
What did you do?
So that shoebox was not on top of the green safe.
At the time you were doing this?
At the time, yeah, there was nothing on top of the safe.
All right. And you're referring, for the record, there's a orange lined box in the picture?
Yeah, it looks like...
Is that what you're talking about?
It looks like a shoebox, yeah, yes.
Yeah, Mr. Bradl, can you just give me a moment to catch up?
Sure, absolutely.
That shoebox was not there. Look how it's placed on top of that trunk, open, as if that's where she got the gun from. And isn't that what Noonan said?
Sorry, did you say that that box was not on the, what did you say about that box?
That box was not there. The top of that chest, I'm calling it a safe. It's a chest that locks. That's where I kept my firearms. The top of it, nothing was on it. So whatever was placed there after, that was not there before.
Thank you.
Ready to go, John?
Yes.
What about the chair? Is that how the chair was?
The chair was turned the other way because that was the chair I had rocked in. That was not facing that way. The back of the chair was up against the wall, I guess.
Oh, they moved the chair too.
Kind of like as you'd expect it to be in the room.
Yeah, I would need to pivot like this to be right. So it was probably moved. My room is small.
And
They moved the box, they moved the chair, and did they do it so that they could say, as our paralegal says, that it was very accessible and could be grabbed quickly?
to get at your guns in there, you kind of have to flip up the top of that chest.
Yes.
Where was your focus in terms of the firearm, the chest, whether Noonan's coming back? Where are you focused?
I was just like, hurry up before somebody comes back.
And what did you do?
I grabbed the gun out of the chest. I put it up to my chest here.
So what was going on with you putting it up to your chest? What was that all about? What do you mean when you say you put it up to?
Like
you made a motion to your stomach area, right?
Yeah, like I just grabbed it quickly. I bent over, grabbed it, put it here, took 2 steps backwards, and I don't want to make the motion.
She's saying I put it here, but we can't see what she's doing with her hands because it's blocked by the judge's bench. And so I don't know. It's not at her head right now. It seems to be in front of her somewhere, but I don't know if the EMS moved the chair or not, but I thought they said they didn't move anything.
Of what I did.
Hold on. That may be true. Let me see. We can't see what she's doing with her hands. Maybe he'll let her stand up and show us.
Like I just
You made a motion to your stomach area.
Around her stomach area. Okay, hold on.
I put it up to my chest here.
So what was going on with you putting it up to your chest? What was that all about? What do you mean when you say you put it up to?
Like I just
You made a motion to your stomach area, right?
Yeah, like I just grabbed it quickly. I bent over, grabbed it, put it here, took 2 steps backwards, and I don't want to make the motion of what I did because it's horrible. But I put the gun up to my head.
Which hand?
My right hand,
And where on your head did you put it? You can just describe it.
my temple.
Was Noonan in the door frame by now?
Not yet. He had just walked in, like when I pulled the trigger on myself, with the gun pointing towards my head.
Oh, man. He just walked in. So did he walk into the room? She claims she was able to open that green trunk, take out her firearm. I'm assuming close the lid, hide it kind of against her chest, put it at her temple, and he didn't even walk in until she heard the click. And if it was a bad shoot from Noonan, he's got a lot to lose here, and that's his incentive to maybe not be telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I want to hear that again.
My right hand,
And where on your head did you put it? You can just describe it.
my temple.
Was Noonan in the door frame by now?
Not yet. He had just walked in, like when I pulled the trigger on myself, with the gun pointing towards my head.
What happened when you pulled the trigger?
He said, Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. I pulled the trigger. am sorry, but I said fuck.
What happened next?
I got shot.
How long after you said that did you get shot?
I don't even think I got to the K in the word before I was shot.
What would that feel like?
What part?
Getting shot in the chest.
Hurt.
Did the force of that bullet knock you in any particular direction?
It knocked me backwards.
Do you recall what happened with your firearm?
I got moved. It was
Well,
on.
before we, I'm sorry,
Okay.
bad question. I'll ask you a better question.
Okay.
Right at that point, as you're shot and you're flying back or falling back, or whatever you want to call it, can you remember what happened with your firearm?
It fell out of my hands. It was to my head and it fell out of my hand. And I fell on the ground and the firearm fell on the ground.
A couple of questions before we move on. At any point when you were doing that, when you had the firearm up to your head, was Noonan present during the time you raised the firearm to your head?
Like when I motioned up to my head with it?
Correct.
No, he was not in the room. Nobody was in the room.
When Noonan came into your view, where was the gun pointed?
The gun was pointed at my temple.
At any point, did you move the muzzle of that gun
No,
towards Noonan?
no, never.
Did you move it anywhere?
No, never.
Did you ever intend to harm Noonan?
Never.
What did you know about Noonan's kind of personal circumstances in your time getting to know him?
He was like, so he was a cop for a long time and I was considered like a rookie. And like after I had like a few really bad calls in a row and everybody kind of knew it. And the senior guys would like check in on me and give me advice. And he was one of those people. And he told me his own personal experience with like calls and how to handle them when they're bad.
So what was his family situation?
I've met his wife. I knew he had a son just by like talking.
Did you want to involve him in your tragedy?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I wanted to take my own life. I never pointed the gun at a fellow police officer. It never happened.
When you went onto the ground, what did Noonan do after he shot you?
I thought he walked away and Lieutenant Daly came over to me and then I think Noonan walked back over to me and like I couldn't say anything really, but I couldn't breathe. And I think I was just like, why did you do that? I'm like, it hurts. And then I just wasn't able.
Say that?
I said, why? Like, why? And he was holding my hand. Officer Noonan was holding my hand. And I said, why? I was so confused. Why?
Yeah. Why? Why did you shoot me? He was like a mentor to her. She trusted him. He's experienced. He knows he's not supposed to shoot somebody who's only a danger to themselves. I want to hear that one more time because this is going to become perhaps one of the most important things she says in this trial.
Experience one of us in a row and everybody kind of knew it. And so he
What did you know about Noonan's
There you go.
kind of personal circumstances in your time getting to know him?
He was like, I mean, so he was a cop for a long time, and I was considered like a rookie. And like after I had like a few really bad calls in a row, and everybody kind of knew it, and the senior guys would like check in on me and give me advice, and he was one of those people, and he told me his own personal experience with like calls and how to handle them when they're bad.
So what was his family situation?
I've met his wife. I knew he had a son just by like talking.
Did you want to involve him in your tragedy?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I wanted to take my own life. I never pointed the gun at a fellow police officer. It never happened.
When you went onto the ground, what did Noonan do after he shot you?
I thought he walked away, and Lieutenant Daly came over to me, and then I think Noonan walked back over to me, and like I couldn't say anything really, but I couldn't breathe, and I think I was just like, why did you do that? I'm like, it hurts, and then I just wasn't able. I said, why? Like, why? And he was holding my hand. Officer Noonan was holding my hand. And I said, why? I was so confused. Why?
Where was Daly?
Daly was there.
What was he doing?
He was on the radio. I don't know what he said exactly on the radio. I'm assuming like.
So you get shot.
The fact that she can even remember that Daly was on the radio and that Noonan was holding her hand when she had just been shot through and through the chest is remarkable. The fact that she's still alive is remarkable. Do you think Noonan panicked and needed to cover up a bad shoot? Because he knew he messed up by leaving her in there alone, and he knew he messed up by not securing the weapons. She didn't say anything about a tap and rack.
You got shot in the chest, right?
Yeah.
Lower chest. After being shot, how did that affect your ability? I sound like a lawyer, but how did that affect your ability to perceive things, recollect things?
I went into like a huge adrenaline shock. It didn't feel like normal pain. It almost felt like absent pain, but it felt like my entire body was burning, and I was completely alert, completely awake the whole time. I was speaking as much as I could. My lung was punctured, so that's why I was having trouble breathing. But other than that, I was very alert and aware of my surroundings.
Where were you laying in the room?
I was laying between my bed and the wall where the air conditioner is.
Were your legs parallel to the foot of the bed or somewhere else?
I think so. Yeah, I think that they were.
Were you bleeding?
Yes.
Is that the way you wanted this to happen?
No.
Where's the blood
What
on
do
the
you
floor?
Remember next.
The fire department got there fast. It felt really fast. They put me in like a bag.
A sack.
And like they were all tall guys, and I knew that my ceiling, you would bump your head if you're over like 5'10". So when they were carrying me down, I said, watch your heads. And they brought me outside, and I think when I was still in my house, one of the firefighters was trying to put oxygen on my face, and I was taking it off and just saying, I want to die, I want to die, I want to die.
Did you make any apologies at any point?
I think I said, I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself, I want to die. Like, I just didn't understand what just, like, I don't know what just happened. I tried to shoot myself, and then I got shot in the chest. Like, nothing really made, like, I was just in total disbelief and shock.
Did you, at any point before you got taken out of there, did you hear Noonan saying anything about what happened?
No.
Exactly what I was thinking, nurse, not lawyer. Funny how none of the first responders were called to testify.
Did you see Houston yet?
Houston, yes. He came in, and I think he put like medical like gauze on the wound. Somebody did. He had the medical bag. I remember that.
Were you able to sort of perceive the first aid techniques they were administering to you?
No, I wasn't paying attention to it. I was like trying to focus on breathing because it felt like I was choking. It felt like I was drowning.
So they bring you downstairs, and at what point in the trip downstairs and out of the house were you trying to take off the mask?
I think the whole time. And when I was in the ambulance, I said to everybody, I'm a fucking idiot. I just tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. I'm a fucking idiot. I said that to everybody. I said that to the hospital staff.
So the gun wasn't even loaded? The gun wasn't even loaded, meaning there was no bullet in the chamber, or there was no magazine in the gun. The gun was unloaded. Okay. I learned a lot from watching Runkle last night, and I learned about topping off a magazine, and in her magazine there were 16 cartridges, and sometimes you top it off and you put one in top so that it's ready to go if you ever need it in an emergency, and that way there's 18, right? And she just said it was unloaded. She didn't understand it jammed. I don't know, but let's listen to that again.
Ambulance, I said to everybody, I'm a fucking idiot. I just tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. I'm a fucking idiot. I said that to everybody. I said that to the hospital staff. I said that to all the firefighters. I probably said that when I was laying on the ground. Those were the words I just kept repeating.
And you know, it's interesting too, where are my nurses and EMTs in the chat? Anybody who works in the medical field that would write down notes on a patient's chart, wouldn't that be in the chart? What the patient was saying or repeating, wouldn't that be in the chart? I'm an effing idiot. I just tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. Shouldn't it be in the chart? Remember, I think it was North Andover Fire Department that responded to the scene. And North Andover Fire Department is where Justin works. Because if it's not in the chart, it didn't happen, right? Mm-hmm. Is it in the chart? I would love to know. Let's keep going.
I probably said that when I was laying on the ground. Those were the words I just kept repeating.
What were they doing to you in the ambulance before the ambulance departed in terms of working on you?
They were working on getting a med flight. I had to get a blood transfusion. I finally agreed to keep the oxygen mask on my face, and they were doing my vitals and just trying to keep me stable before I was going to be transported to the hospital.
What hospital did you go to?
I was flown by med flight to Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston.
So by helicopter?
Yes.
And then when you were in the helicopter, was there anybody that you knew in the helicopter?
No, when I was in the ambulance, I was holding on to firefighter Smirtelni's hand.
And can you spell that for the court? It's a funny spelling. Why don't you spell that, if you can?
I don't. His first name's Kevin.
And is it, let me take a crack at that. Is it Smirtelny?
Yeah, I think you're right.
And did he go in the helicopter?
No, he was holding my hand the whole time I was in the ambulance and comforting me. And I asked if he could go in the helicopter. I didn't want to let go of his hand. I asked, can you come in the helicopter with me? And he said, I can't, no one can.
Okay. So you get in the helicopter, you're getting transported to Mass General, is it?
Yes.
Now, was there another problem with the oxygen in the helicopter?
It either like ran out or it shut off. And when you're in a med flight, you're laying down and there's a person flying the helicopter next to you, and I just like tapped him and like gestured. I felt like I was drowning again. Felt like I was choking on, I couldn't get a breath. So I just like told him, like I couldn't talk, but I gestured like to the oxygen that was above me. It wasn't working. I think they had switched the tank or something or turned it back on. Something happened, but my oxygen got shut off in the helicopter and they had to fix it.
Oh my God.
Was that indicative of maybe some kind of a change of heart about whether you wanted to die?
Yeah, I think so. It's hard to say in those exact moments because it took a lot of healing from the moment I decided to make a suicide attempt to now to be healed mentally. So I don't know what my exact thoughts were in that moment, but I know when I got to the hospital, I said, I'm a fucking idiot. I tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. How could I be so stupid?
What was the length of time that you were at Mass General?
Like the length from when I was admitted to discharge, it was 53 days.
And how many operations have you had?
I've had 5.
And what were the kind of the main issues that
Objection to the relevance.
Relevance?
just the circumstances, Your Honor, of what happened to her?
Sustained.
May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes.
Her injuries are not relevant. I think she's doing great. She hasn't wavered.
All right.
Nothing further.
All right.
And that's the end of direct.
Cross. I need to, let's take a 10-minute break, please.
All right.
All right, good. We're 10 minutes behind, so that works for us.
Okay, Ms. Fitzsimmons, you may resume the stand. I think we're ready for cross, right?
Kelsey will be now crossed.
Yes.
You know at your time as a police officer that domestic calls are the most dangerous. True?
Yeah, that could be true.
It could be true. Well, they're the most dangerous, right? That's where.
I go into every call thinking
The volume is horrible. The volume is horrible. Give me 1 second. I don't know if it's going to resolve itself, but I'll boost it for now. Hopefully it's not going to blow out your ears. Hold on. Usually it takes the pool camera a moment to fix their audio.
Yeah, that could be true.
Could be, well, they're the most dangerous, right? That's where.
Yeah, I go into every call thinking it could be dangerous, but I guess domestics are. If that's a fact, then yeah, sure.
Okay.
Can you just keep your voice up?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
Sure, well, okay, we'll step back and we'll go with the other one. Every call is dangerous, right?
It could be.
Sure. Well, you have to treat it that way.
Yes.
Right? Because you don't know what you're walking into.
Yeah.
Domestic calls, like we just talked about, can be especially dangerous because you're dealing with people who are sometimes highly emotional.
Right.
Okay?
That's why you always separate when you get to a seat.
And we'll get to that, okay? And I agree with you that you need to keep people apart.
Right.
You also need to.
Excuse me one moment. Yeah, you're going to need to ask closer, cross closer to the mic. Okay.
I already hate his tone too.
When you walk into a domestic situation, whether it's a restraining order that you're serving, whether it's a call for some sort of domestic violence, right? You walk in there with a heightened sense of awareness. Is that fair to say?
As a police officer, you always have a higher sense of awareness.
Okay. But domestics are kind of a different animal, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
And because emotions are involved, true?
Yes.
And sometimes the opposite of love isn't hate, it's anger, and things can go in 9 different directions in a minute. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
When you're dealing with someone who you know has a mental health past, it can be even more volatile, correct?
Volatile.
Yes.
I wouldn't use that word as it pertains to mental health, sir, respectfully.
There is as a police officer, there is a heightened sense of awareness, right? You're taking all the information in.
In every call, yes,
Sure.
yeah.
Well, domestic violence call in particular. You don't agree with me?
No, I do. I agree with you on every call. A heightened sense of awareness is key to being a police officer. So domestic, car accident, anything. We go to work in a bulletproof vest.
Exactly, that's my point.
Yeah, we have
And so
to.
When you go to a domestic call, we talked, or you talked, you try to separate people, right?
Yes.
Because if they come together or they're.
Is this considered a domestic call or a serving of a restraining order call? It wouldn't be a domestic call, I don't think, unless you invite Justin into the home. So you can tell me, local Massachusetts people who work in law enforcement, is the service of a 209A order on a recipient considered a domestic call, or is it considered a different kind of call? They made it a domestic call by inviting Justin into the home. In my opinion. She's doing great. Let's take it back a moment. Channel your inner Afro man, somebody said. Okay. This is not a domestic call, Gubitose, but if that's what you want to go with, police audit Norfolk is here. So I'm assuming you know what you're talking about if you're auditing the police. Service of a court order is not a domestic, or you'd be writing a report. If it's a summons for a murder you're serving, it isn't a murder. Thank you. Zoe, our resident statistician, says it was a restraining order service. That became a domestic when the North Andover PD didn't secure the scene from the domestic partner from barging in. Okay, let's hear that again.
Thank you.
Domestic situation. When you walk into a domestic situation, whether it's a restraining order that you're serving, whether it's a call for some sort of domestic violence, right? You walk in there with a heightened sense of awareness. Is that fair to say?
As a police officer, you always have a higher sense of awareness.
Okay. But domestics are kind of a different animal, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
And because emotions are involved, true?
Yes.
And sometimes the opposite of love isn't hate, it's anger, and things can go in 9 different directions in a minute. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
When you're dealing with someone who you know has a mental health past, it can be even more volatile, correct?
Volatile.
Yes.
I wouldn't use that word as it pertains to mental health, sir, respectfully.
There is as a police officer, there's a heightened sense of awareness, right? You're taking all the information in.
In every call, yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, domestic violence call in particular. You don't agree with me?
No, I do. I agree with you on every call. A heightened sense of awareness is key to being a police officer. So domestic.
This was not a domestic violence call. This was not one partner calling for help because they were in the middle of being abused by another partner. This is a civil order being served upon a person. That's what this is. But Gubitose is telling us everything about the way they treated her. Just listen to his tone.
Car accident, anything. We go to work in a bulletproof vest.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, we have to.
When you go to a domestic call, you try to separate people, right?
Yes.
Because if they come together or you can see each other sometimes, bad things can happen. Right?
Yes.
And so when you walk into a domestic violence situation, or any situation, right? Your first order of business is to keep everybody safe. Fair to say?
Yes.
The people who called, right?
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
If you have a partner, your partner.
Yep, the other officers, yep.
If there are family members there, you want to keep them safe. True?
Yes, police officer, your job is to keep everyone, including yourself, safe.
If there are children, you want to keep them safe.
Everybody.
Okay. So, and if you think there are guns in the house, that is a particularly serious concern for you also, right?
Yes.
For your safety.
Yes.
Your partner's safety.
Yes.
For the children's safety, for everybody, right?
For everybody.
And you know that, correct?
I know that.
And so you know when you walk into a scene, when you think there may be some mental health issues, that there may be some weapons, that you don't take your eyes off anybody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't let someone walk into a room by themselves, right?
You shouldn't know.
You should have, I think with Officer Houston, you should be in their pocket, right?
I'm not familiar with that phrase. Did he say that?
You did.
Okay.
Well, if you're not familiar, you should be right near them, right?
Yes.
Because at any point, someone could grab a weapon,
True.
use a weapon,
True.
and especially when there's a heightened sense of volatility on some of these calls, right?
Yes.
And you know that as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And that's just kind of common sense anyway, right?
Yes.
And you've been trained on that.
Yes.
And so you don't take your eyes off any of the parties, true?
True.
You don't leave them alone.
True.
That's what you're trained to do. That's what you're supposed to do. And that's pretty much common sense of what you do.
That's what you're supposed to do, yes.
Right. Okay.
Do your worst, Gubitose. Do your worst. Just because you're supposed to do it doesn't mean that they did it, because we all know, the world knows, they did not secure her weapons, and they're probably supposed to do that too. You're probably also not supposed to invite the person holding the restraining order over to the house of the person they have the restraining order against in the middle of a volatile situation. But go on with your bad self. Now I almost wish there was a jury. Because he is showing us exactly what they did wrong. Go on with your bad self, sir.
We agree on that.
We do.
Now, if there is you are a police officer, so you know other divisions of the forces, correct? Like SWAT. You understand what SWAT is, right?
I was a very new police officer. I was only on for about 2 years. I'm not familiar with SWAT. I know it a little bit.
Okay, so we'll talk about what you know.
Okay.
SWAT is like a special weapons tactical team.
Yeah, so I know that. I don't know exactly what their job functions are or what they do.
Do you understand that they respond to highly volatile situations that are dangerous?
Yes.
Okay. If there is a weapon involved, someone's barricaded, there's an active shooter, they respond.
Yeah, they go to everything that's bad.
Okay. Because they're highly trained to deal with those situations. True?
True.
Okay. They're the ones who see guns all the time, see violence all the time, and have to react to a weapon. True?
True.
Okay. Because not every call involves a weapon. Some of them are, like you said, car accidents. True?
Every call is very different.
Yeah. And so, but those guys are trained and picked because they deal with that stuff well. True?
I don't know how they're picked or trained. I know nothing about their training or the process of becoming on SWAT.
Okay, but you know to call them if something happens.
That wouldn't be my job, but my supervisors. But yes, we can agree to that. Yes,
okay.
They get called to bad things. I know this.
They get called to bad things and have to deal with bad things.
Yes.
And you know that as a police officer, you need to qualify and get trained in order to do certain things. If you're on, like a domestic violence officer may have to be trained in domestic violence to be in a unit like that. True?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have that on my department, but I have heard of that on other departments. Like a domestic violence detective would probably be trained more in that sense.
Right, so there's sometimes specialties.
Yes.
That people focus on, that
Yeah.
people are prepared to deal with better than other people. True?
Yes.
Officer Noonan.
Somebody said, what does SWAT have to do with this? Noonan was a trained SWAT guy. And so he's trying to say that Noonan was so well trained. You know, he was a SWAT officer. He was on the SWAT team. He knew exactly what he was doing. He did everything by the book. That's why he's asking her these questions.
Officer Noonan was on the SWAT team. You know that, right? You know that.
I know that now.
Okay. You knew he started in Andover. That's where he began his career.
I knew he started in North Andover.
Sorry, North Andover. And then he went to Lawrence.
Yes.
And Lawrence is really a different atmosphere than North Andover. You agree with me there?
Yes.
North Andover.
North Andover does get the flood in of Lawrence,
Sure,
though.
there's some crossover.
Yes.
Right, but you know what that crossover is.
Yes.
True?
True.
It's not to disparage any community, right? But Lawrence has more guns than North Andover.
I think so. I don't know off personal knowledge, but I would assume.
Okay. They have more gangs.
Yes, that I do know. Yes.
They have more drugs.
Yes.
They have more violence.
Yes.
They have more need for people who can deal with that stuff, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you know that Officer Noonan worked in Lawrence for years.
I did know that. Yes.
Okay, you did know that, right?
Yeah, I did.
And then he came back. Did you say you were on the job or not on the job when he came back?
I was already on the job when he came back.
Okay. And you know he came back from Lawrence, right? And when he came back from Lawrence, it was really, he was the most experienced person on the force at this point, right? From what he had been through.
I didn't know his experiences.
Okay, you knew that he was.
I honestly thought I looked at my lieutenants as that
Well,
for me.
Officer Noonan, back when you were on the job, you looked up to him.
Yeah, I looked up to all the senior officers that were willing to train me or give me any type of advice.
Well, we're talking about Officer Noonan.
He did that.
Okay.
So yes.
Yeah, you look up to him. You knew he was experienced. Correct.
Yes.
You knew he was a by the book kind of guy, that he was going to teach you well.
Yes.
You went to him for that.
I went to him for advice.
Right. And you went to him for advice because you thought you knew what he was doing, right? He'd been through the ringer, and that's why you went to him, right?
Did he just laugh during that question? Listen, Gubitose with the tiny hands. Just because this guy was on the SWAT team at one point and worked in, I guess what he's saying is a rougher neighborhood of Lawrence, doesn't mean that he didn't make a mistake on the day in question. Okay? We also learned from his own testimony that he had severe PTSD. He had been seeing a therapist for over 10 years, that he was in a dark, deep hole because he told her that. And I think things can happen. He just laughed, I think, during that question. So I want to hear it again.
Right. And you went to him for advice because you thought you knew what he was doing, right? He'd been through the ringer, and that's why you went to him, right?
No, he told me, he reached out to me and told me that, you know, he's been on bad calls before, and this is how he handles it.
Right.
And
you appreciated that.
I did.
Gubitose just said he had been through the ringer, right?
And it seemed like that was true with the advice he was giving you.
Yes, yes.
A gentleman about it. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Justin's a different story in your life, correct? Justin, on June 30th, you had said that what was happening was a surprise. I don't know if you used those words, but the demeanor you gave off was this came out of the group, right?
I was very confused.
You were confused, but stuff, and we're not going to get into it, but stuff that happened that weekend before, that Saturday night, that would have given you some inkling that something was wrong, right?
I was aware me and Justin were in an argument. I was aware the second I woke up in the morning, that's why we were planning to meet.
So it wasn't a surprise that there was some strife between you and him at that point.
No, I knew that. I'm saying I was more surprised about being ditched at the Common and the police involvement. Those were
the police had come to your house on that Sunday to check in on you, correct?
I got accused of.
I'm not asking what you were accused of.
They came to see if I was okay. They thought I was in a car accident. I was never in a car accident.
Okay. But they came to you because they were concerned about you, right?
They thought I was in a car accident.
Okay.
That's new information, right? I don't think we knew that. They came on Sunday, the day before, on the 29th, to check on her.
Car accident.
Sunday to check in on you.
Police involvement. Those were
the police had come to your house on that Sunday to check in on you, correct?
I got accused of.
I'm not asking what you were accused of.
They came to see if I was okay. They thought I was in a car accident. I was never in a car accident.
Okay. But they came to you because they were concerned about you, right?
They thought I was in a car accident.
Okay. And on the Monday.
Somebody told them that.
On the Monday. Well, okay, we'll get back to that.
Okay.
On the Monday, you were surprised by this order, correct?
Yes, I was surprised by the order.
And you say that you have no idea why this has happened.
Right.
You eventually think that you're, well, you know Katie's going to be taken away from you for a short period of time, right?
You say short, and that's fine. But he was 4 months old, and it was 14 days. That's an eternity for me.
I grant you that.
Okay.
I grant you that.
Thank you.
That is a
Mic drop. I grant you that. I grant you that. Wow. lady. You shouldn't have made a big deal about it because they were only going to take your breastfeeding infant away for 2 weeks. Why'd you have to make such a fuss? Who swatted her and said that she was in a car accident to the point where they came over on Sunday? Anyone? I don't know. How dare he? We have an emoji for that. How dare you emoji? Let's take it back. Such an excellent response to this question.
Idea why this is happening.
Right.
You eventually think that your, well, you know Katie's going to be taken away from you for a short period of time, right?
You say short, and that's fine. But he was 4 months old, and it was 14 days. That's an eternity for me.
I grant you that.
Okay.
I grant you that.
Thank you.
That is a significant amount of time for any parent. True.
Yeah,
Okay?
true.
So I'm sure that was devastating to you, right?
Yes, yes.
And it was Justin who was doing that to you, right? It wasn't the police.
No, right.
It was Justin who went to court, who said, I should have custody of that child, correct?
Correct.
And so that's who is doing these things to you, right?
Yes.
So that's who your anger was focused on, right?
I mean, I don't even know if I got to the point of grieving, of anger yet. I don't think I was there yet. But if any of my emotions were directed towards somebody, it would be Justin.
Sure.
Yes.
Because you felt betrayed.
I did.
And you knew he was going to get taken.
I knew that I had to give Caden to the police, for the police to give Caden to
Well,
Justin.
you know the police don't take custody of children, right?
I don't know that.
Well, as your time as a police officer, you have actually taken custody of a child and left?
I have.
So you're telling this court, you're telling the judge that if there is not a family member to take a child because something happens, that you actually take the child and leave, you don't call DCF?
Well, you always file a 51A after the fact.
And then they come to the home and they take it, right?
So
Gubitose telling us everything. Oh, so you mean they should have called DCF to come and take the baby? Or you thought it was better practice to have the person holding the restraining order against her come and take the baby? Is it me, or is he acting like he's a really good defense attorney right now? Thanks for helping Kelsey out.
Yes, the call I went on was different. I did end up taking the juvenile in my police car. I drove her to the police station where she met with family members.
Okay, so how old was this person?
She was maybe 12.
Okay, so we're talking about infants, right? You wouldn't transport an infant.
No, I guess.
So,
counsel's testifying about facts that are not evidence and not proven. They're sort of being suggested as if they're gospel, which might mislead the witness.
Okay. So overruled, but Mr. Gubitose, you can just allow Ms. Fitzsimmons to complete her answer, and like all witnesses, I don't want you folks speaking over one another.
Of course.
Thank you.
So you agree with me that DCF would typically come and get an infant, right?
Yes, I've never personally had a call with.
Well, okay, let's just talk about your career. You said you.
I think so. I can't tell you for sure.
Well, let's just talk about your career. When did you graduate the academy? May of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and you went out on leave on when?
I went light duty while I was pregnant. I was about 20 weeks pregnant when the duty belt didn't clip anymore.
Okay, so, but you went out on February 16th. That was Katie's birthday, right? So that's your official leave?
Yeah, that's my official leave.
Okay, so 20 weeks, and he was, so you do the math for me. How many months were you actually on the road?
Do the math.
Okay, let's see. So like 7 months, and then I was light duty. So I graduated the police academy in May of 2024, and I went out on maternity leave February 16th of 2025.
So you're actually just on the road for 7 months?
Light duty, you're not on the road because, I mean, you're pregnant.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. And that was your choice to stay in the station and work that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you were actually on the road, going to calls, doing the dirty work as a police officer, just for 7 months, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to jump back to June 30th at the house after the police come, right? You called your mom. You asked to do that, and they let you do that, right? There's no prohibition.
You're talking about after the police?
Yes, after the police arrived.
Yes, I called my mom.
Okay. And she came.
Yes.
Okay, she came. Now, you called her your best friend, right?
My mom is.
Your best friend, right? And so you could have talked to her, correct?
Yes.
When Justin arrived, you knew he came in the house, right? You heard him.
No.
You didn't hear him come in the house?
No.
You knew he was coming to get the baby.
I never expected a police officer to allow the victim or plaintiff in a case to enter the home where the defendant is.
Well, you knew he was getting the child. Correct?
Yeah, but I thought that I passed Kaden off to walk outside. I never thought, or I never knew Justin was in my home.
You knew he was coming to the house?
I thought they would do it at the school, but yes, I mean, I knew he was going to be in the vicinity. I never expected or knew he walked through my front door.
When you went upstairs, and we'll talk about that green chest you called it, correct?
Yes.
Was it locked?
No.
Okay, you could just flip it open.
Yes.
When you claimed you pulled the trigger, it clicked.
It did.
It was not around in the chamber.
Correct.
There was a full magazine in it, right?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you had used that gun to go shooting on Friday, true?
That is true. That's why I didn't chamber around. Thank God.
And when you're doing shooting.
Okay, so there was a magazine. So it wasn't technically unloaded. There was a magazine, but a round was not chambered. That answers the question we had earlier.
I didn't chamber around. Thank God.
And when you're doing shooting, were you qualifying? What were you doing on that Friday?
We have a qualification. Yeah.
Okay, so you had to do that, right?
Yeah, because
when you're shooting for qualifying, when you're at the range, how do you hold your pistol?
2 hands, and then there's some where they say use your strong hand or your left hand. You're not strong.
But your typical reflex is 2 hands, true?
Yeah, that's
2 hands extended.
That's most of the range day. Yeah.
Right, that's your training. That's the safest way to shoot a gun, true? So that's your default.
That's what we do at the range for those 8 hours, other than the one part where you shoot with your strong and non-strong hand.
So on Friday, you spent hours shooting with 2 hands.
Yes. Yeah, it was Friday. Yes.
Well, I'm asking you.
I think so.
Now, you stated that after the police came and you were starting to process things, true?
Yes.
It took a bit for you to process it. About your life unraveling, if you will. True?
Yeah, as I was packing things, it just started to hit me like, this is going. Just as I was walking around the house, I just was like,
all those things are going, and it's all because of what Justin did.
yes.
Thank you. I have nothing else, Judge.
Redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think what he was getting at is you knew Justin was there. All your anger was directed at Justin. He was trying to show, like Noonan said, she wanted to kill me and then she wanted to run down the stairs and kill Justin. And that's their new theory. And she said she never knew Justin came in the house. And she did great. And that's it. She's done. No redirect. Let's see what happens next.
And the defense, you can call your next witness.
Well done, Kelsey. Well done, girl.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. What? Did he say defense rest or we want a sidebar? Wait.
Okay.
I couldn't hear it.
Okay. Aside from what? Okay.
Okay, the defense rests aside from the view. That's what confidence looks like. The way she just walked back to the defense table, that's what confidence looks like. He couldn't shake her. Defense rests aside from the view, the field trip that is happening tomorrow. See where we go from here.
And, all right, so can I see counsel at sidebar along with Ms. Fitzsimmons?
I'm a little bit behind. We have a little room to move.
A couple of things that we discussed at sidebar. First, I just want to make sure that procedurally we're as precise as we need to be. So technically, the defense hasn't rested because we have the issue of the view. We're going to, as we discussed at sidebar, what I'd like to do is break until 2. At 2, I'd like a definitive answer on whether the defense still seeks to have me view the location, number 1. Number 2, I'd like to conduct that charge conference that we spoke of, and 3, leave with a schedule as to, definitive schedule as to what will happen tomorrow, which the hope would be that you folks do your closings and I begin my deliberations. All right, so let's reconvene. That will give you enough time, Mr.
Yes, Judge, thank you very much.
All right, okay. So we will stand in recess until 1 o'clock.
Thank you. All rise. Let's stand to the lunch recess. Let's go hit the conference room, guys.
He just he said 1 o'clock, but we know that he means 2 o'clock. Wow. That was, I don't think she could have done any better on the stand than she did. I don't think she could have done any better than she did. They're out until 2. They're coming back to do a charge conference and also to see if Tim Bradl will, if he still wants to go on the field trip tomorrow. No, because it is 1 o'clock here on the East Coast, 1:04. So they're coming back at 2 p.m. So will we? Let's take a look at some questions. I thought she did a great job. It almost felt to me like Gubitose just gave up. He just gave up in the end. That's what it felt like to me. Genosaurus Rex says, Kelsey did everything right in life, and for her hard work and the system did everything wrong to her. Good things are coming. Good things are coming. Thanks for your 10. Afroman's Freedom Suit says, oops, wait, let's do this. Put this banner up. Noonan wasn't drug tested. Chiefs swapped their guns out. That's suspicious in my best Cardi B voice. Other people were saying that it's not suspicious, that they took his gun for evidence and gave him the chief's gun. I don't know proper procedure in that county, so can't opine on that, but it may not be as suspicious as I thought it was. How dare you says, isn't it proper procedure for lawyers to say that a witness may be recalled before the judge allows said witness to leave the stand? That's typically what we've seen done in most courts. You know, can I excuse this witness from their subpoena, or do you intend to recall? And it's usually done while the witness is on the stand. In this case, it didn't. They didn't. And it seems that Kelsey's mom, after her testimony, went to sit in the gallery, and it seems that Gubitose asked that she have to leave because he said that he may want to recall her. I'm not sure if she actually had to leave or not, because I haven't been able to check anything because I've been with you guys the whole time. But if you know, maybe you can tell me. Charlie says, do you think the mom showing up at Kelsey's house caught the cops by surprise? No, because they knew. They allowed Kelsey to call her mom. And that came up in a couple of different witnesses' testimony. Chance says, I worked as a career firefighter paramedic for 11 years, and I had a BS in engineering. Some of the older firefighters hated me because not only was I physically able to do the job, I was also smart. I see that Kelsey is or was probably in the same position. Thank you for your 20. James said, I think the police department was upset. She got pregnant so quickly after they invested so much into her. She was pregnant quickly after the academy. Also, I did not realize her baby was born. How many weeks early did she say? 5 weeks early? I wonder if the baby was ever in the NICU. That is incredibly devastating. Anybody who knows that it is devastating to have to leave your baby in the NICU when you are discharged. And so that never came up, but that would just be one more thing adding to her stress level, having a preemie. Thank you, James. Laura said him saying that his car had no gas was him organizing everyone to be there at the same time. Effing coward. Thank you, Laura, for your 5. Under the Dawn says, this is a masterclass of how to introduce hearsay statements under the statement of mind exception in such a clean way. Well done. Thanks for your 5. Alexis said, I'm currently feeding my 4-year-old and this is hitting hard. Thank you. For your 10. D says, thank you so much for your very generous 50. I remember when my ex-husband filed for divorce out of the blue, totally blindsided me. The reality of not having my kids every day made me have self-deleting thoughts too. That was 20 years ago, and I still remember the hurt I feel for this mama. Thank you, Dee. I'm so sorry that happened to you. Thank God that you're stronger now. So many trolls in the chat today. It was wild. And I had it on a 48-hour hold to chat, and boy, do they are tenacious. If nothing else, they're tenacious. They wait 48 hours to come in and start spamming the chat with such horrific things. But the mods are on it. Maximum Bacon, thanks for your 10, says, I have no idea what happened in that room. Maybe she pointed in his direction, maybe not, which is enough for reasonable doubt. The state hasn't proved its case. I'm going to put a poll up because this all comes down to credibility, as you know. And so the poll is going to say, who do you find more, because this is the core issue here. Who do you find more credible, Noonan or Kelsey? Because it's going to be up to the judge. As we know, there's no jury trial. There's no jury here. This is a bench. It was Kelsey's decision to choose a bench trial. And so I want to know, who do you think was more credible, Noonan or Kelsey? Because that's that's the issue here, and really the only issue here. The other issue is, did the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kelsey pointed her firearm at Noonan? But I think we can answer both questions by saying, who do you find most credible? More credible? Noonan or Kelsey? It's a he said, she said. I'm going to put the poll up in a sec, so just hang tight. And there it is. Poll is up. Let's see how many votes we can get on this. We have over 17,000 of you in the chat right now. Kelsey's Give, Send, Go is pinned in the chat as well. It is also in the show notes below. I have to unpin it so that I can see the poll. Thank you for your 10, Maximum Bacon. On top says, what this proves that she hasn't attempted this on any of these officers since. Thank you, On Top, for your super chat. Emily says, Jess has some great observations on X. Thank you. If anybody wants to wade on over there, you can see what they had to say. Brett said the chair could be EMS moving it to help treat, package, and extricate Kelsey out of the room, but smart cops would have even used their phone cameras or body cams and document as things happen. Well, we know there was no body cams. And Kelsey did say that the recliner was in a different position and that shoebox on top of the trunk where the guns were was not there at the time. Was it staged? Some of you think so. Thanks for your 10. Nervous in Norfolk says no blood, no shoebox, all staged by cowards. Thank you for your thoughts. Kyle says I had a dude wait to say come in and did it when we came in. Simple run. Rumination was more complicated. I'm sorry, Kyle. That's a hard. I'm sure you've responded to some pretty horrific calls. Jackie says, Jackie Benigno, Sam Benigno's sister is here. Woo, woo. Kelsey seems credible to me, and what they did to her is so insane, but I can't figure out why Noonan would lie. Could it be that their perspectives are both true, but could this be different? Hashtag cupcake for life. Oh, that's so sweet of you. Noonan may be stretching the truth because everything is at risk for him if this is a bad shoot. And so he knows, he's very experienced. Gubitose told us how experienced he was when he crossed Kelsey. He knows that a police officer is not permitted to use deadly force if the person that they are intending to shoot only exhibits harm to themselves. And so it's a bad shoot for him. It's bad for the department. He could lose his job, his pension. He could potentially, I don't know, could there be criminal charges against him? He's risking everything. He has way more to lose. If he left her alone, out of sight, take everything that Gubitose said and cross. And those are all of the things that Noonan did wrong, right? Being so experienced. Thanks for your 10. Shop and Tan for me says, this is a setup just like Karen Reed. I'm so disgusted with these cops in Massachusetts. So much taxpayer money wasted again. Thank you for your 10. Allison says, my ex and his ego tried after divorce. I was SHMN. This is classic legal abuse. Put me in a spiral. Also, the dog is all in spite, right? He tried to get the dog too. I thought pets were considered property to be fought in civil court. It's weird to me that a dog would be in a restraining order. I don't know if I've ever seen it. Is that normal? Thanks, Allison, for your 10. Music to My Soul says, what if the gun was unloaded then? Would it even legally qualify as a deadly weapon? Well, she did say she wasn't sure if the magazine was in, but there was nothing chambered. Thanks for your 5. But that was cleared up on cross. Brass says, yes, in quotes, patient and bystander in this case, bystanders to care, including NAPD. Right. Anything that she would have been saying on the way out is, I wish, I can't believe I tried to shoot myself with an unloaded gun and things like that. That would have all been in the record, right? In the medical records and the EMT call report, whatever they call it. And then Mama says, my heart hurts for Kelsey. Every DV survivors, thanking you for covering these cases. Praying for a not guilty verdict. Thank you. It's going to be up to the judge. Sonia says, one person was being abused right then in that home, and it was Kelsey. Justin weaponized the law against her as a way to inflict pain, trauma, and assert power over her, which is abuse. Thank you. Thank you, Sonia, for your 10. Copylib says, isn't Noonan's mental state irrelevant? Her intentions, what matters for the charge? Why does it matter Noonan was in SWAT, especially if she didn't know then? He's just trying to say or prove that Noonan was so experienced, he never would have left her alone. He never would have shot her unless her weapon was pointed at him, and trying to get her to admit that. Didn't work, though, did it? Thanks for your 5. Kelly says, so is ADA Gubitose now saying Noonan was overly stimulated / alert? I thought they'd spent the case saying he wasn't. It's like he's making sure when she's found not guilty, it was still her fault because she knew he'd shoot. She didn't fold, though. She did not fold. She did not crumble. She didn't get combative. She didn't really cry. She kind of teared up at one point, but she was very respectful. She held it together. And I think, I don't know that I've ever seen a defendant testify as well as Kelsey just did. If you can think of one, let me know. Nervous in Norfolk says, how long for a verdict in a bench trial? He did say that he would render from the bench. And I seem to remember him saying that it would be the same day, that he wouldn't deliberate for very long. I'm sure he's been thinking about it all along, but I can't give you an absolute time because there is no time limit. Yellow Lead Betero says, I wish they had the ambulance and the MGH nurses were called to back up her statements. 3-5. Casey Paralegal says, Kelsey has reminded me all through this process to not take a single moment with my babies for granted. Their reunion someday will be inexplainable, pure joy. Thanks for your super chat. Paul says, how can the Commonwealth recall Kelsey's mom? They didn't cross. You're still allowed to recall. Thank you. David says, I am super biased. Oh, this was just one of the many, many trolls that were in the chat today. Thank you so much for paying me $2 to call me super biased. I have formulated opinion based on my deep dive into this case, my more than 30 years of legal experience as a New York state and federal lawyer practicing in New York state and federal courts. And my opinion is my opinion. I am not here to be neutral. Being neutral would be boring. It's called research, documents. Try it sometime. And if you don't like it here, by all means, go somewhere else. Nervous and Norfolk says, NICU, a nurse practitioner here at True Dat. NICU nurses are the best, the best. You're up there with the hospice nurses. I thank you for everything. Breezy says, wonder if they charted that she said she used an unloaded gun on their EMT gloves. Yeah, who was it that wrote on their EMT gloves? I don't remember. Thanks for your 10. C-Stock says, my son was in the NICU for 5 months. Leaving him every day was debilitating. You know the feeling. Thanks for your super chat. Laura says that Betero said that Goober's Cross was the worst that he's ever seen. Thank you. Silver Fox says, what kills me is you can see nobody was in that room with Kelsey. They were always at the top of the stairs on the landing. There was no hallway between rooms. Right. It was just a little landing. We pulled up the floor plan the other day. It was tiny. It was like 6 feet by 6 feet. But Kelsey says Noonan went down the stairs, and that's when she saw her opportunity to take the gun out, take a couple steps back, pointed at her head, and that's when Noonan came back. Sue said, I had my dog in my 209A ordered December 2012. I was the first to use it in Bristol County. Wow, so it is a thing, Susan, in Massachusetts, huh? Thanks for your 5. Laura said she survived a shooting, 5 surgeries. This is her time to shine and receive the good things she deserves. Yes. We can all pray. And the dog says, nervous enough. I can't. K for Kit Kats says, Melanie, you're the best. Born and raised in Massachusetts, now living in Florida. I have learned so much from you over the past 2 years. Always my go-to for live coverage. Oh, thank you so much, Kit Kat, for your 20. Masters of Criminology says, did Goober even pressure her? Did Goober even pressure her where she was pointing the firearm at, or did I miss something? I had a lot going on during her testimony, to be honest, but I don't think that he did. Sweet Lorraine, why did Kelsey need to blow into the machine 4 times a day? That was a condition. That was one of the bail conditions that Judge McCarthy Nyman put on her, even though there was no alcohol involved in this incident. And even though she had the injuries, including a collapsed lung and all kinds of other things that made it difficult for her to breathe, that those were part of her bail conditions. And when they came back within 48 hours to say it was too painful, even though she wasn't in violation of her bail, that's when that judge threw her back in jail. All in the pretrial. Laura says, I hear Block Island is lovely this time of year. It really is. It was McLaughlin in the Karen Reed trial. Who did what? Wrote something on her hand. I don't know where we are, Melanie. Thanks, CC chat. That was 1:18 p.m. That was just 2 minutes ago. Sonia said, do you think they'll do the closings today or wait until after the viewing? The medic on the Karen Reed trial wrote on gloves. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know. So if Bradl says we don't need to go on the view, remember that judge said earlier that he's willing to go look at the house. The new homeowners have agreed to let them do so. They were going to take a bus there altogether. After Kelsey's testimony, Bradl might just be like, we don't need to go, Judge. We're good. We're good. Or he may say, we still want you to see the house. And so if they go on the view, would they get back in time to do closings today or just do them tomorrow. I'm not sure. So we'll see. Thank you for tuning in from the Down Under. Never Never says, didn't Noonan say he asked her why? I thought he did too, that he asked her why, that he said to her why. Makes more sense that she is telling the truth. He was the highly trained op. Thank you, Never Never. Marguerite, thank you so much for your Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Barbara, thank you. Says Melanie Little breaks trials down. Oh, you wrote me a poem. Thanks, Barbara. I'll take a look at that later. Cheryl, thank you so much. Says, thanks. I couldn't watch this sad story with anyone else. Stay strong, Kelsey. And Betty through Venmo says, thanks for all you do. Love your channel. Thank you, Betty. Brenda, thank you so much for your very generous 50. Says, thanks for all you do. Colleen says, finally watching live today. Appreciate you advocating for Kelsey. Coffee on me. Thank you so much. And Betsy says, I love your grit and passion. XOXO. Gossip girl. As we always say. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I have some things that I need to do. I'm going to put up the break sign. And everybody go hydrate, go get something to drink or eat. I'll come back a few minutes before 2, but we're not done yet. We're not done yet. You can talk amongst yourselves in the chat while I'm gone. I wonder if there's any video I can put up for you. I just got to run downstairs and do some things, but I will come back. So give me a few minutes. Go get yourself, let the mods take a break. I'll be back real soon. I don't want to jump scare you, so I'm going to whisper. We're back. We're back. It's 4 minutes till 2. We'll see if the court's on time today. Coming back from lunch. I was watching the chat while I was having lunch, and it seems that most of you find Kelsey to be more credible than Noonan. We have a lot of votes on it, but I'm going to keep it up for a few more minutes, see if we can get a couple more. Nope, wrong banner. There it is. We have something like, let's see. The poll is, who do you find more credible, Noonan or Kelsey? There are over 6,800 votes. 98% of you find Kelsey more credible, and 2% of you say that Noonan is more credible. And probably some of those were, you hit the wrong button on your phone. I don't know, maybe. Maybe. If the view happens, it's going to be tomorrow. Tomorrow, they will go on their little field trip to see the house that Kelsey used to own before she was forced to sell it to defend herself because of the chain of events that was set in motion by her former fiance, Just In It for the Money LA. And I've been calling him Just In It for the Money since I first started covering this case 11 days after she was shot, or at least when we got a hold of some of the papers that were filed by Justin in the family court proceeding and the affidavit that went along with his application for his restraining order. I don't know why Court TV has a black screen up right now. Did they cut their feed? Oh, please. They shouldn't have, because they said they're coming back at 2. Let's see. Let's see how Law and Crime is doing. Well, they've got a black screen too. So we'll just wait. We'll just wait. Yeah, Justin had no gas money. Just didn't have any gas money. He said he didn't have any gas money to come and meet her the day of the shooting. But really what he was doing was having a little meeting with his friends and plotting how to get to Kelsey. And wow, did she hold up on the stand? I really, really, really thought she held up on the stand really well. I thought her testimony was incredibly credible. But again, I don't think we should be here in the first place. I don't think this ever should have happened. It was handled so poorly from jump by the North Andover police, her own coworkers. And we shouldn't even be here, in my opinion. Oh, hey, it's Allie is here. And she says, as I believe Kelsey, as a mother, I feel so deeply for her. As prior law enforcement, I can see how Noonan would have shot her. He panicked and lied to not bruise his career. Prayers for not guilty from the judge. Free Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Thanks, Allie, for your 10. Charlie says the dog on the restraining order says everything about Justin. Alienated Sharpness says a serious Brennan Rentschler vibes with that cross. All it was missing was the ham sandwich. Thank you for your super chat. Lucy says, I've been trying to figure out why Noonan downplayed knowing Kelsey. Maybe cognitive dissonance to make it easier to lie about what happened. I mean, he did finally admit on cross that he had confided in her. She was a rookie and he was trying to help her out. So he told her about his struggles, about the guy that he had been seeing for 10 years. Every time he needs what did he call it? A reset or something, he goes back to what I think is a therapist because of all the PTSD he's had during the course of his career. And then Kelsey talked about that some during her cross as well. He's also trying to protect his career. And so a tune-up. All right, he would go in for a tune-up. That's what it was. He went in for a tune-up. Well, Hold on. Valerie says, Kelsey was so much easier to follow and believe. Noonan made her sound like a dang ninja. I couldn't follow his story of lies. Always get a lawyer says, I think the question should be whose story is more credible. I think both witnesses are sincere, but Kelsey's version is much more plausible. Noonan believes his story. I think if we were on a jury, I think a jury would say, who do they believe? Who's not whose story is more credible necessarily, but which person? I mean, I guess they go hand in hand, the story and the person. And I can't change the question mid-poll, but I see what you're saying. I did find Kelsey to be more credible as a witness than Noonan. All right, so we're up to over 7,300 votes. Let's see if we can get a couple more in before we end the poll. Eric Olson says the judge has been pretty neutral-faced while listening, as he should be, but a few times I thought I saw a twitch that makes me hopeful. Scott McGinnis says, a good point. Noonan has to separate his kinship with Kelsey in order to justify his chosen use of deadly force. Tragic for everyone, really. 100%. 100%. Never should have happened. It was 100% preventable. Oh, I'm sorry if YouTube kicked you out again today, Tammy. It happens. It's wonky. It's glitchy. Kez says Noonan downplayed his relationship so that it was less obvious that he panicked when he saw a friend in this position and mishandled the situation. He wasn't cool or calm. Michelle says, I loved Maureen. She was great. She's got some cojones, right? To come into court. What did you think of Gubitose's cross-examination of her with all of her, not even all of them, maybe 2 or 3 of her Facebook posts? And the fact that she reached out to Mike Crawford from the Young Jerks about this, about what Noonan said to her. Most Talkative says the DA is the one that kicked Kelsey's mom out of the courtroom per Michael Bryant because the Commonwealth didn't have any support system there. Because the Commonwealth didn't have any support system there. You mean none of the Alayans were there today? Is that what you mean? No rebuttal case. I don't think they're going to do a rebuttal case. No. Defense is rested. That's the last thing we know. They're going to, what do you think? Do you think Bradl's going to say, Judge, we don't need to go on the field trip? Or do you think he still wants him to go on the field trip? What do you think? In a word, body cams. When does her case for the baby happen? That's in family court, Kev, and that's going to start. I think the first date was supposed to be April 2nd. I don't know. It may have been adjourned, but I'm not sure. There's a restraining order case in the family court, and there's also a custody case where the restraining order case may be in district court. So Tim Bradl represents her on the restraining order, and Julie Hess, who has been sitting at defense table, is her custody attorney. Yeah, the staging of the shoebox was a big thing for me too. You think they're going to go on the field trip? Some of you think they don't need to go on the field trip. Betty says, everyone, please say a prayer for Kelsey. We all want her not guilty and to get her baby back ASAP. Here's Tiny Jesus. We have an emoji. Oh, we didn't read today's motivational quote of the day, which I pulled earlier for us from our motivational daily calendar. This is a quote from Thomas Carlyle. What we become depends on what we read. After all of the professors have finished with us, The greatest university of all is a collection of books. What we become depends on what we read after all the professors have finished with us. The greatest university of all is a collection of books. I don't know. I kind of feel like the photos are enough. You can see how narrow the stairway is. And if the judge believes what Kelsey said, that Noonan left her there and went down a couple of steps, and her version of how she had to pull the gun out of that trunk, if Noonan was watching her do that, wouldn't his reaction time have been even faster? I don't know. I wasn't there. You weren't there. All I can say is that I found Kelsey's testimony more believable than Noonan's. If Kelsey is found not guilty, what does that mean for Noonan? I don't think it means anything for Noonan. They've already done their internal investigation against him, and I think they found there was not a finding of any fault on his behalf, and so I don't think anything will happen to him. But again, it's Massachusetts, so who knows? Right, the room's not going to look the same. They may have done some renovations to that house. Nervous in Norfolk said, Noonan stole Kelsey's words. Why? To serve his own narrative, and that is so disgusting. Thank you, Nervous in Norfolk, for your 5. Shop and Tan for me says, please, God, help the judge find her not guilty. So many different emotions, all the emojis. Thank you for your 20. The Give, Send, Go for Kelsey is in the show notes below this video. She is still going to need to pay her attorneys for family court. And if she is convicted here, there may be an appeal. Brass says, thus far, Judge Karp is 10 times the judge that Canoni is. Thank you. Thanks for your super chat. Set it to 11 says, Noonan saved Kelsey's life by stopping her from pulling the trigger again, but he lied after, I believe, her 100%. Thank you for your phone. If any good comes out of this, I do hope and pray to Tiny Jesus and the Traveling Mary that perhaps they will change the way they serve restraining orders in Massachusetts and the way they take custody of an infant. What's back? Well, at least their camera's up. I'm just banging around a little bit, so I'll put it on mute. I feel like this camera person is sitting on a bouncy ball or a mini trampoline. It has been so bouncy, shaky the whole entire time. Thank you, Set it to 11 for your super chat. Charlie says that the judge picked up that there was no shoebox on the chest. He did. No view trip. Kelsey's testimony was strong, says Jersey Queen. Thanks for your super chat. May came in and said earlier, I don't think this entire thing was a setup. I do think he's being dishonest to cover himself now. Meaning Noonan. Tyler said, I came into this trial completely blind, didn't know the story. All I knew is people had strong opinions about it. Kelsey's testimony seems genuine and credible. The officers seemed very dodgy. I think I know that I have such a strong opinion about it because I really think this whole thing was handled so poorly. So poorly. And hopefully she can be evaluated, and hopefully she no longer has any self-deleting type ideation, and she can be reunified. She can be able to see her baby again soon, even if it's supervised visitation. It's something, right? Music to my soul. Thanks for your 10. Bettero on X. It ain't good for the prosecution when 5 minutes after the dud of duds of a cross, the judge is all but suggesting that the defense abort the need for the field trip to the crime scene. Oh, good. He's agreeing with me. I love when Mark Bettero and I agree. He has been often the one person that I can talk to about these cases who, when I feel like I'm being gaslit and he agrees with me, I know I'm being gaslit, and it feels good to be validated. All right, we've got over 8,000 votes on this poll. Who did you find more credible, Kelsey or Noonan? Get your votes or your last minute votes in. SF, I don't know what this is. SFL Sing Legal. Selfish, cared more about cop than baby. Guilty. Cared more about cop than baby. I don't know what you're trying to say. You're saying you think she's guilty? All right. Here comes the judge. Here comes the judge.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay. All right. So I guess let's start with the view. Mr. Bradl, is the defense still seeking a view?
Your Honor, I don't believe we're going to seek a view, just a contingent on. I just wanted to submit to the court and I hope I say this right. It's an agreed chalk of the upstairs, and we put in pen just which room is which.
Okay.
And we were going to just submit that as a chalk, Your Honor.
Okay. So as a chalk. So.
And I believe it's agreed.
In other words, Jesus, man, I'm tongue-tied.
Oh, he said Jesus.
Is what you're saying that I shouldn't take these measurements for the truth or something? What is?
Traditionally using a chalk, the witness can talk about it and refer to it, and the court has it for whatever Your Honor's weight you want to give it as the fact finder. And I think what we're saying is that we all trust the court to take it for what it is, which is and I'll tell you a little bit about what it is, Judge. It's MLS listing, and on the bottom it says the statement on the bottom is part of the exhibit, and you can take it for what you will.
Okay, Commonwealth, what's your position on this?
That's fine with the caveat, small writing at the bottom.
Small writing. You're talking about these square footages?
No, I'm not talking about at the bottom, the text on the bottom of the bottom line. Not in the diagram itself, below.
Yeah, the floor plan created by?
Yes, we keep reading that.
Okay, I see. Measurements deemed highly reliable but not guaranteed. All right. So why don't we just strike that? And
no, I like that.
Oh, you like that?
And then it can be an agreed exhibit. I have no problem with it. That's fine.
Okay, you like that. And I apologize. I'm losing steam. So I just
we all are.
So you want to keep that in? We'll just mark it as a chalk. So why don't we do this? And you want the version that says baby's room, KF's room?
Yes, please.
Okay. Why don't we mark it for ID at least, and then I'll use it. But this is helpful. And frankly, I think it's more helpful than a view because from my understanding from speaking to you folks at Sidebar, that room is going to look nothing like it did.
So they're just going to introduce a floor plan of the upstairs of that house, the one that we looked at the other day, I think, or similar to it, with the dimensions of the rooms and so forth. And they don't think the judge needs to go on the field trip, so there's no field trip.
We agree.
The bedroom. So
we're gonna waive the view motion, Judge, and I appreciate all your consideration you gave it, and we're gonna rest.
Okay. So let Mr.
H somewhere.
All right. So Mr. Royan, that's Exhibit H is the floor plan chalk, and I'm going to deem the motion for view withdrawn.
Yes. Thank you.
And the defense rests. Does the Commonwealth seek to present any rebuttal evidence? Okay, so the Commonwealth rests. Let's talk about. Right, so I'll take care of that.
Defense has rested. No rebuttal case from the Commonwealth. Motion for the view is withdrawn. Judge has a floor plan. What are we going to do next? Maybe a little charge conference and then maybe closings. All right, we could be here for the rest of the afternoon.
Judge, if I may, just for the record, I
Sure.
renew my motion for required finding. Otherwise, if we get into this conference, I'll probably forget later. So I just want to do that now. Waiving argument, thank you.
And I'm sorry, what was the last part?
No argument, just relying on the paper again.
All right, so the oral motion for required finding at the close of all the evidence is denied.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about let's conduct a charge conference, I guess. And I disseminated some proposed law related to the elements of assault by means of a dangerous weapon. And it's been marked as Exhibit C. Have you folks had an opportunity to take a look at that? All right, so let's start with the Commonwealth. Any additions, subtractions, objections, et cetera, modifications?
No, not really. I just want, and I'm sure that Your Honor is aware, I don't necessarily see it in writing that an assault can be committed in either of two ways. I just want to be clear that the Commonwealth need only prove one of the theories of assault.
Yeah, so
I'm sure.
I am, but your point is well taken. So what I tried to do is I tried to take my jury instruction and make it more applicable to here. But yes, I think we all agree that under the two different theories, the SJC actually said not to use the term theory. There are two different types of assaults. It can be either or. Surprisingly, I didn't realize that it wouldn't need to be unanimous by the jury. Okay, so other than that, that's duly noted. Defense, your view of the law of the case?
We're fine with this, Your Honor, and I do acknowledge that it's two theories and it can be proven either way.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right, that's great. So let's talk about tomorrow. Let's talk about closing arguments. So we'll reconvene in the morning and 30 minutes each side for closings. You think that should suffice?
That's plenty, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, fine, Your Honor.
All right, and I'm not going to have a buzzer or you're not going to, like a trap door, you're not going to fall through and end up in the basement somewhere, but I'll diplomatically and gently warn you when you're getting close, all right? All right, so while we're talking about closings, I want there to be some ground rules. And the main ground rule that I have for this trial is that there should be no gratuitous character assassination, okay? By anyone, either side. It's not helpful. This is a straightforward case. Did the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an assault with a dangerous weapon? The stuff that happened before and after even, not to be cold, callous, and uncaring, are not before me. And it's just not helpful to have either side throw in gratuitous comments about someone's character. Obviously, you'll argue credibility, believability, and but I expect you to stay within the bounds of what would be expected at any trial.
Great.
And after the closings, you'll just we'll stay on the record, and you folks will just note your contentment with the exhibits. I think, is there 100 of them?
Let me see, 98.
98, okay. So the 98 exhibits will come up along with, you'll send up as well, Mr. Bruin, Exhibit C, which is the law, and Exhibit, I've already, H, which is the floor plan. So they'll be just like in a jury trial, after you folks have noted your contentment, Our court officer will bring it up to me, them up to me. I will deliberate. I have no idea how long or short of a period of time that it will take me. What my plan would be is, so let's say that I begin deliberations at 10:30. What I likely would tell you at that point is, let's plan on reconvening at 2 tomorrow afternoon, and then I will let Mr. Ruane know if that target is going to be successful or not. I obviously am going to take as much time as I need to reach a verdict. So it may be Friday morning or something. So you folks should make yourselves available. As I said, I intend to announce my verdict here in open court and give some explanation as to why I reached the verdict that I reached. Okay. Anything else? Let's see if there's anything else in
No, thank you.
my defense.
What time did you want to reconvene in the morning?
I'd like to start at 9 and
Sure.
Is that doable for everyone? Okay. Oh, and I also meant to, this may be obvious, but so the sequestration order is done now, is vacated. Okay, so
Thank you. We're going to ask
folks that were subject to the sequestration order are no longer subject to it, can come in and watch the closings or et cetera. All right. All right. Thank you. We'll stand in recess.
All right. Let's stand in recess. Tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Please make your way out of the courtroom. Thank you.
So proud of you.
And that's it. Oh, he said, I'm so proud of you. Listen, Tim said to Kelsey, I'm so proud of you. Wait, listen. Hot mic moment.
9 a.m.
Please make your way out of the courtroom. Thank you.
So proud of you. Great. All right.
He really cares about his client. He is a fierce advocate. And so we will come back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for closings. Each side will have half an hour. And the judge intends to render his verdict either at 2 o'clock in the afternoon tomorrow or on Friday. And I'm sure that he wants to write his decision out. I'm sure he wants it to be well reasoned. And I think it's going to be in writing instead of just verbally. That would be my guess if he's going to take that much time. Look at all the purple hearts in the chat. Yeah, it was Bradl who said to Kelsey, so proud of you. And that's where we stand for now. Let's go back to the chat. And something else that I wanted to play for you. Some of you may not have heard this. This didn't go to the jury, but it is the voice messages between Justin Alayan and the North Andover PD on the day in question on June 30th. Some of you may not have heard these voice messages. They're not voice messages, they're recorded phone calls when Justin was calling the police department that day. And so I want to listen to those with you. But first, put all the purple hearts that you want into the chat. And then we'll listen to those recordings. And then we'll come back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. And hopefully we'll see a not guilty. I have no idea what the judge is going to do. But according to my poll says, who do you find more credible? Noonan or Kelsey? And we have over 9,000 votes, 9,163. Get your votes in quick. 98% of you found Kelsey more credible. I'm going to end it now. In 3, 2, 1, and 9,100 votes. 98% of you found Kelsey to be more credible. Now, those are the results of the poll. I don't know if any of the other Court TV or Law and Crime did a poll, but I'd be interested to see what their viewers think. There are a lot of people who feel that Kelsey Fitzsimmons is 100% guilty because they also felt that Karen Reed was 100% guilty. And so for many people, it's just a way to rage bait and go up against anybody who thought that Karen Reed was not guilty because John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And so they're all out there, those rage baiters. Just be careful. It's just interesting how they'll take the opposite of just take the opposite just to rage bait. I mean, if Kelsey did indeed point her gun at herself and Noonan overreacted and shot her in the chest, she's not guilty. So whose story do you believe? And that's what it comes down to. Whose story is the judge going to believe? What motivation would she have to want to kill Noonan? Is it reasonable to think, as the Commonwealth is now using as their theory of the case, that Kelsey's intention was to shoot Noonan, run downstairs, get through the other two officers that were down there and hunt Justin down and kill him? Is that reasonable? Or is it more reasonable that this woman, who's a new mom, who still has all the hormones, postpartum, who suffered from postpartum depression, but was clear to go back to work, saw her entire life fall apart in the course of one afternoon and wanted to take her own? That's what it is. Did the Commonwealth prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt that Kelsey did indeed point her gun at Noonan? Noonan's not on trial here. Noonan's not going to be convicted of anything. This is one charge of assault with a weapon against Kelsey Fitzsimmons. And that's it. Lone Star State says weapons not collected ASAP had me at what the heck? Thanks, Jason, for buying me a matcha latte. Jason and Elin made it to Aruba and are now on the beach listening. Oh, wow. You guys are hardcore. Enjoy your vacation. Thank you, Mary Jo, for your matcha. And she says she learned so much here on this channel. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Kimberly, for your Cash App. I appreciate you so much. And let's listen to those recordings. Shall we? Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns before we move on. I think it was a good day for the defense. It's my opinion. Thank you, Marguerite, for your Venmo. Thank you, Jonas, for your Venmo. Andrea, thank you for your Venmo. I appreciate you so much. Tiffany, thank you. I appreciate you even more than you know. And Sherilyn says, for the best daytime TV ever with the best hostess. Thank you, Sherilyn, for your Cash App. Zoe says, wait 1 second. Sue says, the Kelsey said the gun was unloaded. Who loaded it for ballistics? I got to test it. She actually did say on cross that she wasn't sure if the magazine was in it or not, right? That's the way I remember it. Violet's Enchanted Familiar says, thank you, Melanie. I've loved your channel for a while. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you even more. Wild Horses says, what were the ballistics on Kelsey's gun? Was it fired? No, it wasn't. WV County, Noonan lost me when he blamed Kelsey's mom for their bad control of the scene. Extremely defensive and not credible. Maybe she needed to be sectioned. And they knew that going in. They were on notice of all of this stuff. Proctor got waffled, says, catching up, but just wanted to say hi. Hi. I think I missed. Why did Justin get a restraining order? Says Dane. Well, hang on for 1 second because I think I have it in my inbox, actually. Hang on. So I don't have to go and find it. I have a new device, and so everything I downloaded on my old device is not here. So give me 1 second. let's say 24th. All right, let's see. Well, I can't find it right now, but Justin went into court ex parte. Oh, wait, is this it? Well, this is his motion for temporary orders. This is from September. Yeah, I have this. Thank you to whoever sent this to me. But he went into court and on the 30th, and he said that he thought that Kelsey was a danger to himself and the baby. And he had some friends with him, and they filled out some papers. Said she got drunk at the bachelorette party, and she had pushed him when she was drunk at her bachelorette party. And so he asked for temporary custody of the child and for the child to be taken away and for a restraining order against Kelsey. And he got it. Yeah, this other document that you sent me about the temporary orders, we went over this before and had a lot of other stories in there. And I'm glad that the judge said that. Listen, in your closings, you don't need to. No gratuitous character assassination. It's not the place for it. And he's right. A lot of that stuff is going to come into family court case. Oh, hi, Charlie. Says, what do you think about Afroman's 50-50 court costs? I think that's BS. Afroman was found not liable. It was a defense verdict. He shouldn't have to split the costs. They sued him. They should have to pay costs. The plaintiffs lost. That's my opinion. Friend of Dog gifted 10 members. You're amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. Noel says, can we start Judge Karp off? Quote, I find beyond any stretch of any imagination that Kelsey isn't John Wick and Noonan is incredible. All right, let's see here. Let's see. Let me get you the recordings because many of you may not have heard them. I'm not sure. And I'm going to thank my girl Emily C for putting this together in a way that is all in one tape or all in one presentation on her YouTube channel. Okay. So you may wonder why people have opinions about Justin and his family. And I'm going to play for you now, courtesy of Emily C, because I know you guys will go over there and give her a like and a sub. The recorded phone calls from dispatch at North Andover PD that were released pursuant to a Freedom of Information Act request. Here's Emily C. Emily with a Y, S-E-E. This did not come in at this trial, but I think they will come in any family court hearing or trial. Let me know that you can hear this. And here we go. This is a call to dispatch on June 30th of 2025 at 2:04 p.m. This was around the time that Kelsey was supposed to meet Justin at the Common, but instead he was over at Hunter's house with her bridesmaid and maid of honor. And this is Justin calling North Andover PD. Here you go.
I had actually just spoken with him. This is Justin Alayan.
Okay. Beginning.
North Andover Police and Fire being recorded.
Hi, I'm looking to speak with Lieutenant Whitaker.
He is actually tied up at the moment. Can I ask your name?
I had actually just spoken with him. This is Justin Alayan. I had just got off a phone call with him.
Hold on 1 second here.
Okay.
Hi, sir. He'll be giving you a call right back.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right, bye.
You can hear all the people talking in the background. All the people from Hunter's house. Volume okay? All right. And then this is when Lieutenant Scott Whitaker either calls him back or they speak again.
North Andover Police and Fire call is being recorded.
Hey, this is Justin again. I'm just calling Lieutenant Whitaker back. I just missed his call, unfortunately.
Yeah, Justin, it's me.
Oh, okay. How you doing, sir? I had a couple quick questions for you again.
Yeah.
So she's messaging me, telling me that she's planning on taking the baby up to the land in New Hampshire do I have any rights to make sure that she does not leave with that child?
Do I have any rights to make sure she doesn't leave with that child to go up to New Hampshire to her land? Remember, he's calling the police department where Kelsey is a police officer. These are her coworkers. This is Lieutenant Scott Whitaker of North Andover PD. What can we do to make her not take the baby to New Hampshire? She said she had been there with him before, right? Oh, did he say that child? Okay, wait, let me take that back.
Oh, okay. How you doing, sir? I had a couple quick questions for you again.
Yeah.
So she's messaging me telling me that she's planning on taking the baby up to the land in New Hampshire. Do I have any rights to make sure that she does not leave with that child?
That child. That child. He doesn't say my son. Didn't say the baby. That child.
At this point, I don't think we do. I've spoken to my superior.
Yeah.
Filled him in on everything that we talked about, and we don't really have the right to deny her child.
I've spoken to my supervisor about everything we talked about. I don't think we heard that earlier call. Because the first call we just heard was him calling, and he had just missed Whitaker's call. Then he's calling Whitaker. This is only at 2:10 p.m. So was he plotting with North Andover PD all day? Kelsey said she was there at 1 p.m. Was her CPR class was at 1 p.m., right? And already by 2:10, he's on the phone. Colluding? What were they talking about before? I have so many questions.
Do I have any rights as a father to obtain my child since she's had him for several nights now? Do I have any right to, hey, this is a custody, we're both parents here. It's almost my turn to have the kid for the night, so I can.
The kid. My turn to have the kid for the night. The kid. You have no custody agreement in place, sir.
You know that he's safe and I can go file these after?
Through the police department, no, we don't have that ability. The only way that you would be able to do that if you spoke directly to her and said, you know, I'd like some time with the baby. And if she agrees to that, great. But it sounds like she's probably not going to be. Yeah.
I have my sister who had a quick question for you as well.
This is when Courtney gets on the phone. And now that we've heard Courtney and Michelle testify, knowing that they were all in the room with him while he's making this phone call, it's interesting, right? Oops. I didn't mean to highlight that. All right, here comes Courtney.
I've seen a lot of this. She's
probably not going to be. Yeah.
I have my sister who had a quick question for you as well. I've seen a lot of this. And so
I've seen a lot of this. What does that mean? I've seen a lot of this.
I'm on the page. We need to get the baby out of her hands, like now or something.
We need to get the baby out of her hands, like now. Why is that, Courtney? Why is that? Hear that again.
Had a quick question for you as well. I've seen a lot of this. And so I'm on the page. We need to get the baby out of her hands, like now or something really bad could happen. And I know you guys have talked a bit about this, but I am just wondering, is there any difference if she were to try to take the baby out of the state? Does that?
Something really bad could happen. Something really bad could happen. There's no custody order in place. She says she handles these kind of things a lot. She knows a lot about these kind of things. Then you should know that unless there's an order in place saying you can't take your baby out of state, she can take her baby out of state.
Go against anything? Because that's what she's threatening with. Does the state matter at all? The state line?
She's threatening. We saw the text messages. She just said, I'm going to take the baby for a ride to my land. That's all. It wasn't a threat.
Really It really doesn't. It's her child.
It doesn't.
You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
One other question for you, because I think, we're talking about going to the courthouse. How do we, and especially because she is a police officer in this town and everyone talks, and I'm just wondering if we go file this, how do we, because if she finds out that this is filed before it's being addressed, it's going to end really horribly. So how do we actually ensure, and what, I guess, do you know anything about that process? Would a police officer come with us or with Justin to the house to get the baby? If this is assuming the custody was ordered, that the restraining order and the custody were ordered, what does that look like? Because we're very worried she'd find out before it could actually take place.
Wow. Speak for me. Tell me what you're thinking when you're hearing this. What were they so afraid of?
Yeah, so if that's the case, then so the way, if an order is granted, they will then email a copy of the order to us for service. So we would serve it and then enforce it.
So they knew, because he's telling them, the court will email it to us and we'll go serve it. But what did they do? They went down to the police station with it to make sure it was done immediately.
It'd be like, here's your restraining order. Per the order, custody of the child is awarded to Justin. In which case, we would have to make arrangements, for him to come take the child.
Okay, so he would not be there when you're presenting that. I mean, this might be an obvious question, I guess, because if he has the restraining order, he shouldn't be there.
Oh, so they knew they shouldn't be there when the restraining order was served. And yet they went right over there. They marched right through that door. And she's telling us everything, Courtney. Oh, obviously we shouldn't be there when you serve the order, right? But again, she's putting them on notice of a potentially bad situation. And what happened? A really, really bad situation. And that is why North Andover PD has all of the incentive in the world to keep themselves out of any liability for this event whatsoever, because they were on notice that this could go bad. They didn't secure the guns. And they showed up, these people. Here we go. Keep going. Obviously. Here you go.
To us for service. So we would serve it and then enforce it. So it would be like, here's your restraining order. Per the order, custody of the child is awarded to Justin. In which case, we would have to make arrangements, for him to come take the child.
Okay, so he would not be there when you're presenting that. I mean, this might be an obvious question, I guess, because if he has the restraining order, he shouldn't be there.
Probably not. I mean, we should probably take care of that. It's okay if he wants to be close by, in order to take custody of the child quickly.
Yeah, right.
He could come if he's in town. We could then reach out to him and say, okay, she's been served. You can come pick up the child now.
Okay.
Wow. They thought it was a good idea for him to come pick up the child, and they're telling them that that's what they can do. We heard testimony that they were waiting at the police station, and then they got the call and they came right over. But do you really think they were waiting at the police station? I don't remember what the time frame was exactly between when the police said that they called Justin and told him he could come over until he actually got there. Were they hiding in the bushes? They did everything wrong in this situation. And that's why people are so outraged by this.
Just to, I guess, make sure, because I know you guys will get notified if there is an emergency order put through. She's an officer, of course, but does she have access to see? I'm just is there a way to flag this directly to, a trusted...
No, when it gets sent to the officer in charge. So nobody sees that except the officer in charge and anyone else who has access to that email, which she does not.
Okay, so that's reassuring. So I'm just trying to make sure there's no chance she could find out before this happens.
Did she catch wind while she was at the police station of anything occurring?
Nope.
No, okay.
Did she catch wind of anything occurring? She went there at 1 p.m., a little before 1 for her CPR class. So apparently Justin had been in cahoots with this guy before Kelsey even went there for the CPR class that day. Otherwise, there would be nothing to catch wind of while she was there, right? Mm-hmm.
Nope, I didn't want to tip her off and give her the opportunity to do anything rash.
They were all colluding with her, with him, against their own coworker. Didn't want her to do anything rash.
Okay, thank you. All right, officer, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Northern Police and Fire, this call is quarter.
Okay, if you're new and you haven't heard about this stuff either, this is from July 2nd, which was 3 days after the shooting. Well, actually, the 30th, 2 days after the shooting. When Justin calls North Andover PD because he wants to go get some of his stuff out of the house. Okay. Also interesting to point out, Katie Gerke, who he's speaking to, this sergeant, had a pending lawsuit against North Andover PD and Police Chief Charlie Gray for sexual harassment, hostile work environment. And the crux of her lawsuit was that she was discriminated against as a female police officer in the department. And we went over that lawsuit a long, long time ago. That lawsuit was subsequently settled in December of 2025, which is why, even more so, the North Andover PD might want to shield themselves from any potential financial liability in a situation such as like this that went horribly wrong. So here is Justin calling Sergeant Gerke. July 2nd. Here we go.
Your time. Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Here it is.
Northern Police and Fire, this call is quarter.
Hi, this is Justin Land. I'm on the North Andover Fire Department. I am off duty right now. I do need to speak with the OIC.
Yes, sir. Hold on 1 second, please.
OIC, is that officer?
Hey, is this Justin?
Yes, this
Hey,
is.
it's Katie. How are you? I mean, that's a silly question, but I digress. I do care.
No, I'm doing as well.
Thinking about you guys. Yeah. So what can I do for you, Justin? What's that?
I need to discuss my options of retrieving all of my belongings from Phillips Brooks.
Oh, gotcha. I gotcha. Well, it's your house, so I'm assuming that you can make whatever arrangements if you just want us to because let's just say if this were, a scenario we deal with in any other case, with restraining orders, there's nothing barring you from returning to your own property except for your own safety. So, I can't, we don't have any jurisdiction and we don't even navigate about mutual property. So when
the house was owned by Kelsey solely in her name, he had no rights to that property. And yet this sergeant feels like she's giving legal advice, doesn't she?
we get restraining orders, people have to, commonly the defendant would ask to, it's different in this case because you may be in stow, from what I understand. But any property that's in there is between you, Kelsey, and civil courts. It doesn't have anything to do with us. We have no jurisdiction to say what can't be removed, what can be removed.
So am I able to go to the house with a bunch of fire buddies and remove my belongings?
Yes. We have no jurisdiction on that. I don't, are you in communication with her family and things like how?
No, I am in no communication with her family whatsoever.
Yeah. Do you know if they're at the house at all? That would be my only thing. If you wanted to go, if you feel like they're there, and I mean, it's your house. So truly, you can go in there anytime you please. And
no, it's not his house. And the locks have been changed because, of course, Kelsey's father, who's a security expert, went there and changed the locks right away after Justin set her up.
Let's just say hypothetically they were there and they get all bent out of shape about that. What you could do is just call us for us to explain that to them.
So my only concern would be I know they're blaming me for a lot of this situation.
Yeah, I get it.
They are there for the potential retaliation or any of the sorts.
Yeah. So, you could play it however you want it to play it. I'm going to leave that up to you. One option would be to shoot them a text or anything, like, just so you know I'm going back to the house, to pick up some belongings.
They would
say no, absolutely not.
I'm pretty sure they would show up.
Yeah. Okay. So what you may want to do is just go do what you got to do. I can't keep you from there, nor would I want to. It's your house as well. It's your property.
So it's technically the.
Do you see how this is a much deeper story than what we heard at the trial, and how deep this goes, and why it's so important for them to convict Kelsey, and how much liability the North Andover PD potentially has?
Deed is in her name.
Sure.
Oh, he says the deed is in her name. Listen.
I can't keep you from there, nor would I want to. It's your house as well. It's your property.
So it's technically the deed is in her name.
Sure. But you're like
obviously a resident of that house.
Yes, you have legal standing in there as far as the civil courts are concerned.
Yeah, no, not really, Sergeant. This is why police officers shouldn't give legal advice. See, what had happened was Justin went into court, as we heard he was going to do, with him and his sister Courtney and maybe one other witness or so. And when he went into court to file those papers for the restraining order, he signed and swore to the fact that he now lived at his parents' house in Stowe. So there's that.
You have keys, you have access. I know you live there. We know you live there. We're not going to stand in your way from collecting your property. If you go and do your thing, and just, if you get there and someone's there, we can, before you even go into the house, you could call us and, meet us over at the school parking lot area and be like, they're there right now. Can you send someone by to keep the peace? And we'd be happy to do that for you. We do that all the time.
Okay.
Especially if the roles are reversed.
Yeah.
If you had been asked to leave the house, we do this all the time where, the person who has resided there has a legal right to grab things.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just going to get as many friends as I can and get out of there as fast as humanly possible.
Yeah. So if you end up being there, and if they're there already, my suggestion would be to kind of head over to the parking lot of the school, and we can break the ice, keep the peace, be like, hey, Justin has every right to.
Yeah, they all know about the school parking lot. No, the judge didn't hear any of this stuff because it's not relevant to the issue at hand, which is, did Kelsey point her gun at Noonan? This is all after the fact. And this is all the stuff going on around the same time. It's going to be very relevant, I'm sure, in family court, but not in the case that we heard. But I wanted those of you who haven't heard this to understand what was going on behind the scenes. They know about the school parking lot too.
Grab his things, and,
okay.
You should cooperate with this because it's just.
And hearing the baby making noises in the background breaks my heart. When we saw the transcripts of these calls, we didn't have the actual recording. We read the transcripts. We didn't know the baby was crying in the background.
Why create more issues? I mean, it's not you live there too, with your baby and yourself for quite a bit of time. So we could break the ice first if you'd rather just do it that way and hope that they're not there.
Yeah.
And then if they show up while you're there, just try to keep cool heads and just call us, and we'll send someone right over to keep the peace. Just don't even mention anything, and just be like, the police will come down and we'll sort this out. I'm not trying to create any, more difficulties for any of us, and let's just call the police. They'll come down and help us. No need to butt heads. No, sometimes things get very emotional and it's difficult. So, but we can diffuse it a little bit if we just say, hey, just let's all hang out for a minute, and we'll call the police to help us. Tell us. And that's what we would say. And what we'd say to the family is, we're just trying to, he has a legal right to grab what he wants out of the house. He resided here. The son's in his custody, so you got to grab the baby's things, I'm sure. So, and if there is down the road, like any dispute on property, what we would tell her, like if she says, oh, my 50-inch TV's gone, he took it, we would just tell her that, she'd have to take it up with probate court. in civil
Okay.
court.
Yeah, no, I just want my tools, my clothes.
Right.
I don't have any of my stuff, so.
Yeah, you have your weapons, I think. You have
I do,
right?
yep.
Yeah, you have all
I
those.
removed them all from the house the night prior.
Yeah, so
He removed all of his guns from the house on the 29th. He didn't remove hers. And yet he thought she was a danger to the baby. Make it make sense.
any property, we would just take a report from her and say, talk to the courts, because that's not our purview.
Okay, understood.
So if you're not going to give them if you're not going to give them a heads up, which is your right to, it's not my business to tell you what to do. That's not our jurisdiction, because you don't have an order out against you, and you have legal standing in that house. Just call us if you happen to see their car there, and we'll meet you before and break the ice with them prior, and then
break the ice. Break the ice. Kelsey's clinging to life in the ICU at this point.
We'll go from there. And if they show up, just call us. Just say, hey, I'm trying to get some property. Can you just send someone to keep the peace?
So even though I have a temporary restraining order right now, I am still allowed to go to that house?
Yeah, the restraining order is on her. Yeah, it's not keeping you from going back. Yeah.
Really?
Oh, okay, understood. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
You got it, Justin. Call back if you need any help, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay,
I do
thank
feel
you.
for you, and I know this is terrible, but I'm a lot of us support you, and it's terrible what you're going.
They're all on his side. All of her coworkers are on his side too. Not only did her friends turncoat her, but so did her fellow officers. It appears Justin knows all these calls are recorded. He wants them recorded. He's building his family court case.
Nightmare.
And I support you, and you're so kind to everybody. So anything you need, let me know, okay?
Okay, thank you so much for your time. I really
You got
appreciate
it.
it.
Yep. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right.
Police FI, been recorded.
Hey, this is Justin Land, off-duty firefighter. Can I
This is July 3rd, 2025, the day he broke the door down with his buddies. 7:34 a.m.
speak to OIC?
FI, been recorded.
Hey, this is Justin Land, off-duty firefighter. Can I speak to OIC?
Hold on, sir. Please.
Lieutenant Sawyers, can I help you?
Hi, this is Justin Land. I'm going to 125 Phillips Brooks to retrieve all my belongings today with other members of the fire department. I had spoken to Sergeant Gerke yesterday about what would happen if...
Oh my God, the closed captions say Sergeant Jerky. Sergeant Jerky. Like the Jerky Boys.
I had spoken to Sergeant Gerke yesterday about what would happen if... she said I had full authorization to retrieve all my belongings, and if her family shows up to call for a police officer, given the intense nature of what has happened in that house and what her family has already been trying to do, I need to request a police officer is there at 9:30 when I show up.
What her family's already been trying to do? See their grandson? What are you talking about? I'm sure her family is sitting vigil at her bedside, praying.
Okay. We're going to be there for 2 hours, and given the potential and the intense nature of what happened there, I don't know what has happened. I don't know what they're going to do, and I'm going to have to request that a police officer is there.
Okay, yeah, we have, can you hold on 1 second?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
This is July 3rd, 2025, 7:34 a.m. This is the day of the break-in, we'll call it. The intense nature. Yeah, the intense nature of things. Somebody scripted this for him, yeah? I hate that hold music.
Hey, Justin?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm told that the plan is if anybody does show up to give us a call, we'll be there immediately. We're very limited today on staff, but if there's any issue at all, we'll be there momentarily.
All right, I'm going to have it noted that if something does happen, I requested 2 times for a police officer to be there from the beginning. I want that noted because I will escalate this further because this is not right from given the situation that occurred in that house and the potential for something else to happen. My family should have never been in that position in the first place. Now I'm requesting something that should be placed there, and you're telling me no several times. That right there is not right.
Justin, it's Katie. We spoke yesterday.
We did speak yesterday. We did speak yesterday. Given the intense nature of this situation and what could occur, I'm going to be there for 2 to 3 hours. I know what her father's capable of. I know what could happen.
But
social media are there. I'm just telling you.
I understand the stressful situation, but what we spoke to yesterday was that we weren't going to prevent you from going in the house, but if something happened, you could call us right away and we'd be there. And that was what we spoke.
No, we did speak about that, and after thinking about it again, I wanted to make my concerns noted 2 times. So if something does happen, if something does occur, this will be noted, and I have no problem escalating it further. I appreciate your time. Thank you, and have a good day.
What time are you heading over there?
I will be there at 9:30 with 5 or 6 other men. It's going to take a couple hours.
5 or 6 other men, couple hours. How much stuff did he have? He had some clothes in the closet. What is her father capable of? Exactly. I'm putting you on notice. And listen, I understand his situation. That must have been a very frightening thing. We know how frightened he was because we saw him run out the garage door and trip over the wall. And he's right. The North Andover PD did put his family in this situation because they created this situation by not confiscating the guns and securing the weapons as soon as they got into that house. They did put him in this situation, but the shooting was done by Noonan. He's not going to be there. And Kelsey's fighting for her life in the hospital. So I'm not sure what other situation he thinks he's going to get himself involved in, unless he knows that the locks have been changed and he's not supposed to be there, which he absolutely 100% does. Now it's going to take a couple hours. He needs to bring 5 or 6 other men. This is a civil matter. You go to civil court, you get an order. You people say you're so schooled in the law. You know exactly how these things work. And you get an order and they do escort you to go and pick up your property. You don't bust the door down and then cry foul after doing that. But he wants it on the record in case something goes bad.
All right, well, there was no formal request at a certain time, Justin, and I understand.
I understand that. I went through Crystal as well. I asked Crystal. Crystal said she would ask as well. That never coming back to me. This is a formal request. I called yesterday. You gave me this information. I'm calling again this morning, and I'm telling you that. You guys do last-minute details every single day. This is a last-minute detail. Yesterday would have been a detail that was not last-minute.
Would you like a detail?
I am not paying for a detail.
Okay, all right,
my family should have never been in that situation. My child and myself should have never happened. I will absolutely escalate whatever I have to do. If I'm saying that I don't feel comfortable and I don't want to put my brother again, my friends into a situation where something could occur, if you knew what happened, I don't know what her family would be capable of at this point. They've already filed negligence against me as the father.
They've already filed negligence against you as the father by July 3rd? What is he talking about? Zoe said Justin needed all his firefighter buddies to carry the safes down from the 2nd floor. Remember, the rifle safe in the baby's room closet was his grandpa's, his family's heirloom safe. Well, that makes sense. Thank you. Right, then don't go over there. Go to Target and buy yourself some clothes, or TJ Maxx, because it looks like that's where you bought your suit anyway. So there seems to be a TJ Maxx nearby. Anything you need from the baby is easily accessible at Target.
Nothing. I don't know what they are going to do. I don't know what they would be capable of. But if you want to wait and find out, that is on you. And I am glad this is a recorded line. Okay.
Couldn't even afford
So
gas.
I will be there at 9:30. If you do not have someone there, all of my concerns have been noted. Thank you for your time and goodbye.
North Andover Police and Fire, this is recorded.
Okay, now this is the same day, July 3rd, 2025, 9:38 a.m.
This is Justin Owen. I need to speak to the OIC.
I'm sorry, who is this? Who is this?
Yeah,
Hello?
closings are tomorrow.
North Andover Police Fire calls being recorded.
And then
Hello?
there's a couple of disconnects. This is 9:38 a.m. again, July 3rd.
Hello? Police Department. Hello?
Look at my fucking Chevy, though.
North Andover Police and Fire lines recorded.
This is Justin again. Can you please move the OIC?
Yes, sir. Just give me a moment, please.
See the potential liability North Andover PD has?
Good morning. This is Lieutenant Whitaker.
Lieutenant Whitaker, this is Justin away, and I'm at 125 Phillips Brooks right now, retrieving my belongings.
Okay. Hello? Hello, Justin?
You can hear the birds chirping.
Justin, are you still there?
Kathy says, look how fast he snaps when he doesn't get his way.
Hello, Justin?
And that's on a recorded line to the police department.
Say that again, sir.
Justin, are you still there?
I'm still there. It connected to my truck for some reason.
Oh, I thought it was my phone was messing up or something. Yeah, so you said that you were over on Phyllis Brooks gathering some belongings?
Yep. Grabbed my belongings. The alarm did go off. They had changed the locks. The alarm did go off. Her dad has he set the full system up. He has everything. He's going to know the alarm's going off, and I have no doubt in my mind he's going to be driving down from New Hampshire to show up here.
Okay. Whereabouts from New Hampshire would he be coming from?
It's 9:38 a.m. He knows that her father is a security expert and that he's got access to the alarm going off. Maybe your father was at the hospital.
He's up in the not the Rochester. I forget exactly what town he's in. He's probably about 40 minutes away, 30 minutes away. I don't know if he's coming, but I have no doubt in my mind that man is going to come down with a vengeance.
Vengeance.
Okay.
Run, Justin, run.
I mean, do you think that...
I called 2 times. My family should have never been in this position. I called 2 times, once yesterday, once today, and I'm asking for a detail down here for 2 hours. If that's something that you guys cannot do, I will gladly escalate the situation. This is ridiculous.
What do you mean by escalate the situation?
I will go to the media. I will do whatever I have to do to ensure my family's safety, my brother's safety here, and 2 firefighters that are here. If his family...
I will go to the media. You know what's so funny? He did go to the media, like recently before the trial, and he gave them an exclusive. I forget which news channel it was from Boston that was local, and he did not let them record his interview with them. He just kind of spoke to them. It wasn't me. It's not my fault. He said they changed the locks. He's going to go to the media. My brother and 2 firefighters that are here.
Comes down, they are absolutely going to be doing something.
Okay.
And if you're saying there's no resources for this, it's insane.
If you need a detail, I can put a detail out.
I will not be paying for a detail given the circumstances of this. You can bring this to the chief. Please bring it to someone, because I am not paying a cent for this. This is ridiculous.
Call TMZ, Justin. Call TMZ. I'm sure they'd be really interested in your story. Because still, no Nancy. They need something to report on, Justin. Call them.
The circumstances and the escalation of this situation, you not providing a detail and having it be your guys' idea is unbelievable.
We can provide a detail, but you're going to be charged for it.
I will not be charged for that. You know what? I am glad this is the 3rd time this is happening, because when something does happen at this location, it is going to be all on that department. Once again. This is unbelievable.
Justin, when he gets there, just call us and we'll send an officer over there to keep the peace.
That's not how it's going to go down, but thank you for your time.
Sounds to me like he blames
The defendant.
It sounds to me like he blames North Andover PD for what happened.
Sure, I guess
too,
make sure
right? I don't know. Just spitballing with you. Oops. Let me get rid of this. Just spitballing with you for those of you who hadn't heard that. Far different from reading the transcripts, right? Noel, I think I read this before. Thank you very much for your super chat. Did anybody ask Noonan if they saw Kelsey open the green trunk? I don't believe so, because dancing in the pea patch, I think that Kelsey's testimony came after. And so that was the only time that it was brought up, was during Kelsey's testimony. If I'm wrong, of course, correct me. I could be wrong. Your dad's favorite mom said his sister also said they went to the PD to talk to her supervisors, not a supervisor. Right. Right. Was it before or after the calls? I think it was before. And maybe that's what it was. There were no calls. Maybe it was an in-person thing before she went for her CPR training. That could be. Justin Alien's PR firm is here and says not one of the 3 officers said Kelsey was unreasonable or angry. Her temperament showed how confused she was because of the restraining order. Her story is consistent. Thanks, Melanie. Thank you, Justin Alien's PR firm, for your 20. Friend of the dog says, I pray the judge can make a decision without these calls or recordings and all the extenuating facts. I think all of this would just muddy the waters, right? Whose story is more believable? What sequence of events is more believable? Kelsey's or Noonan's? 98% of you out of 9,000 of you said that you found Kelsey to be more credible than Noonan. And so we will see. Noel says, Melanie, what kind of civil case would Kelsey have against the North Andover PD and Bustin' Justin? North Andover PD have, qualified immunity. So as I sit here today, I don't really see any potential for a civil case right now. I just don't. We also have seen video of the break-in to the house. And for those of you who don't know, when asked about promises and rewards and inducements to the witnesses in the trial that we just watched, that we're going to see closings on tomorrow, Bradl brought it up, had the video, showed the court the video of Justin busting into the house and breaking the door down because the locks have been changed. And the allegations are that not only did he do that, he went down, disabled the security system, ripped the modem out of the wall, disabled the alarm system, took Kelsey's passport, her laptop, money, gift cards, took the laptop to his parents' house where he logged into the Wi-Fi. That's all on there too. And then went into her bank accounts, her medical records, maybe her pension accounts, changed the beneficiary. And James Gubitose got up and said, Judge, we're not gonna prosecute him. We don't see any evidence of a crime here. That was before we knew about these phone calls where Sergeant Gerke told him it was fine to go in the house. So it remains to be seen. There could be more to come out, but as I sit here today, I don't see any causes of action civilly just yet. Moving on. Thanks for your 5. Bridget said, entitled spoiled brat, just in it for the money. Bridget, how like soon after we started covering this case did I name him just in it for the money? I said, follow the money. Follow the money. Taking a passport is a felony. We're talking about civil cases, but yeah, they don't think he did anything wrong. And they weren't going to prosecute him because they needed him as a witness. And it's clearly a conflict for North Andover to prosecute Justin anyway. It was sent to Middlesex. Middlesex County said, we can't touch it because Martha Coakley used to work here. It went back to Essex and they said in open court, we're not going to prosecute him. We don't see any crimes here. And don't worry, Judge, if he does take the stand, we don't think we're going to call him. But if we do call him and he wants to take the 5th, we'll just immunize him. But right now, there's no promises, rewards, or inducements for his testimony because we don't even know if we're going to call him. Hope Sunshine for You says, I hope Kelsey sues the police department. I don't know if that would be successful as I sit here today. Go to Target, says not a house defendant. Megan Johnson says, be careful what you wish for, Justin. The world is watching now. Thanks for your 5, girl. Reality with Krista Marie says, watch all trials with you. Thanks for always being honest and cool. Wanted to say, I love your makeup, glowing today. Oh, thank you very much. It's a good ring light. Bridget said, you said it right away, Melanie, right? See, I told you. I did. Stick with me, kids. Stick with me, kids. A lot of snark, some legal analysis. Thanks, Jean, for your Venmo. She says, proud of you. Oh, thank you. Joni, thanks for your Venmo. Says, thanks for your amazing coverage. Tiffany, thank you. Says, appreciate you. Andrea, thank you. I appreciate you so much. I gotta go rest my voice, you guys. I gotta go rest my voice. Let me entertain you. We will reconvene here tomorrow for closings at 8:45 a.m. And then after we hear the closings, we may break until 2 when the judge may or may not have his verdict ready. So get ready for that. I hope I will see you here tomorrow. It's been a very long day. We've been here for 6.5 hours. Well, some of our days lately have been 8 hours. Thank you so much for spending your days with me. I love you more than you know. Thank you to the moderators for keeping it classy because, boy, it was rough today. There was a lot of trolls out. We played Whack-A-Troll all morning long. Please comment after the stream. Let me know your thoughts on the testimony that you heard today. And I'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Above all, for the love of tiny Jesus and the traveling Mary, stay safe because it's a jungle out there, my friends. Congratulations, Kelsey. I think you did an amazing job on the stand today. Stay strong. Peace. Love you guys.